Perfect. Perfect. See, that's what I get for starting this thing when I'm supposed to, isn't it? The dadgum music ends before I'm back and I'm ready to roll, but I just want to sit there and just to tell you guys that I, obviously the production here, apologize. Anyways, excited to be here, everybody. Hi, I'm Robert Schmitz, if we've never met. I love doing these streams all the time. We're going to be talking about the Chicago Bears' latest game against the Green Bay Packers from a Bears fan perspective, but of course, we're going to try to keep it fairly neutral, as we always do. Remember, the only real rule is be respectful as best as you can. Inside of the chat. Yes, we're going to get the occasional troll. Every once in a while, we get the occasional person who feels like they know absolutely everything. I'm the only person who's allowed to know absolutely everything. Kidding, of course. And this should be a fun one. I mean, honestly, this game is actually worth reviewing. We can talk about both the offense and the defense, which is in and of itself kind of a miracle. I mean, not that there's like tons of defensive excitement to actually take away, but there's a lot of offensive excitement, isn't there? I think it's so fun that J2K, thank you so much, of course. Let's pump those likes up. We just posted an Alex Leatherwood breakdown, as we had somebody from the RPO community, as a matter of fact, jump in as a channel editor, which is extremely excited. Zach, if you're out there, thank you so much. Can't wait to see where things go from there. Akusai, I'm with you. The infinite loop does get a little old. I gotta string it out so that it's good every single week. Eventually, probably during the off season, I am gonna go looking for more royalty-free music. I think the beats that we've got before the show slap, but I understand if anybody who's been following my content for a while feels like they've heard them a million times, that they're the only songs I use. MJ, of course, we got a party ready to roll. Jaeger, excited for you to jump in. Let's Team Monster, absolutely. Grab your popcorn. Let's see, Jaeger, you can know everything if you want to. Ben, as much as I'd love to stay up until, 4 in the morning, we've gotten close. Now that I think about it, we've gotten close. But if you've got a player after the game that we want to take a look at, we certainly can. I'm thinking that next week we can do like a full-on mock off-season. Like, what would it be? And I may see if I can't recruit anybody to come hang out with us or something like that. I don't know. We may get creative. But the goal would be to try to build out content that we can design something that works even in the off-season. We may not do weekly stuff in the off-season. I mean, you hit a point in the off season where you go, okay, we're going to be talking about this again, aren't we? Like the latest OTA reports or something like that. Escape from the Madhouse, I agree with you. The problem is that you use the wrong person's video game music and Nintendo comes for you. Hakusai, we can do Madden. I think Madden sounds fun. Another option is, I don't know if you guys have seen this, there is a VR game where you play VR quarterback that could be awfully fun. I think it's called NFL Pro Era, and you've probably seen about a billion a billion commercials for it, but we could try and see how well I do or don't actually read the field when I don't get the clicker this time. But speaking of the clicker, what a fun football game. I'm going to say something that may surprise some people, if only because there's a lot of Bears fans that, when they immediately start, MJ, I know exactly what you mean. Every time we have a Bears-Packers game, I don't blame a soul for when people jump up and immediately start saying, how can you be okay with the Bears losing? And I mean, guys, you know me. If you're on this channel and you're new, I've been doing this for a little while. And if you're not on this channel, or if you're on this channel and you've been around for a while, we've been here. That excitement is there. I just want to do it when the team needs to win. And this game in particular was such a conflict of interest. I mean, truly an incredible conflict of interest because the Bears needed to lose at the end of the day. But I didn't know how they lost to this Packers team in particular, and somehow we still came away feeling good about it. And somehow, I mean, guys, I'm going to say this, and this could, outside of maybe the New England game, which may or may not have altered Fields' career as we know it, because I don't know where he is without that game. I think that game was just a huge confidence boost. This is the best game of the year. This is the best Bears-Packers game that I have watched in years. I mean, honestly, pick one that you like more. There are some fun ones that where the Bears won, but I mean, Fields looked like an absolute ultra star. The only reason it felt like we lost. Now I'm going to say something. We're going to go over it. The play calling, the more that I look at it, I have a couple of reasons that aren't, I think Luke Getsy was throwing the game that I think makes sense. Now, that doesn't mean that he didn't throw the game. I mean, truly, the play calling got to a point where it was so dubious that people legitimately begged the question. That in and of itself is embarrassing if Luke Getsy was trying to win, right? But they, like, at the end of the day, it felt as if the ball kind of got taken out of the quarterback's hands for some key drives. When the ball got put back in the quarterback's hands, we even saw the anticipation throw we've been begging for, and Equidemius St. Brown. I mean, look, good old ESB has done a lot of good things for the Chicago Bears this year, and he had a very hot and cold game in this one. He did some things that were really nice. He had one of his worst blocking performances of the season, which is saying something. His blocking performances have been really rad. So for him to have an off week was not ideal because he's practically a pinnacle of the Bears running game. And I mean, look, there are a lot of things that I will say where I am trying to be as objective as I can, and it sounds hyperbolic because I know how I talk, right? Equinemius St. Brown's inability to get in and out of a route in 6 steps or less, I mean, we're not talking about it took him 4 steps to chop down. We're not talking about it took him 6 steps to chop down. We're talking about it took him 10 steps and he did not chop down at all. He just chopped out. Maybe there was a wrong route. I mean, both of them used different words in their pressers. Equinemius St. Brown saying that the play called for a curl. Justin Fields saying it called for a dig. He ran a dig. Fields threw a curl. I don't know what the terminology is there. We're not in the room, right? But I personally, and I'm trying not to be a homer, I'll tell you, the second pick was just terrible, right? But the first pick, I would rather him throw that. I'd rather him throw one of those every week. It is better for Fields to be throwing with anticipation, any anticipation at all, and getting punished for it than it is for him to learn that not throwing the ball is somehow good. The way we had been trending through the Falcons game was a bad thing. Honestly, it was. I mean, yes, we had the whole, even Fields on a down week is even Fields on a down week is somebody that could score 25 points. Totally, right? But the main thing that I look at is if Fields was never going to throw into tight windows, we were going to be in some serious trouble eventually. Obviously, Bears fans were high, as was I, on what Fields was doing as a playmaker, but eventually the quarterback piece had to catch up to the playmaker at all. And in this week, we got it. I mean, I would tell you personally, I feel like year 3 came early. I would say Christmas because it's that season. But this felt like week 1 of year 3. And I love it because I personally think that, you know what, coming out of the bye, if Justin Fields can get more games where he's more a passer than a runner, I don't hate the running. I am not one of those old people. Okay, old people are great. I know there's plenty in the plenty in the chat, and that's not what I'm going after. I'm not one of those old school thinkers that thinks that if you're not winning from the pocket, you're not winning. That's just not where the NFL is right now, right? But you have to have some ability to play from the pocket, or all of the things that you do outside of the pocket begin to diminish. I believe the most effective way to play quarterback is to present a defense the most threats possible. That means I'm a threat running the ball. That means I'm a threat passing the ball from the pocket. That means I'm a threat dodging people in the pocket, staying in the pocket, and chucking the rock. That means I'm a threat getting out of the pocket, baiting somebody to come towards me, and dumping the ball down. That means I can do so many things that there is no one true way to defend me, and that in and of itself is dangerous. Justin Fields, to this point, had not shown that he could handle a defense that just threw everything at him and forced him to be a pocket passer. This game was rad. I mean, we're talking about, if memory serves, he had 32 dropbacks. He had 325 yards, which I get it. Not everybody cares about volume stats. I don't care about volume stats. But if you take a look at just the dropbacks to yardage, take passing and running out of it, right? That is 5 over 32. math. 10.5 over 32 yards per play, which in and of itself is absolutely crazy. Ben, do I think part of the success is the Pack played zone on every snap? Kind of. Don't get me wrong, a little bit. But at the same time, I also think that you're only able to play the defense that's in front of you. And man in particular is going to be a weird one with Fields because because Fields doesn't trust his receivers. And I personally think we saw why in this game. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some points, especially against man coverage, Ben, that I want to see Fields improve. But man is truly your receiver has to win. Your quarterback has to believe that he will win. Your quarterback has to make the throw. If all three of those dominoes don't fall, you don't have a completion against man. And usually when teams have ran man against Fields, that's part of why he tore the roof off the league running the ball. But I digress. This was a surprisingly fun Packers game to watch. It should be a surprisingly fun Packers game to break down. I was in the middle of a rant and missed some really kind comments, so I do want to go back and highlight, it was Vaughn saying that you really appreciate these film breakdowns. Of course. I think not talking about the cap space and not talking about offseason moves lacks, what would you say, lacks perspective. Like, there will be a day and a time when we don't need to talk about the draft in December. We talked about the draft as early as October. Like, we may have talked about it in September, to be completely honest. And within that, like, that is something that, to be honest with you, I don't want to do forever. But in this specific year, it's a huge part of the story. I mean, I can't sit here and say, I hope we lose or I'm glad we lost, without talking about why or what we'll do with it. Because at that point, I'm just offering a false solution. Christian, thank you so much for saying that. That is really, really kind of you. I hope to remain the second favorite part of your week. Akusai, I kind of agree with you that the 2 picks spoiled Fields' day. I'll tell you that to me, that is 2 reps out of 32 that went well and truly south. I mean, there are more than just 2, right? But if you look at it from a reps perspective, because I personally, again, it's not really counting stats to me. I use them in this case to, make a greater point. But within this game in particular, I'm personally fine, I'm perfectly fine with just taking a look at that. Let's see, 2 double minus more than 2 double. Oh, Ben, you're saying they net out. Yeah, exactly. You got, honestly, Ben, it's funny you mentioned that they're 2 double minus. I still feel like the first INT is a 0. I would not pin that on Fields. Can't call it a plus. The play didn't work out at all, right? But the 2, or the second one was awful. Period. That has to be a double minus. The first one, look, I'm just being all quarterbacks coachy. I would rather he throw that ball, and I will 100% ask you. It's the Troy Aikman thing, right? It's the whole, I think it's Troy Aikman said, get me a wide receiver who wins or get me a new wide receiver. Either he wins or we get a new wide receiver, right? And if I would rather he throw the ball, because that's the key here, Ben, right? If I would rather he throw the ball and I don't even have an issue with the accuracy, I'm not going to give him a minus. Like I said, I can't give him a plus. I want to, anticipation throw, but I can't give him a minus on that. Honestly, we can look at that first. We're letting people filter in. We really might as well. It's the talk of the town. So Haplo or Draco mentioned, I don't know why they favored ESB in the game plan so much. I actually think it's okay. Does anybody want to guess? I have a silly answer, but I think it's right. And Jair Alexander's comments afterwards. Yeah, Akusa, I'm serious. I think it's because of the revenge game thing. I wouldn't surprise me if with Mooney down. Okay, so getting back to serious land, with Mooney down, it wouldn't surprise me if Fields has the most familiarity, the second most familiarity with Equanimeous St. Brown. He's the guy who came into this offense knowing it. Everybody else learned it as he did, and they keep installing so much stuff that it just wouldn't surprise me that that Fields and ESB feel like they understand the offense a little bit better than Chase Claypool, who got here 4 weeks ago, Velus Jones, who can barely get lined up correctly, and Dante Pettis, who's a bit all over the place, but certainly not an X, so to speak. So whether he's worth it or not, Equanimeous St. Brown being one of the focal points of the receiving attack is sort of the the skin of it. I don't know how else to say it, because it's not that I'm stoked about Equinemius being or like number 2, number 1 wide receiver. It's more that when your receiving room looks like it does, that's kind of it. Like, who else do you pick? I mean, sure, you might say Claypool. They threw Claypool an awful lot, and he did not always make it worth it. But on the plays that he did, he looked like the best receiver the Bears have, next to number 11, which expensive trade for him? Definitely. Better than the other receivers? Yes. So it can go both ways. But there's definitely like, okay, so Ben, I know you're going to agree with this. The Bears can definitely use, if there is one out there, one way or another, whether it's a trade down, which, I mean, we'll see, right? Whether it's, I don't actually know. Like, I don't know how they would do this, but if the Bears could get, whether it's like a Jackson Smith-Jigba, whether it's a Jordan Addison, whether it's a Quentin Johnston, like if they can get one of those guys that's just always open, like the Garrett Wilson types, whoo, that would go a long way for Fields. I mean, that's somebody that if I was going to circle anybody, we're not even at the game yet, right? But if I was going to circle anybody in the draft, if there's some kind of a way to trade down, get down to like pick number 7, take Tyree Wilson, and also pick up like a late first rounder that you could potentially use on Jackson Smith-Jigba if he fell that far, like I can't help but think he doesn't have to be fast. That's the core, right? You're not like Quentin Johnston is not going to also be always open. DK Metcalf isn't always open. Garrett Wilson, who can play as the Z receiver, is just always open, like from oh my gosh, like from that Z spot. So he can be from the slot, he can be from outside, but like his whole game is that within 15 yards, Garrett Wilson is just never covered because he's always creating separation. He understands leverage. He is just a phenomenal receiver. Garrett Wilson, to be very simplistic, because every once in a while, I do feel like being, I don't know, boring, like saying the easy thing is worth repeating. Jackson Smith-Jigba is not going to do this. Stop. Pick. Jackson Smith-Jigba is going to turn around and catch the ball. Marshall, how you doing? Let's count the footwork up at the top of the route. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 9 steps? Oh, man. Okay, so we're going a little slow motion here, right? Frame by frame. So he begins the break now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. That's not where he throttled down. It's like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps. It was 6. And then he doesn't come out at all. Let's see. You mentioned Claypool. Ben, keep an eye on Claypool up here. He takes 1, 2, 3, 4 and comes out of it. At the very least, he comes out of it a little bit better, and he gives you a wiggle to the outside. But, yeah, I mean, look, we don't need to dunk. The weird part about this play is that, like, I am not here to just make ESB, like, the worst receiver in the NFL. We don't need to do that, right? Like, we don't need to go too hard. It's a horrible play. It's one of the worst routes I've seen in a long while. Right? But that doesn't mean for ESB to use the Fields rule. This is 1 out of 32, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't, we don't need to be, no, Draco, I completely understand. Let me be plain. What I'm trying to emphasize is that it is very Bears fan. It's very any fan, right? To be very kind to your quarterback. But who boy, somebody makes your quarterback look bad, they're the devil, right? And that's where things get weird, you know? And so what I like about this play, because Akusai, that's the complicated part, right? Is when I look at this, I see Fields beginning to throw. JT O'Sullivan will look at where does the guy release the ball. Me personally, I like looking at where does the guy load, right? It's 100% just, I'm sure JT's right. you know? But me personally, like, the decision is made once you're here. You aren't really going back from this. I guess you could pump fake, but Fields generally hasn't loaded to throw mid-season before the guy has turned around. EQ is still in his break, right? But he lets the ball go at that point, and EQ doesn't come out of it. You got to remember that, okay, so in terms of where he released the ball, it's right there. So that's the complicated part, right? Like, let's see. So Escape from the Madhouse mentioned his eyes are locked to ESB the whole time, right? He's not going through any progressions. So I see Fields stare at the safety up until this moment right here, at which point he checks Jair Alexander. All he's looking for is not, is he open? Is he not open? It's not that simple, right? If you want a quarterback, so here's the complicated part about quarterbacking, right? And Akusai, we will get the end zone cam, is you can't, I personally want my quarterback to play with anticipation. Anticipation implies trust, right? And while Iceberg, you're right that it's an all-pro CB, this is the Bears' number 2 wide receiver. Like, you got to throw to somebody, and you can't throw to Claypool the entire game. What you're looking for at this point is that if this receiver's hips are backwards, you're throwing this ball. It's that easy, right? If you don't, that means you don't trust the guy, and you should get him off the field. But credit to Fields. Whether it's like, look, say what you will, all the bravery stuff, like throwing this ball, connects with the way Fields will stand in the pocket when he knows he's got to throw deep, take a hit to hit a long ball. That takes the same guts it takes to make this throw. Those guts are the bread and butter of what makes Justin Herbert, of what makes Patrick Mahomes, of what makes Aaron Rodgers, of what makes Josh Allen, of what makes Tom Brady. Like, you throw to the window on time. And that's so core, because I understand anybody in the comments saying, are you sure? Like, it's an interception. Quarterback can't do that, right? Receiver's got to come out of the break. I mean, it's a basic throw. Guys, aren't we curl route experts? Like, we watched years of this. Fields throws right here. Ball goes there. Jair has to cut around him. Do we see this? Like, the reason you feel like you're comfortable throwing this ball is because there is a wall named Equinemius St. Brown between the throw and the DB. This is, okay, I hope that this comparison lands. Do you guys remember when in like back-to-back weeks, Allen Robinson caught deep balls along the right-hand side, and somehow after high pointing the ball, they both fell into the hands of DBs? We blamed Allen Robinson, and it's bizarre. Like, it's bizarre. It's more to say that when bad things happen, it's easy to say, okay, come on, what are you doing here? But it's like, I don't hate this decision. I really don't. In my opinion, you've got to expect your receiver to be able to hold this landmark. In fact, at this moment, you see that ESB has hit his landmark, and you can literally watch his body drift right there. Like, he just doesn't have it. In the simplest terms, like, he's throttling down to try to hit this mark, and he just can't do it, right? And then Jair breaks, makes the play. And I understand what you're saying. Hey, hang on, Kilani, let me see. From a DB perspective, these are the decisions that make our highlight tape, makes it super easy on DBs. I mean, Kilani, he did not break in front of the receiver. We see this, right? Like, it's not as if Jair jumps the route. Equinemius gets out of the way and allows a free path to the ball, right? Like, Jair just accelerates through him, which maybe you could critique the accuracy if you're dying to, right? But Fields throws it like he's going to stop and get back to the ball. Jair just runs straight at the ball. I don't have an issue with this. Like, it's not a good route at all. I've got it on good authority that it's not a good route from a DB's coach named Brandon Robinson, from JT O'Sullivan. And did you say, John, that Tim Jenkins jumped in? Jenkins wanted to see more of a 45-degree angle back to Fields as if he could just straight back to the huddle. John, that's what I'm anticipating, right? So, Khalid, you mentioned any reason why Fields is not taking a check down, especially when it's only 1st and 10, because this is open. It should be open. And Anthony, you mentioned, was Justin late on the throw? No. Guys, this happens sometimes. The quarterback made a decision that's completely justifiable. It's a throw I would like him to throw again. I hope he changes nothing about this throw. He just doesn't catch a break because his receiver begins to break. Let's see. He starts breaking here, and he can't, within 4 yards, decelerate and get back to the huddle on a curl. That's not acceptable as an NFL wide receiver. You have to be able to do better than this on a curl route. And it's cover 3. This is the read. Your corner is fading back this way. This is the route. This is the read. You do it again. You do it again. You do it again. If you want, I can break down the second interception. I'll tell you Fields is way, way late. If you want, we can break down the Texans' interceptions again. I'll tell you they're awful. I told you that at the time. I even told you I was legitimately worried at the rate that we were moving after that Texans game and during the Texans game. I told you about how often Justin Fields missed open receivers and didn't throw the ball against Atlanta. I'm trying to call it as objectively as I can here, team. We are all on the same page. This is a cover 3 breakback, or it's a cover 3 comeback route that has to be better. The throw is actually one of Justin's better anticipated throws of the season. Again, we're loading the throw before the receiver, as the receiver enters the break. I am here for it. We have been dying to see this. This throw will get completed with a better receiver running the route. But I can't believe, like Josh is saying, even more startling is that not only does ESB not get back for the ball, but he doesn't even get back enough to knock the ball down. And like you're saying, Ben, this isn't like Andy Dalton anticipation. This isn't seeing eye Nick Foles anticipation. This is baseline NFL anticipation. Somebody might say it's late, and the only person it's late to is if you're talking about Tom Brady throwing the ball, because normally he'd throw it sooner than that, but Aaron Rodgers didn't throw with this kind of anticipation on today's game. He just waited for number 9 to come open and threw it, or he didn't and threw an incompletion. And like you're saying, Darren, you've got to be able to, at the very least, you're a big dude, you're 6'6" listed and 220 pounds. You should at least be able to set a wall between the DB and the defender. He doesn't do that. And so, sure, it sounds like I'm caping for the quarterback, but this is a throw I've wanted to see all season long. He made it. It got intercepted. I'll take the throw. I will take the throw. If I'm Fields' quarterback's coach, I'm saying nothing you could do about that. We'll fix that in the offseason, bud. Great job out there. We would take it again. The second interception, going over it, just so we're all clear on exactly it doesn't have to be exactly what's going on, right? But just so we all hear the same standard of comparison. Let me get to this one. On this throw, right here. Oh, one more thing. Let's see. So we're at 33:46. Somebody mentioned earlier what I think is, if I can be clear, it's a very sane line of thought, right? Somebody mentioned, why doesn't he take the check down? And I yelled because it's open, but you got to remember that we're reviewing football with a clicker, right? We're reviewing football with the ability to rewind, fast forward, and NFL players obviously can't do that. If it's open, you have to throw it. If Fields gets jumpy about this, he will bust out of the league. Can we be clear? In Robert Schmitz's opinion, if your quarterback is too scared to throw this ball, he will fail. End of story. You got to be willing to throw this ball. This is not that scary at football. Your receiver just has to take better care of you. That's okay. If you're checking down all the time, that's how you get 2020 Derek Carr, right? That's how you get 2019 Derek Carr. That's how at that point that's how you handle this. And let's see, Kalani, an NFL, if we're Kalani, I worry that what you're saying isn't coming through quite well. If you're saying an NFL defensive back makes this play 9 times out of 10 when EQ runs a route like this, yeah, I agree. The guy's not supposed to run the route like that. He's supposed to run the route a little more like what we see with Claypool, where he gets to the top and you can see him spin back just like that and shield the defensive back. There's no point where the defensive back gets through Claypool, and I don't think Jair would get him or would get through him either. If you take a look at the way Claypool's running it, and Claypool's not even the grandest route runner like of them all, you can see that if you threw this thing to Chase Claypool, he at the very least is sticking his hand out and knocking the ball down. It's not an interception at the end of the day, because EQ's route goes even so far as to drift over this 25-yard line. Like, he even has to plant a foot over there. He's just way too wide and way too he's way too wide. He's way too far back. Joe, I like that he turns around like a boat. Yeah, honestly, that's 100% right. Let's see. Mr. Myrtle said somebody posted Stephon Diggs running the same route, and my goodness, the difference. If you can get me the play code of like when they ran it roughly, I'll go pull it and we can take a look. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be a much more like stab back route. You've got to be able to drive your motion or like sink your hips, plant your feet, change direction, get back to the ball. And again, let's see. Jair catches it there. Look, I would, if the route was any better, we could talk about accuracy. We really could. But it's hard to tell because Jair just gets all the way in front of him, which is unacceptable. This is like a central defender in basketball, just allowing somebody to run right around him, or a receiver coming back to stack you, right? You just can't let that happen. If we watch Fields' eyes, Fields goes from, it looks like he just stares at the safety the whole time. Like, Fields takes the play fake, takes his eyes off of him. Eyes look like they move left to right at that point. Staring at, it looks like a stare down, doesn't it? But he's holding the safety. That's all he's doing. Basic quarterback play, right? And then plants and then throws. Like, I think he's watching him in his peripheral, but to say Fields stared him down even feels unfair. Just taking a look at the background. Maybe, like a human being, I'm hoping that this comes through on camera. Like, eyes at you. Oh, look at this. I'm not going to move my head. And suddenly I'm looking over there. Suddenly I'm looking over there. Yeah, it's possible, Like, he very well could have just been shifting one way or another. But his head, at the very least, does not give the impression that he's staring him down. Just basic safety holding, lets it rip towards the receiver to the point where Mark Dadgum Schlereth, like when it's not a dunk on Mark, when an NFL color an NFL color commentator is calling a receiver out, the receiver's down bad. Like, they just don't do that often, right? Normally, the Rolodex for NFL color commentary is, okay, it was an interception. Well, step one is to say it's definitely on the quarterback. Well, it may not be, right? Step two is to say it's a great DB, right? Or like great play by the DB. I have never heard anybody get to step three and say that is an awful play by the receiver. But I mean, everybody jumped on it at the time. Like, that was crazy. But so anyways, all that to say that, like, I understand, to be really plain, let's get on the same level, right? I understand how homerish it sounds to lead off a broadcast with this interception has nothing to do with Justin Fields. Every other interception that we've talked about, Fields has to wear the blame. Every single other other interception, Fields has got to wear the blame. This one, I have been begging for. I want this throw. I want him to throw it again. Like, this is a throw that we want to have. It ends up in Jair's hands. Bummer. At the same time, keeps the tank alive. Who really won here? Like, I end up thinking the Bears come away with the more valuable play in the long term, but that's very warped thinking. Eagles Health Bars, thanks so much for subscribing. Like you're saying, Anthony, that's a good question. How do they get one? Scott Peterson mentions last week you hope the QB1 watched his throw or backup throw trust with the receiver passes. QB1 learned it. I agree with you, Scott. Khalid T. Higgins would be awesome. Let's see if the Bears can get him. I doubt he's going to be that easy to acquire. Let's see here. 7 thought otherwise. Who's 7? Let me see. Reading back up. Look at 7 jump towards Montgomery. That's who the defense thought he was staring down. I agree with you. Let's see. Yeah, because Quay Walker comes towards Montgomery because he sees Montgomery turn around. I don't even know if he thinks that he's staring him down, so to speak. He just sees him come open, and he's like, why wouldn't I just stand here? Or, like, why would I just stand here, right? But so, let's see. Look at his best passing game. He had time to throw. Obviously, O-line will help him further than an alpha receiver. Joe, I think it's a little bit of both. Let's talk about the other one because, okay, if you don't know me well, I don't do garbage time. I don't think garbage time is worth analyzing in any stretch of the imagination. How much did Mitch lighting it up in garbage time help Mitch throughout his career? Not at all. And so I don't really cover it because, in my opinion, once the defense falls into just like a too high shell, basically plays like shell coverage all the time, OC Learning, thanks so much for subscribing. I don't think that anybody actually like benefits at that point. But this play, let's go over it just so we're all on the same page, right? Watching it, no, this wasn't like 30 points down garbage time. It's 9 points though, right? It's like a 2-score situation. So Fields is forcing it. He's not playing like he normally would. Like, I agree with you, Ben. Like 2 scores, 1 minute to go. It is in the world of technically possible, but it's also in the world of I'm not playing my game at this point. Which, hey, maybe we're quickly learning that when Fields forces it, he's a different quarterback than when he's not forcing it. The last drive, I don't think that was forcing it, just so we're all on the same page. That's a throw that, again, I would like. But this throw was forcing it. So this is what the concept looks like. You're usually trying to target this guy on a smash like, right? Let's see. Damo, I wish it did. You're basically watching whether or not this defender right here is going to sink or not, right? If this defender sinks down, you throw the corner, right? If this defender stays high, you throw the smash out. The only problem is that like a player in Madden, anybody in here play, Madden, the video game, you've done this before, right? Where you call smash, looks like this in Madden, and you say, I'm throwing the corner, and then you throw pretty much this interception, right? Where you are just way, way late. And when you are, so what Fields is doing, if it justifies anything, probably won't, right, is he's staring at this corner, and as he sees his receiver fade past him, like get deep here, he thinks, oh shoot, I can get this ball over him. Well, okay, good news, Fields is right. He beats this corner, if you're paying attention. Like, gets through, fires, neat, he beat him. Well, where did this guy come from, right? Actually, nickel defender does a really good job. Like, kudos to him. Though, again, quarterback's got to wear it because he settles right here to where the honey hole shot would be open before recognizing that's not where Fields' feet are pointed and just drifts. Like, kudos to this guy for getting over. There's also, like, this is your classic clicker example of when we're reviewing film, gosh, doesn't this look open? You got to take ball flight into account. By the time he actually throws the ball, and that's got decent velocity, it just takes too long to get there. Like, I mean, it's a false open. What Fields shoulda, coulda, woulda done on this play is we'll take it in slow motion. The answer's more obvious than you think. Back up, back up, back up. Here's the back of his drop. There's the corner. What did we say are the rules? If the corner drifts up, we do what? We throw it down. And so he should have just laced this ball to the outside. Valus catches it, steps out of bounds, preserves some clock. But it's a 1 minute to go situation with 2 scores. So he forces it. You can even see him think about it, right? Like, Peyton to go mentions if he lets it go when he pumps it, is it open? Funny thing you mentioned that, Peyton Rules. Justin Fields knows the answer because when he pumps it, if he throws this ball to here, he fades back and picks it off. It's a pick either way, right? Like, my opinion, if he throws this ball as he's pumping it, at least if he throws it to Pettis, like, it's an interception because the corner's sitting on it. That's what he wants. Now, if he just laces it this way, nailed it. I mean, that's the play run perfectly on time. Exactly like you're mentioning, Ben. The very succinct way to say it is, I think he pumps low to get the corner to walk that way and then tries to throw it over the top of him. And, neat idea. Honestly, kind of dirty. But obviously, something that's almost dirty is still an interception. And that's not really, that's not great. And Draco, I'm there with you. Valus is like fast, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. Like, I think you and I both know we're wearing the L until he earns the dub back, and that's fine. I believe in my guys, and if not, I'm okay with it. Anyways, let's see. Was there also a window to run there from the pocket? So, escape from the madhouse. Technically, yes. We are so late in the game that if he took off and ran right here and cut it down at that stage with next to no timeouts, you are what was it? Was it Dak versus the 49ers? You're just poisoning your game. It's false yards, right? That would be stupid. And that's okay. The funny part about quarterbacking is that if I've learned anything over the years, it is that you know what, Haplo, we may need to go to Europe so that we can show some show some kickoff returns, but we'll have to book our flight later. Let's see. The main thing that I know I've learned, the more that I've really focused on watching quarterback footage, is that the play has given the quarterback a prescribed set of instructions, and it's up to the quarterback to follow those instructions one way or another. Yes, there's a whole lot of options. Toonville, did I show Leatherwood clips? We're going to get there. We have gone over both interceptions. No way. No way it's been 45 minutes. We've covered 2 plays. All right, so that's not going to continue. What is going to continue is that we're going to dive into some offense. But then again, Akusai, before, as much as I would laugh about that, the picks are always going to be a focal point when it comes to Justin Fields' analysis, if an over focal point. There are so many times that, so to use a silly example, let me find it, play in the red zone. So you've seen this play every single week, but if the Bears ran some swoopy action right here, right, where they went double crossers with 2 post crossers, and this guy got lost in the mix, you know what I mean? And this post is wide open. We've all seen this play a billion times, right? Where one of the tight ends just leaks absolutely hilariously open. The one where you say from your couch, beer in hand, you go, I could make that throw. That play, If Fields at this stage of his career throws that touchdown pass, nobody cares. I care, I guess. Some people care. But for the most part, Fields is not curing any doubts with anything other than a win. We agree? Because if Fields was curing doubts with things that were other than wins, we would care. Not we. This is the royal we. We would spend a little bit more time focusing on. Where is it? I stapled time codes to myself. Let's see. We would spend a little bit more time focusing on stuff like this, Which, what even is this? Okay, I can tell you what it is, but plays like this are bananas. Plays like this are amazing. Mac Jones cannot do this. Most quarterbacks in the league cannot do this. And I understand there are plenty out there saying, okay, come on, Robert, that isn't repeatable. And I would look back at you and I'd say, the kid's 23. He can repeat it for 2 more years. We don't have to have an outrageously long shelf life on this play, right? But the fact that he can do it at all, the fact that he has the guts, let alone the talent to back it up, to make a play like this is absolutely bonkers. It's bananas. And so because of that, I can't help but feel like when we see a game like the one that we've seen here, or that we will look at, but the one that we saw, right, where Fields mostly stayed calm in the pocket, developed from the pocket, even got better at the quick game, for crying out loud. I keep looking at at runs like this, and I'm like, okay, this guy's just ridiculous, huh? Like, is that just where we're at? This is just crazy. Cool. All right, so taking a look at the run play itself. Let's see here. We've got Mr. Myrtle. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is. Thank you. That really helps a lot. You got an 8-month-old? I got a 3-month-old. What a crazy life. But so the Bears run. So if I can be honest, like, we're going to go over a whole lot of Bears run game today, because the Bears called about 100,000 runs, and all of them are kind of unique and weird. I mean, let me be direct, okay? Getsy, I thought he was already throwing the book at the run game. He threw the book at the run game over the last week or so. The players did not remember it all. Like, you're going to see some plays where it's very clear that somebody didn't get the message on what was going on, and I think that's because they're overloaded. Now, granted, there are plenty of times when I think people look at first-year offenses, right? And, okay, can we think of a coach, first year in the league, first year running an offense, that on a brand new team, that offense was, like, deep and diverse, right? And Mike McDaniel doesn't. Okay, hang on. First-time offensive coordinator, right? Because while you have, because like Kusai, you're going to say McVay, I would have said Mike McDaniel. Like, I thought about that. Kyle Shanahan, when he hit the ground running as a head coach, like, he nailed it. So let's talk about this, right? Kyle Shanahan, to use an example, spent 10 years developing his offense as an offensive coordinator. So when he went to be a head coach, he not only knew his system, he knew his system well enough to teach other people his system. And it was refined and well crafted over years of trying stuff and thinking about football, right? Andy Reid, another example, refined, well-crafted offense that had been in practice for years as an offensive coordinator. Matt Nagy spent a season as an offensive coordinator. Are we that shocked that the offense lacked depth, especially by the later years, right? Luke Getsy, just calling it out, has never been an offensive coordinator, right? They are making this up as they go. Like, I'm saying all that to mean that as we get into this play, you will see, and this game, that the Bears they are trying new things all the time. It is going to take an offseason. It's going to take another training camp. It's going to take more ideas. It may take a couple years for Luke Getsy to really find his footing as his offense, right? Right now, they are trying things. Some of them work. Some of them don't. Every once in a while, they apparently try a triple reverse pass, right? Every once in a while, they're going to try the Matt Nagy special, the David Montgomery running quarterback run, because we just don't want anybody else running quarterback run, right? They tried long trap. They tried bash. They tried GT counter. They tried, like, pin and pull. They tried they used a bunch of G lead, as they have done all year. They tried a couple different zone read options. We've seen them run triple option. The Bears have done so many things in the run game, and this week they ramped it up, and again, some of it worked. This play, it looks like they are trying to run like a long trap option, right? I mean, it looks to me like everybody on this line is down blocking one way or another, except Braxton Jones, who's coming across. They call it long trap, right? Because it's trap, but it takes a long time to get there. Football, scientific, right? As you watch the play from the line perspective, right, it is intended to hit right here-ish, or honestly wherever you can, because long trap is intended to just be confusing and to hit somebody. I am not certain Justin Fields was supposed to pull this. A friend of mine thinks it's read option. I think it's an option tag that Fields has on fundamentally every play, because Braxton Jones are blocking the guy that, generally speaking, you would be reading. That's triangle for conflict defender, right? That's weird. Normally you don't pull when you've got somebody coming over to smoke the guy in front of you. But now taking a look at this, and John, I'll get to that question. Don't think I've ignored you. Within this, I think that Justin Fields stuck the ball out. It's 100% a vibe, okay? This is 100% a vibe. But I think Fields looked out. He saw that this guy was crashing. They called what would be called it's a gap exchange. Well, at least it's supposed to mirror a gap exchange. It's really just a nickel blitz, right? Where they were going to have the nickel corner charge down and this guy crash so that nobody had to do any reading, right? This conflict defender's decision was made for him right here, okay? And I think Fields saw him crashing and said, well, shoot, that's an easy pull, and did. And then as he pulled it, he saw this, or I think as he looked, he saw him crashing and just decided, fine, I'll just bake him. Because this move right here felt, it's not quite instinctive. This felt the same level of methodical as when we've seen Fields stand in the pocket and edge rusher crashing down, and he suddenly gets all still before spinning out. He's becoming automatic at making one guy miss if he sees that man coming. Like, I think Fields, Turu, maybe it is reactionary, but he comes out of this so flat that I can't help but think he's just trying to buckle the guy, just like he does. Because one strong plant, and suddenly you've got a 6'3", 220-pound rusher that can run a 4.4, just jumping through your whole defense. I mean, it is crazy looking at how quickly he can just, like, blast around people. So just taking one more look at it, again, it would be strange to me to see Braxton Jones come over on long trap on a called zone read, but it's also not unusual for an offense with a superstar quarterback that can run the ball to add what's called an option tag. Keyword there is tag, right? This is an addition to any play. Whether, like, let's pretend that there is let's pretend that we're talking about like a run play, basic handoff, right? We're going to do a little bit more schooling than we usually do. Outside zone run, right? Where everybody's stepping that way, okay? You can call, like, the original run pass options came from calling, in many cases, a slant tag, where if the quarterback specifically saw this linebacker cheat on this side, then the quarterback can pull the ball and just throw it to the slant really quickly. These are how the first ones really came about, right? Especially outside zone, because the offensive line, generally speaking, is moving almost laterally, so you have the time to do it without drawing an ineligible man downfield penalty, right? Run pass options then became a little bit more prescribed. They actually became a deliberate read instead of we've all seen the classic punt fake, or like the punt fake, where the punter just sees that there is no block and so he runs for it anyways. Like, the original tags used to be like that. I think Fields is working off of an option tag. I think this is just long trap with Braxton coming over the side, and he takes it because he can. And he sees the edge crash and says, "Fine, I'll beat whoever you send at me." Byron Pringle, credit to him, he comes and hits the guy from orbit. I mean, like, look at how far Pringle here has to travel. He's done nothing as a receiver, but he does a great job setting that wall. And then there's just nothing who is that playing linebacker? I could have sworn I remember his name. Is that Jalen Smith still? Because I thought he got cut. 59. Like, he just gets baked. Is it Campbell? You're right. It's Devondre Campbell. Tough for him. And yeah, exactly. Cool God. Like, I mean, you watch this at live speed and it is just bananas how quickly he's running. Like, watch this one more time. Frankly, let's watch it in slow-mo. Like, Fields takes the option, sets his guy up. Look at that plant. That plant is just nasty, you know? Like, hard plant, that's got to be like 70 degrees at full speed. Understands the arm tackle's coming, battles through the arm tackle, and from there, he writes history, literally. And I mean, the breakaway speed from a quarterback is crazy. John, I've like talked about how, 25 ruined? Oh, like is that is it the, yeah, poor guy. Like, poor 25 ends up on a history level, like a history level play. And it's not like he did anything wrong. I mean, what human being is able to move like that? Like, 25 really does his best. He gets out for exactly the run Justin sets him up for, but the moment that he sees it coming, like, yeesh. That was, yeah, but Damo, maybe that was a huge part of why he jumped that route like he did. That was him getting Fields back. But I tend to think that in the future, nobody's going to remember the pick. They're going to remember that run. But, hey, that's just me. I'm also a Bears fan, so I am biased. Let's see. But so Allen Iverson golf clapped. Oh, yeah. Let's start from the top. Let's go through it. We'll rip through some of the run stuff. Like, when I see something worth mentioning, we'll sit through it. But yeah, I mean, censored. I agree with that. Like, that call is built to stop zone read. If I didn't make it clear enough, that call from a defensive standpoint is built to beat zone read. This play call is built to set you up in a setting where, let me see, is this the play? It is, thank goodness. The whole point is that your defensive end doesn't have to do any thinking, and you've got a DB in the gap for if the quarterback pulls it. You're supposed to have this handled, right? Fields is just better than the DB. Like, he needs, 3 steps? Like, 1, 2, 3 to beat him. And once he beats him, like, this is that moment that you don't plan for, right? Because the defensive call in the NFL, we've seen this a billion times, usually against us, right? Is that when your guy is laying on the turf and his guy is running at full speed, nobody else on the defense is supposed to be in position. That's the one guy who was supposed to make a tackle, right? And he didn't. So it's not as if it's not as if like you're expecting the guy to run for a touchdown, but anything goes when the quarterback makes a guy miss like that, which is always fun. But let's go ahead and take it from the top because the Bears started surprisingly hot. So they're going to run the ball, I think, from the start of the game. So they've got, who is that, ESB coming over? No, they're not. This is a quick pass. So look, I don't want to belabor some of this stuff, right? Everybody in this chat knows that I can be awfully long-winded. The Bears are running just an extremely standard boot that we have shown on this channel a ton because they run it a ton of times, right? Fields is just going to... What I like about this is that Fields seems like his time on the bench watching Trevor Siemian for one game, right? One game actually seemed to really help his processing. He seems like he understood, hey, speed as a processor helps my team because he takes a look, he sees what looks to him like an off coverage linebacker and a cover 3 defense, and that's enough. He says, that's fine. Against cover 3, we attack the flat. I'm just going to kick it to the flat. And the Bears pick up like 2 yards. It's not much, right? We've said this on the channel a lot, nobody's putting him in Canton for a play like this, but he generally hold on to the ball for an extra second in these settings. I mean, we've watched enough Fields film to admit that. Just sees it, kicks the ball out, takes what you can. Had he waited for almost any longer, he'd have had to take a hit, and he's got what is more than likely a sprained AC joint that's just not necessary. Like, Fields did a great job of mitigating his hits in this game. Let's see. Yeah, that's a 0. We've got John De La Talia. So, John, go ahead and start up the scorer. Like, what's the plan on that Claypool route? Myrtle asks. Let's see. The ultra check down. Let me see. Are you talking about what I think you are? Okay, so it's funny you ask. This is generally called a sneak flat. I'd write it if I could, right? Sneak, like Sly Cooper, right? The whole goal is that as the flat route kicks out, the fourth option on this play, like the absolute jailbreak option, is to just throttle down and find a hole. So that if this guy vacates and if your quarterback is left with a ton of space, you've got somewhere you could just stuff the ball. That's all it is. Like, the plan literally is to basically just run around the edge of the formation and stand still. Sean, what are you doing late? Get out of the chat. No, you're fine, obviously. We've covered the picks. We've covered the touchdown run. We'll take like one more look at the touchdown run when we get there, but like not a long one. So from there they go. I think this is just toss crack, which obviously in the world of quarterback scoring doesn't matter. But it's still, let's see. Yeah, it's nice to see the way that, for instance, like take a look at Kmet. You know what? Kmet, for as much grief as he gets, does a really good job on this play. He's a very key block. Just jumps off the line. I even love the little wiggle he gives number 91 here because that freezes him in place, right? At least makes it look like he might be running a route before he gets out and sticks Quay Walker and gives David Montgomery a back to run behind. Now, would I like to see more from Whitehair? Yes. What on earth? Are you kidding me? Like, sorry to open up as a hater, you know, but like we've got a wonderful pin right here. We've got so much going for us, and then Cody Whitehair can't stick an edge rusher that's standing still. So sad. Preston Smith comes back and makes a play on David Montgomery, who probably should have had like 4 more yards. I mean, let me take it to the wide angle just so that we can see exactly what I'm talking about here. As look, we're going to talk about a mistake when it happens, but make sure you're watching number 65, who comes out like you can hear the locomotion. Choo-choo, loss. and suddenly, what coulda, shoulda, woulda been David Montgomery one-on-one with a flat-footed DB turns into David Montgomery dragged down for a 3rd and 1, which, like, sure. Yes, DG, you're with us, or like we're on the same page. But so within that, I love the Bears' willingness to use pin and pull. I think a lot of the pin and pull that they do, toss crack, whatever you want to call it, it's sweet. Like, it's a good running game. That's a good play from me. Like it. The Bears' second half is where they especially start getting weird. You know, there may be an argument. I don't want to put the cart before the horse and talk about it before we're there. The second half could have been the Bears trying out a bunch of experimental plays. Like, not that they're tanking on purpose, but that they're saying, let's just try the weird stuff. We got to run it eventually. Like, almost going preseason mode. But we'll get there. Because they ran some strange, or not strange, but they ran a bunch of things that we've literally never, ever seen. And let's see, what did DG say? Dennis, yeah, of course. I mean, we just spent a whole bunch of time talking about it. I mean, we don't need to belabor it, but feel free to go back and watch it. Like, I think that first interception is a throw that I want him to make again. And so feel free to go back and listen. We spent enough time. We do not need to spend any more time. But at the very least, know that DG's take on that first interception is something that I agree with. So may want to go take a look at it. May not. But anyways, they run like a dive. Nothing crazy. One thing we got to love is, let's see. Right here. Like, Tevin Jenkins goes to war against Kenny Clark, and he wins this one, which we got to love. Like, him and Riley Reef open a hole. They ran right behind it. Honestly, the courage it takes to run right at 97 is brave enough. The fact that they actually get the yards is even better. So we take that first down, and we're back at it. Let me see, because I can't quite remember what they run here. Oh, yeah, this is this one. So first off, I want to give myself, or not, it's not myself. Kudos to Velus Jones for running his first route in weeks. We can give him a little golf clap, right? But so they're just going to run like a double post, right? One deep out post and one slightly shallower post, right? Sean, we're going to get there as we get there. But so within this play, they are like, Jones runs a clear out, and he's just too dangerous for 29 to not take advantage of. Fields is already loading to throw, which we love on this. Like this, it's not this jagged. It's closer to like that. But all the, I don't know. I guess he is looking. Anyways, it's a simple action that reads one player and one player only, and Fields does a good job with it. I mean, he sees the guy with his back turned. It's not a hard read. He throws it more or less on time. I mean, honestly, I would say that this is like a less on time. But when you're this open, I mean, that sounds silly, but when you're this open, the throw is more important than your tardiness, and Fields puts it in a spot that is 100% safe. I would give this a single plus. It's a tough throw. Not everybody's going to make this throw. And you do have to run, or you have to throw it on time, which it is. If it's late, it's lowercase late. So he took a look at the player downfield. He made the exact throw he was supposed to, and the Bears pick up like a 20-some-odd yard completion. Good result, partially because of the quarterback. Also, credit to him, because I think he deserves credit for this. Fields could have gotten really skittish when number 97 started bolting through the offensive line. He didn't, though. He kept his eyes downfield. He actually steps up just a little bit in the pocket right there, right? As he pops from there to there. It's as much stepping into the throw as anything, and allows Cody Whitehair to guide his man around the formation, and then ESB walks out with his first catch of the game. Love it. It does feel like Fields' pocket composure has looked like pocket obliviousness when we've talked about it in the past, but it's becoming composure. I mean, he's aware of where people are, which is, I think, something worth mentioning. Let's see. Ben, do you mean to another helmet? Like, what kind of helmet? Because it doesn't look like that was close to any helmet. Let's see. It comes in well over number 20. Do you mean like leaving his hand? Because that's nice and high. If anything, you could make the argument that maybe he maybe he lofted the ball a little more, because he did that more often in this game to avoid those exact kinds of questions, right? But so within that, let's see. We get to the next play. I think it's just a run. Nope. Play action. Yes, it's this one. So this one's funny because JT O'Sullivan immediately started critiquing the footwork. Good for him. I can't. I've never played quarterback. I don't know. I thought it was awfully nice to see Fields identify where he's supposed to go with the ball. This is the read, and throw it, even if he threw it too early. Now, this is me taking like a very long-winded approach because this is a horrible throw, right? If this corner didn't end up with N'Keal Harry crossing his face, he picks it off. Like, in terms of location, you cannot be throwing this high over the middle to a common corner area. Frankly, if he had just driven on the ball instead of seeming like this corner kind of just got wobbly with his feet, he would have picked it off all the same, and we would not be talking about this as a really good game. It's awfully nice when your big mistakes go uncaught. Ironically, this is an opportunity, JT's words, not mine, where if you give this ball a little bit of time, right? Like, or you give this route a little bit of time, yes, believe it or not, that means he may have thrown it too early. Kmet can just run to the sidelines, and everybody else clears themselves out because nobody's actually watching the quarterback over on this side. But I will take too early at this phase of Justin Fields' development, because I don't think I've said that once all season, that Fields threw it too early. It's 3.1 seconds, Fields of Dreams. And so in terms of growing stepping stone, like, it's a bummer we missed this. Of course it is. It's something that we want to have back. But I don't think it's because he didn't make an extremely hard throw, because this corner right here does a great job of sinking back and forcing Fields to put it what's called up and down. And that's a tough throw in terms of just how to operate the football, right? John, I think that that's probably a single minus. Because I agree, like, it should be. It's a dangerous throw to a dangerous spot. I like the process that got us there, and I think it creates an interesting conversation for his quarterback's coach, and if anything, I feel like I see a little bit of Justin Fields imitating Trevor Siemian, so to speak, but we get there, but like, that's 100% me just drawing a conclusion. May not be right at all. Fields pulls an option right here on what's called bash, right? This is one of the first, like, brand new sexy runs the Bears have been using. It's called bash because football, let's go BASH. It stands for back away. What's the back away from? The blocking, right? Where the running back is going to take the handoff to go over here. I believe 55 is the conflict defender. He's supposed to be a triangle. That's on me. And then I think they're running. Let me see. It's not trap. I gotta remind myself what it is. It's like GT counter, which is a big run. So they're going to have the guard and the tackle both pull over. And I think the tackle needs to hit 55 and the guard feeds through the hole. But let's watch because I can't quite remember the blocking angles. Nope, I got it backwards. So Cody Whitehair eliminates 55. Braxton Jones moves straight through the hole. Boom. And then Fields is just toting the pill through a massive hole. Slides. Doesn't quite get the yardage, which I don't really care. I'd rather he doesn't take the hit. But that's definitely something I would love. I don't know whether it's like the NFL needs to figure it out, but it becomes a weird safety question when it's like, okay, good, he was safe, but he, didn't end up getting the yardage that you could argue that he should be at. But all the same, they line up, they sneak it immediately, and that works. Like, let's see. They attack the C-gap off the sneaks, nothing particularly crazy, and they get the yards. QB sneaks are easy. Like, if we really want to break him down, we can. The only thing I'll point out, so Tevin Jenkins had a relatively bad game, but I do like watching him, where Jenkins gets nice and low and drives his man down, and then Fields gets over the top. Akusai, I kind of felt the same. So Escape from the Madhouse, you mentioned, how do I feel about running the sneak with Fields' injury? I don't think sneaks are as physically demanding as they look. Now, I've never run a sneak in my life. I could be crazy. But a fullback dive takes a huge hit. Like, the guy gets licked. The QB sneak is fall on top of a lineman, right? And then get touched. Like, there's not that many people that load up and just spear you in the shoulder. If they do, then yikes, that's not great. But a QB sneak's the right call, and if you lined up Montgomery under center, there's only so much you can do. Fields didn't even take a pain-killing shot. Like, maybe part of that is because he's all natural. I know he's vegan, so that could be part of his temperament. But I am of the opinion that if you're healthy enough to not want a cortisone shot, you're probably healthy enough to run a QB sneak and do what you can to avoid contact. Next run, immediately, this is like the double pass thing. It's not there. Like, if Equinemius St. Brown threw it right here, maybe, but he's not a quarterback for a reason. This guy's just not supposed to be there at all, right? It's a good decision to just pull the ball down and just jolt for it, right? Yeah, right, Sir Lord. But so this play, like, we can go over it if you want, but it is what it looks like, right? Ironically, these are the plays that I think require the least breaking down because it's not something that you can simplify to like running back handoff or something like that. This is a double reverse pass where the aim was to get the ball to David Montgomery on a jailbreak. There was no jailbreak available, so they moved to 2nd and 8. On this play, is this the... No, it's not. Okay, I think this is one of their other runs. So this one's a little weird because I didn't think running on pure rage, right? But so within, let's see, Harrison, what do you mean the number 1 pick? Oh, that, yes. But so the Bears actually make this look like this is a triple option, like a triple option zone read. But so it looks as if there is a zone read piece to this, staring at him as the conflict defender. But if this guy comes, you can throw a spear screen out to your receiver. Like, taking a look right here, you can see Dante Pettis run what looks like a legitimate flat route with ESB stepping in to screen him. Now, Fields takes the fastest look in the world at this, right there. He says, is he coming or not? Is he coming? Yes or no, chat? The answer is no, right? And then from there, the guy immediately comes. So Fields catches a bit of a bad break, but he makes the read that I would want him to make in a muddy scenario where he's got this defensive end charging down. At that point, like, He hands it off. Darrington Evans just gets hit at the line of scrimmage. We got to ask the question, why did he get hit at the line of scrimmage? And the answer is more obvious than meets the eye. Watch 97, who every single time the Bears play the Packers, I spend the entire game highlighting as he goes one-on-one against Cody Whitehair right here, and you just let me know who wins. The big swim, dumps him on the ground, one-on-one, nothing doing. Guy comes in flying in from the side, bummer, but had they been able to theoretically block out Kenny Clark, easier said than done, right? Then maybe Darrington Evans can just avoid that runner altogether. There's certainly some daylight right there that could have been exploited had he not been in the picture, but he is in the picture, so too bad, so sad. Move on to, what is it, 3rd and 7, I think it is. 3rd and 8. And so, yeah, Iceberg, it does feel like Mustipher, Whitehair, and Jenkins all did not have great games. Whitehair was okay in pass pro overall, but in the run game, I did feel like Whitehair left a lot to be desired. This play, I think it's as easy as it looks. So it is, let me see here. It's always weird when we've got the stuff involving where my little camera is and it actually loosely matters. But so clear out route, clear out fade, out route at the sticks. And the Packers just sit in what looks to me like a zone. And so let's see, what zone is it? Looks like quarter, half. I'm just loosely taking a stab at it, right? But because he sits, it can't be quarters. It looks like 2. But so because this corner sits in what looks like cover 2 technique, Justin Fields takes a look at him. You can see it right here. And that throw's just not there. So this throw isn't there. This throw isn't there. You got a safety that could easily range down for it. This throw isn't there. Fields goes ahead and looks to get out of the pocket. He takes one look back at Kmet, who is this throw there with this DB breaking down. It's not. You could argue that he's got like a give and go available right here because the line, let's see, the line of scrimmage is, let me get that right. Line of scrimmage looks roughly like that. And so there's one defender there with Darrington Evans breaking out into open space. He could dump it off, but there have been plenty of other moments where the running back comes back and blocks for him. So I understand a little bit of just like scramble drill confusion as Fields bolts for it, gets 2 yards short, and the Bears take a field goal. I don't know, not a bad play. I'd give it a 0. Like, nothing's really there. They got us on the front side combination, and then on the like scramble drill play, because let's see, is this just as I say, Cody Whitehair, no, this is fine, this block's okay. Number 94, Dean Lowry, presses back into the back of the pocket, but he doesn't actually get there, and so Fields is able to make something work. Obviously he lands on the shoulder there. It doesn't seem to bother him, but I don't really want him to force any specific throw. Again, had he lofted something over to the running back, we'd be saying Mahomes, but he doesn't. Maybe that's something he does in the future, but it's definitely not like standard. It's not like you have to do it or you're not an NFL quarterback. So goes into playmaking mode, gets some yards, limits his hit overall. There you go. Matt Nagy must have been in the building here because seeing David Montgomery come in to run design quarterback run made me laugh out loud. I understand that Montgomery was a high school quarterback, but this reeks of, I don't think I want Justin Fields to take a hit on this play. And it doesn't really work because once you put David Montgomery in at quarterback, you lose the ability to push defenses back at all. It doesn't help anything when Riley Reef loses to number 90, even with good leverage. I mean, like, you're expecting this tackle to be able to lock him out with a step up. And does he? 90 rips through right there and makes the majority of the play. So, bummer. But that's how it goes. Let's see. John, yeah, I agree. Like, so far, Fields is at a net neutral. We haven't gotten anywhere specific yet. And then on 2nd and 7, they check right there. Whole offense checks. We've got a 3-by-1 formation with a tight end in the nub, and they're going to hand it off to David Montgomery. And if you take a look at this play, it's the other. I don't want to say stooge. That's awfully mean, and that's not really what I mean. But it's good old 97, who on this play gives it right up 93, spears him backwards, comes off the block. Not outrageously hard. What are the Bears running? It looks to me like inside zone. It's always hard to tell when the center gets smushed, but the center sure got smushed on this one. Still, Bears make it a 3rd and 5. But suddenly, that 31st ranked run defense doesn't look 31st ranked, does it? Bears line up in a 2x2 set with Cole Kmet over here. They're going to motion him over. They're going to run a really nice little just curl flat. I mean, you want to talk about basic man coverage, because I think the Bears are expecting man. Like, yes, the Packers are showing cover 3. Yes, they end up playing zone all game. But the MO against Justin Fields and the Bears has been play man on 3rd down and win, right? So the Bears are going to call curl flat. It's like I don't want to say the first, but it's like the old school pick route combination, as you've got a go fade right there. You've got a curl route that naturally picks a defender, or at least it's supposed to, and Kmet running to the flat. Fields takes one look, distributes the ball. Like, super basic. Sure, it's like an ultra basic shuffle back, hit the back of his drop and distribute, but we really haven't seen much of this from Fields. This is not John, I want you, if I can be harsh, it's 3rd down. I understand it's a big play. I feel like this should be a P0. If anybody else can feel free to jump in and disagree with me, but I'm not giving Fields a crazy amount of credit for something that I think literally anybody can do. It's nice for Fields because Fields hasn't really done this, but as far as like basic quarterbacking goes, I would say that it's a 0. Nice job by Cole Kmet. Overall, snappy read by Fields. Good to see him get the ball out at the back of his drop. We like it. Like, it's awfully, what's the word? I always think it sucks for a quarterback when you go run, pass, because that means that your quarterback has to come in and rescue a drive that the running game wasn't able to get you any closer than apparently 5 yards, which 5 out of 10, not ideal. You're looking for like a 3rd and 3, right? But exactly, Akusai. Fields obviously didn't follow the script. Should have been RRPP. Instead, it was just RRP. But they get the yards. They go with a toss on the immediate next play. Let me see. This one's Jenkins. Jenkins gets bullied on the interior toss. A lot of other Bears get to their second level, but Jenkins ends up on the ground and gets smoked. Scott, I'm not trying to hate. So if you want to give him a half, like, I don't blame you. I think it's only a half, not because if it's a half, it's because it's been so hard for Fields. Let me put it this way, Scott. I would say it is, what's the word? It is like, it is growth for Fields, a 0 on the quarterback scale. There are enough really good passing plays that we don't need to worry about it. But this play right here, yeah, Grant, Kenny Clark is a meanie. Somebody asked, can Jalen Carter be our Kenny Clark? Deron Payne can be our Kenny Clark. Jalen Carter could try to be Aaron Donald, so that you could try to have effectively like a Kenny Clark and or you could try to have a Kenny Clark right here and an Aaron Donald right here. And if you did have that and Jalen Carter lived up to expectations, yeesh, get yourself some basic NFL edge play and you've got a mean defensive line. Mean. But yeah, I agree, Sir Lord, and everybody. Like, everybody chiming in. Don't put him on the rookie scale. But I think Kmet does only an okay job, if only because Kmet doesn't like wind the outside. But there's a lane here if Jenkins doesn't get eaten alive. And so this one's got to be on Jenkins if we're pushing anything. Yeah, Harrison, you will need the rule of 3 eventually. But thankfully, if you got if you got Kenny Clark next to Aaron Donald, you've got a great interior run defense, and you could build off of that. Mr. Myrtle, I miss Herbert too. Like, that's a huge Herbert play. Then we've got the run of runs. Here we are. Sometimes your quarterback will just go out there and rescue you from a drive going sideways. And on 2nd and 11, I mean, should I hate on Getsy for calling a 2nd down long trap run? I don't know. That's your decision. The Bears calling runs on 2nd and long is It's hilarious. I mean, it is it is it's contractual. It's a sponsorship. Like I don't understand why every second and long is a rundown, but you know what? When your quarterback sets the record for most 50-yard rushes ever, is it's in a career, right? Like Justin Fields just set the career record, not in a season. It's fairer to say he set it in a half season, right? Am I getting that right, chat? Like, Justin Fields in roughly 7 games has done what nobody's done in total in a half year. So who knows? Maybe he's got another one in him. But at this point, he's just doing something that's crazy. Yeah, Turu, that doesn't count the 50-yard touchdown run against Minnesota. But so then they line up right here. I love this play. I'll fight anybody. This one has to be at least a half because JT O'Sullivan literally asked the question, why did he throw it, right? So the play call that we're looking at, we've got a basic looking hitch, right? With Cole Kmet and I don't know who this is I never remember what this is called. Almost every team in the NFL runs it. It's a concept, I swear. But you basically run a curl route with a tight end, and then you have somebody else come over the top. And the idea is that, let's see, Michael Perez, thanks for subscribing. Enjoy having you along. This linebacker drops off, charges back at this, at the curl route right here, and then the over the top. You hit the throw at this moment. But I'm pretty sure, and BG, he had one. I'm pretty sure that Fields notes that there are, you guessed it, 5 guys on the defensive line. And backing up a little bit, he puts these 2 guys into a double chip formation, right? So they're both going to move up here. And I want you to watch the motion of Preston Smith and whoever this is on the end, right? So both of them are on there, and the common thinking, especially with him as like an edge linebacker hybrid, would be that one of these guys is dropping off, right? But so as both of these guys move up, Darrington Evans and the tight end, you see that both of these edges take an extra step outside and then reset in their stance. Well, that seems like a pass rush cue, doesn't it? And so because of that, Fields is thinking, oh, they've got a blitz. Well, if they've got a blitz, then I should just throw hot, shouldn't I? And so Fields, big game hunter, say whatever you want, the guy who holds onto the ball too long, the guy who exclusively looks at his first read, whatever you want to say, certainly seems to make a pre-snap decision to just be boring. And I love it because little does he know, Kenny White just makes Sam Mustipher evaporate, and by the time Fields hits the back of his drop, he's already got pressure in his face, releases the ball, nice and on time. The Bears get a completion that, the Bears get a completion that I don't think they would have had if you're looking at Cole Kmet. The over comes open, no doubt about that. But, it doesn't come open near quick enough. And I think because Fields sees the pressure coming, you could even make the argument that Fields doesn't trust his offensive line. But I think that understanding the situation and creating a completion that would not have been there otherwise is quite good. I think that's huge growth. Like, that's a much bigger plus on the growth scale. But good on the quarterback for understanding, okay, this could be a sticky situation. I should get the ball out. Let's see, Josh, you mentioned second to Aaron Rodgers. Kenny Clark does wrecked us more. Yes, agreed. Let's see. Turu says, I want to see that pass to Velus. Where's Velus? Are we talking about this play, Turu? Or are we talking about a later play? But let's see. Ben, with Fields, you just never know. I think Leatherwood does a good job here. Okay, so Leatherwood, let's just mention him. Where is Velus? Turu, you're mentioning, let me see. Is Velus even here? We're looking for you. I don't think Velus is in the game. Right? Am I crazy? Oh, Oh, thank you, Akusai. Thank you for playing translator. Wow, I'm a doofus. But so I thought Leatherwood looked rusty. I'm a two-time survivor of mono, so I understand why he's rusty, and we'll be as forgiving as we can be. But you know what? You actually see Raging Oracle. Thanks for stopping by. You actually see the first round pedigree. Not to dunk on N'Keal Harry. He's one of those guys that I look at and I'm like, why on earth was he drafted in the first round? Right? But when Alex Leatherwood is playing, you actually understand why he looks or why he was drafted in the first round. Maybe there's some cleanliness there, but Leatherwood plays with really solid balance. I mean, this little squat that he's got going on, that's like his whole game. And you'll see it. This isn't like it's not like this rep is special by any stretch of the imagination. Somebody said he did good. I kind of think he just stood there, but that's fine. Like, he doesn't have to do any more than that. But in particular, like, I would say Leatherwood's footwork to me looks labored. Here, I'll play it for you. You can kind of see what I mean. Do you see how every step looks like he has to think about making that step? Like, cha-chunk, 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 cha-chunk. Like, that kind of labor is something that I don't think creates fluidity, especially when it comes to cutting back on the inside. But as rusty as he looks, his hands looked like they knew where they needed to go. Like, the muscle memory kind of came back. He's got a little bit, not a ton, not Jenkins, but a little bit more power than your standard, what would you call it? Like, your standard replacement guy. Now, Mustafa just gets whooped. I mean, this is a Deron Payne play, right? Deron Payne has 8.5 sacks from nose tackle. Like, really digest that, everybody. And we're not even done with the season yet. Like, he just gets an arm under and cranks Justin Fields. It's a sweet play from 97. I love watching Kenny Clark. But it's, yeah, not ideal from protecting the quarterback standpoint. A good play to get the ball out at all. So then on 2nd and 5, this happens. Not good. Now, we will see later. I prefer Fields doing this kind of footwork to the other option, because this seems to be the only way that Fields is capable of getting the ball out when throwing to the right side. But we can put the ball in a better. We can do better than this. You know, I like this is definitely John. I'd take a half point away. Like, I don't know. That's your call. I leave that up to the group scoring, because like a bad throw, like, it's not dangerous, but it is like a bad throw. And who cares at the end of the day? Maybe we can't pick on every incompletion. And John, I understand, because I know Tim Jenkins hates that footwork, but I also think that Fields, okay, so let me put it this way. The alternative option is that Fields takes the snap, plants, throws, and that always takes too long. Like, Fields is a laces thrower. I don't think he can grip and rip. Like, we'll see if he can do it more later. But at this moment, grip and rip, to be clear, like, laces right here, I don't think he can put his hand on the ball without the laces and spin it near as comfortably. It takes way too long for him to get out like true quick game without this footwork. I understand it looks a little bit too Mahomesy, but I think he could just do like. I think he can just execute with stronger velocity. Rodgers does this same footwork. I have no problem with it. You just have to put the ball in a better place. Let's see. Mustafa seems a lot like Charles Leno. Everybody hates him. Maybe he's not that bad after he leaves. I don't know, man. Leno, like, was somebody that I know I defended at the time. And you can go back and watch my video on him. Like, I practically caped for Charles Leno. So the fact that he popped back to a Pro Bowl level, literally never surprised. But anyways, let's get to this one. So here's a nice little play. It is truly complicated. I think there are a lot of people that have made this out to be a progression, and I'm quite literally not sure that it I'm not sure that it is. Now, granted, I love Justin Fields. If this is a 1-2 progression, that's neat. But watching Fields' eyes, I don't actually know what he sees, so to speak, that would tell him that 1 isn't open, which has me thinking he's just holding the safety with his eyes until that 7 stop can get back to him, and then he throws it on time. Both of these are good. Like, either way, it's 3rd down. It's a nice strike, relatively on time, to an open receiver that gets separation. We take it, right? But going back over what the play is again, so he's got like an alert out here. We'll write A for alert. And then it is a post on the inside and what's called a 7 stop. So I think that's 1, and I think that's 2. And as always, I don't know. I'm not in the room. Watching how this play is executed, Pettis looks open to me with nobody in the lane, right? I'm not 100% sure what would have pushed Fields off of Pettis. Maybe it's this linebacker plus this linebacker. That I can kind of understand. See, this is why this is a conversation, right? Because he may have looked and he may have seen, okay, hang on, these two are in my throwing lane. I'm certainly not going to layer a throw over the top of this linebacker right here. Yeah, okay, I see that. Like, I have no problem. So then, because it does look like he's looking at this linebacker in particular off of that. And Turu, as much as you say not comfortable throwing over the linebackers aren't that short. Like, you'd have to layer a throw to back here and have Dante Pettis convert this to this, which throwing conversion routes has not been something the Bears have been good at. So him just getting to number 2, and hey, let's check this out. We like this. When's the last time we saw a wide receiver separate one-on-one like that? Like, this is basically the route that the ESB is supposed to run at the end. Not literally. It's not the same at all. Like, that one's much more true curl. But for a guy like Chase Claypool, who has not shown up, oh, that's okay, Alessandro, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, Joe, that is Claypool. And that's a nice little route right there. Like, if we can get more of that, Chase Claypool may very well be quite the Chicago Bear. So we like it. Yeah, it is nice that he looks different, you know? Let's see. Fields has 0 completed passes over 20 yards in the middle of the field. John, you were 100% correct, though it did seem like he hit a couple of slants in the middle, which I'm always about. Receivers should always give it OPI. I mean, the way JT says it, Josh, is if you're a receiver and you push below the shoulder pads, nobody's gonna call anything. And in that case, a little bit of an arm doesn't get called. Instead, it turns into sweet separation, and it is sweet. So then on this play, Fields just gets number 1 wide open. Look at Chase Claypool, almost balling. And I only say almost because this is the play that we all remember. Chase Claypool, I mean, like, look at this. Again, we're talking pretty nice separation. At the very least, this is better separation than we've had, right? Nice snappy throw right on time, and then he tweaks his knee and fumbles, and everybody goes, oh, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, we all thought that watching the game, right? Like, Fields drops back, hits the dig's wide open, as wide open as you're going to get on a Sunday. Like, maybe Garrett Wilson runs a better route, like, generally speaking, but against cover 3, you're going to get an open dig. It's like, yeah, Ben, I did too. Like, that was the really awkward thing. To be plain, I'm not saying Chase Claypool shouldn't have fumbled. I mean, we're not going to show it, but when you're bent up like this, like, take care of yourself first. Because I'm 100% Akusai. I also don't know if he fumbled. I thought he got down. Like, but I'm also a Bears fan, and just generally, generally speaking, I try not to be a homer. Let's see. Does Tevin punish the jumper? Yes. Here's Tevin Jenkins. Like, we've got to jump. Bang. Sit down. But all the same, like, is this capital A anticipation? No. Is it late? It's not. It's like right on time. This is the way people throw digs all over the league. I love the fact that we're getting some stuff that looks like, sorry for all the rewinding and fast forwarding. I know some people out there hate it. I feel like we're getting very basic looking throws out of Justin Fields that he's not been willing to make. I love that we're seeing them. The team at this point was, generally speaking, living up to those throws. It's a nice game. Like, already. I mean, the funny part is that on our grading scale, right, where we go plus or minus, like, I feel like, John, Ben, I leave it up to you guys whether or not you want to assign that a plus. It is a throw downfield. It's a throw over the middle downfield. It's an open throw that I think Mike White would hit. But when we go to the plus and the minus thing, like, it does get a little weird because Fields hasn't been able to hit standard zeros. Like, because I agree with you, Ben. That should be a 0. Mike White could make that throw, right? But at the same time, Fields looking like Mike White, we haven't seen. Like, Mike White with the best legs in the league is a hell of a quarterback. So we'll see what happens. But then next drive, time for some poise, because it is, I think it's still, is it still 10-0? Let's see. No, we haven't had any separation. But so 3-10, like, you don't get a turnover. Mike White is the GOAT. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Mike effing White. But so I've seen a lot of, by the way. Okay, so have y'all heard the best Brock Purdy nickname out there? Because I heard it the other day. I laughed my butt off. Let me see. I'm drawing this better than I thought I would. Let's see. It's gonna like come up in a nice little knob right here. It is. This is one of my best like artistries that I could have imagined. Let me see. I heard somebody call him the Brock Pot, and I about fell out of my chair. Like, so we'll see. Yeah, Demo, exactly. Like the Brock Pot. Like you're getting slow cooked by the Brock Pot. And I thought that was the funniest thing. It was better than BCB, which if you want to look up what that is, you can, but I'm not going to say it on stream. But it is right up the lane of BDN. So I heard that too, which that one will probably catch more because people love those nicknames. But you got slow cooked by the Brock Pot was one of, I wish Justin Fields had something like that. Like all Justin Fields has is JF1, which in and of itself is sweet. Ferrari Fields, if you want to stretch it. But the Brock Pot, A1 football nickname, A1 sports nickname. Had to mention it because there it is. But so, yeah, Joe, how'd you know? But so then, let's see. Is this, yeah, it's the start of the next drive. Bang, stapled it to him, right? Like somebody mentioned that this throw is underthrown. I very heartily disagree. I just think Equinemius St. Brown is not fast. This is an alert against quarters, right? If you see quarters, you are allowed to throw this. What are you looking for? You're looking for, I heard somebody call it birds on the fence, right? And I thought that was freaking funny because that is a great way to describe quarters. You're looking for 20 to not sink, right? If he doesn't sink, if he basically stays right here, you know, then you're going to throw it because this corner is going to pass him off on a post, right? And so he does. Like, as much as people... this was something I found ever so slightly annoying. I'm all for dunking on the Packers, but calling Jair Alexander beaten by this, I think is unfair. This is a quarters beater. Like, no corner is expecting this, and no corner is in position to beat it. That's why the throw is a quarters beater. Like, if you get beat by a quarters beater, sure, I might like a little bit more contest than this, but like... this is the quarters beater. Look at that separation. That's wild. Fields gets absolutely baked in the pocket. If man, oh man, like if Equinemius St. Brown is any faster and the throw is still on target, he's in the end zone. It's a bummer he's not, right? But because Turu, I hear you. It's a touchdown if you lead him inside. But Fields at this point, or in my opinion, when somebody's that open, you just got to give the guy a ball he can run under and catch. And while, yes, you could, like, I even remember JT O'Sullivan mentioned, like, if you're going to miss inside. But he's throwing it under these circumstances. And so I will give him, forgive me if I'll give him all the grace in the world when he can put the ball downfield 50 yards. You're right. Can't emphasize it enough. You're right. Under this condition, Madden would never give me this throw. Under pressure. Ball goes, let me see, to there. Or no, it goes to him for no reason. Like the ball just... yanks out to 31, and I throw a pick. Fields kept his composure, drops the ball right in the basket. Like, that is so pretty. Oh, yeah, Josh, I'll give it to you one more time. So the left side of the line gets caught on a stunt. This shouldn't be this hard. It's been this hard all year, but this shouldn't be this hard. Like, but if we watch, we're going to see 94 and 70. I think it's partially because Whitehair gets beat just enough that he has to enter a recovery step. And by the time he enters a recovery step, he's out of control. And so since he's out of control, he's got no leverage, Whitehair, to actually adjust back. And wham, he gets cooked. So it's funny you mentioned that, Akusai. Leatherwood is a little late out of his stance. I'm glad you brought this up. This is one of the longer pass rush reps we have from Leatherwood. And stepping through it, you can see that, again, he looks mechanical, but he staples his hands to his guy and then gets in front of him, lands that hand. This is the hand we haven't seen, to be honest. Like that right hand right here, like as the edge rusher tries to corner on him, like Leatherwood grabs there, doesn't let go for the rest of the rep, and then gets that second hand on and stalls him. That's actually pretty solid. Like, do you get what I mean when I say I understand he's rusty? I'm not trying to say that he is going to be amazing, but you can see the pedigree. Do we get what I mean when I say that? Where it's like there are technical aspects to the position, play strength, like the technique on where he's going to land his hands, grip strength when he gets there, the stance that he's moving with, where this loaded stance looks like an NFL tackle, right? And I'm here for it. Like, that's, to me at least, something that I want to see. Yeah, not bullied by the long arm, has the length for it. Like, who's to say he's the dude, right? But I'm with you, John. I think it should be a double plus. Those throws are hard enough to hit, let alone under pressure. But let me see. Donald says, if Jones, Jenkins, and Leatherwood are starters, do we pass on free agent offensive tackles to sign a guard and, of course, a center? Great question, Donald. I would tell you that, in my opinion, within this running game in particular, you need stronger guards than you need stronger tackles. So if you can get if you can roll with Jones and Leatherwood as your tackles, and you actually feel good about that, like as a coach, you're looking yourself in the eye, you wake up in the morning, you say, I feel good about this, then you can go out and you could find yourself like a solid offensive tackle. Reef is not a bad example for what I'm about to say to be OT3, and you may call yourself okay. You need bullies on the inside. When we watch the defense, and we'll just kind of rip through the defense, I want you to pay attention to the left guard spot, because within the left guard spot, you're going to see Elton Jenkins, and Elton Jenkins plays the whole game like a bully. Like, that's the guy, not the guy, but that's a position that if they threw some money at it, like, we're here for it. Turu, it's funny you mentioned that. Is Leatherwood under a contract year? No, he's actually on year 2 of his rookie deal. Now, his rookie deal was a first-round pick, so that's like $5 million-ish a year. Actually, I think it's cheaper than that because he left his signing bonus wherever he was, right? But in the Raiders. But at this point, if Leatherwood is a serviceable starter, he was easily worth the waiver claim. People just thought there was no way he was going to be a serviceable starter. And Harrison, I would agree with you, except Jenkins moves really well. Like, the more I watch football, the more I can honestly tell you that some guys, I'll use Claypool as an example. You guys remember we were watching that 7-stop just a little while ago and how much better it looked than Equanimeous St. Brown? It wasn't better because it got separation. The movement was so much better that got him there that the separation felt natural. It's like when you watch Garrett Wilson, and instead of Equanimeous St. Brown, where you can tell exactly what route Equanimeous St. Brown is running whenever because he's so static, Garrett Wilson will make you confused as a viewer, and then you'll blink and he'll be somewhere else. In that same way, I would argue that you can see Jenkins's movement outclassing a lot of the guards that you've seen. But so, anyways, let's see. Can we get Jenkins starting, Jones and Jenkins on the same side of the line? I don't see why you'd move the two. Like, if we're talking, oh, you meant Elton. Maybe. I don't know. Or are you talking about Tevin? Me personally, John, I would not move Tevin. Me personally, I would not move Jones. Me personally, I would not move Alex. But that's because Lester Wiltfong has completely convinced me to this idea of you pick a spot for a lineman and you never move them if you can, because it, generally speaking, screws them up. Escape from the Madhouse. Do I have any idea why the Raiders punted on Leatherwood? Was it a classic McDaniels moment? I don't know if it was like a full-on McDaniels moment. I actually think that, so, okay, if Daron Payne from Washington gets free, it's not because he doesn't deserve a contract. If he gets free, it's because, in case you didn't know, they have Montez Sweat, who's outrageously good. They have Chase Young, who's outrageously good. They have Jonathan Allen, who's outrageously good, and then they also have Daron Payne. And this guy is paid, this guy's going to get paid, and this guy needs an extension. So do you also pay the fourth one? That just seems like a lot, right? In the same way of, it's not a great reason, it's just why. After Clinton Farrell, after a lot of the other draft failures that they've had, we could mention Henry Ruggs in this conversation. It is a safe space. I would not be surprised if the Raiders saw Alex Leatherwood underperforming and said, these rookies just suck. We're firing Mayock, and we're getting away from this. That's just a thought. Like Akusai is saying, no other team placed a claim on Leatherwood, but Akusai, I will challenge you saying no other team traded for Amari Cooper either, and we all agree that that's a bargain now. There's some of these things that the NFL all seem to play chicken with each other and say, okay, we are all in cahoots to let Amari Cooper hit waivers, right? And then one team goes, I'm not, and gets him for cheap, right? And so within that, like, I'm basically just begging the question, right? I understand that a whole bunch of people all think that, wait, Ben, what? On Baker or on something else? But so the point is that I can't help thinking that when it comes to Leatherwood, that he ended up in a situation where everybody agreed that they wanted him. Everybody agreed that they weren't going to pay him first round money because they just didn't think they had to. And then the Bears said, screw all y'all, we'll take it then. And skipped having to deal with negotiating for anything. But let's see. Yeah, Myrtle, we'll see. I love it, Alessandro. Baker getting claimed by the Niners. Oh yeah, that was great. But so not after a false start, ESB lands, and I think Fields tweaks his shoulder here. Like, did he mention that in the presser? Because he mentioned Montgomery getting in, and he doesn't do like anything at this point. But so it's a war run by David Montgomery. Like, contact with Quay Walker here, but first round pick versus David Montgomery. I need to back this up so you can see it. This is one of those that I'm like, David, how do you do this? Like, I mean, the power this guy can generate is absurd sometimes. I don't want to be a homer. He's stuck at the 3. Shuffle in. How did you get there? Like, the guy came over the top of you. He hit you direct in front of you, for crying out loud. Shoves him over, sideways, backwards, falls in. I mean, some guys are just determined enough. Like, kudos to him. Heck of a power back. Real heck of a power back. I mean, honestly, short yardage situations, it's tough to find somebody just so naturally strong. Kudos to Cole Kmet here, by the way. He and St. Brown. But I'd say as impressive as St. Brown hitting Preston Smith is, check out Cole Kmet combo blocking, right? Like, Kmet goes block 1 to block 2, gets them both. I mean, I understand that gets poked fun of as being everybody's favorite offensive tackle, but like, bang, bang, you can work with that. You can win with that. Braxton Jones makes a solid block on his side. Alex Leatherwood is in. He technically does nothing. But Alex Leatherwood right now is an offensive good luck charm. Hey, all I'm saying, somebody, hey, quick, somebody in the chat, come up with the Bears, or come up with Justin Fields, QBR with Alex Leatherwood in the game, because he hit both big passes with Leatherwood in there. So It's kind of funny. No interceptions. No interceptions with Leatherwood in the game. But yeah, Ben, he 100% was. And he jumps up and bumps into him. And if that tweaked his shoulder, just saying, no, I agree with you, John. Like, QBR there for fun. But if that tweaked his shoulder was, I don't know, he could probably feel it more than he lets on. And then they go to half. So, I don't know, basic performance. This is where things get weird, right? Everything that the Bears just did, I feel like, makes a lot of sense. It's stuff we've seen them do, right? We got a little bit of bash. That was new. We got some curl flat, but we've seen curl flat. We've seen some dig routes. I guess they didn't have a ton of dig routes going into this, but it's cover 3. That's what you do. This is where things, in my opinion, like, I don't want to say the wheels fall off. That's not fair. It's more like the Bears kind of start experimenting, and I cannot tell you whether they were. I don't know what they were doing, to be honest with you. Like, I get that they needed to experiment, but the quarterback is red hot, remains red hot. And instead, they're going to go, well, they start with like basic toss crack. It doesn't work. Kmet gets beat a little bit. It's kind of a mess, this play in particular. Like, let's watch it. We're deep enough in the stream that we can't be slow. But the biggest problem that I see on this one is that when Dante Pettis seals 91, Equinemius St. Brown gets fouled up. So if you watch 19 right there, Pettis blocks 91. ESB blocks Pettis. 91 gets off of Pettis. It's a big ol' F from ESB because he ends up lost and confused, and both of the guys that he was involved in blocking get right through. He's got to either take Campbell up at the top, take Campbell underneath, but at the very least, let Pettis keep that surge. Kmet and Braxton Jones do what they can. There's not much to do, and the Bears get next to no yards off of, hey, did we notice that it's a Velus toss? So we're lining Velus up in the backfield. His transition to becoming Debo is truly in effect, apparently. And hey, right now, Debo Light would be not a very productive person, if I understand the way Debo's turning, which is not a dunk on Debo. I don't know. Last year's season was crazy. The thought of him just continuing to do that every single season would have been pretty wild. Not a holding penalty, Ben. That one just goes straight through. They may have taken it, maybe. If they did, they declined it, which would have been a little strange. Turu, I don't think so. That's pretty good, Eric. I got to tell you, that's pretty good. Because Kmet has to wall his guy off. So on that last one, when he tries to go outside, Kmet is standing here with his hips facing this way and the defender sitting on the outside shoulder. So if the running back had kept going outside, he'd have made the tackle and they'd have lost yards, just to answer your question. But so 2nd and 14, this one goes off. Like, the Bears run long trap again, which is down block, down block, down block, down block, right? Like, you're going to see Reef come this way. You're going to see Jenkins try to get to the second level. You're going to see Mustafa and Whitehair each go that way. And then Braxton Jones comes across and is going to seal 55. This is the play that we mentioned them running earlier that Fields pulled in on, I think because he felt like it. And Braxton Jones deletes a guy. Like, check out 70 on 55. Almost a crime. That's assault. Bang. Pancake with a side of fries. And then on account of that, oh yeah, Tevin Jenkins coming in with a little bit of I told you so. An extra message at the end of the play. Honestly, you might have flagged that if you caught a referee on a bad day. But it technically pushes the foul forward, so I guess that works out just fine. But boom. Good enough on Reef. I feel like Reef is lost. Like, Ben, you get there sometimes, the Fields. This is one of those where, like, okay, so I mentioned that I think this is long trap. If it's long trap, Reef should take one step into here, like one, and then immediately go block this guy on the outside. Instead, if you watch Reef, this is where our eyes are, right? You see Reef come off the line, look inside, really give it a good stare, realize, wait a second, hang on. This isn't where I'm supposed to be, is it? Get outside just enough to dust up his guy, and thankfully, Number 20 can't make a tackle on David Montgomery, and Montgomery's able to still chug out a good couple yards. But it's like this stuff makes me think that they installed it this week and not everybody 100% gets the message, as he clearly thought, okay, I'm blocking 7, right? Oh, no, I'm not. Sam did. Well, then I guess I'm blocking somebody else. Works out, but you could tell that this whole offense is a little bit of a work in progress in little moments like that. So that brings us to 3rd and 5. Not ideal, guys, because this one, okay, I don't like things that don't work. Who does, right? This play makes me sad. Doesn't it make you sad? It makes me sad. What happens here? Well, I looked and looked and looked and looked for a tell. I looked for a tell. I spent probably 20 minutes looking through this play for some kind of a tell, right? What told the corner, Jair Alexander, that this was a screen? I don't think one exists. So, taking a look at this formation, we see one corner off the line and one corner on it. What's he doing there, right? Well, he's covering up the tight end, right? So, when they send, I think that's Valus in motion, he comes down. And those movements are synced up. He's not coming down until he points out the motion and then walks up. I hazard a guess that until the snap, he is simply on his way to stand in pretty much the same place and play cover 2. 100% a guess. I am speculating, right? But so, I think there's an element of bad luck, right? I also think Equanimeous St. Brown does literally nothing to block him. Like, if we watch this snap in slow motion, why is his first step to the inside? Especially with him bearing down. Like, if that's a fake, you got to abort the fake. And you got to get out and you got to cut him off. Because you do not have to, there's absolutely no sense in letting Jair Alexander immediately interfere with the play. Interestingly enough, if Equanimeous St. Brown just blocks him, and it'd have to be a heck of a block, but if he did, and Claypool catches this ball, he could theoretically run underneath, and who's to say? Because I can't say. I don't know what this guy's angles would have looked like had Claypool caught the ball and stepped inside. But EQ puts himself completely out of position to allow this play to work, and suddenly the hottest player in the game, so it seems, is in the refrigerator because the Bears have to punt, and they pretty much went an entire series without actually leveraging anything that makes Justin Fields anything specific. You can also see immediately, like a conversation, just take a look at number 19 and Claypool, who's standing up, who immediately exchange a couple of words. Like Claypool kind of sitting there like, come on, man, you can't do that. Like, you got to get up and block the guy. So they knew something's up. But I'm not a huge fan of a kick out wide receiver tunnel screen on 3rd and 5, especially because, okay, so my gripe with a lot of these 3rd down play calls, I'm about to sound like a fanboy, fair warning, is that I can't help but think that if I was the offensive coordinator, one of my favorite things that we can do is that anytime we drop back, right, we get 5 offensive linemen, we get the most dangerous running quarterback in the NFL, and if we don't like the pass, then Justin Fields can run it and can create on his own. With 3rd and 5 to go, the line to gain is right there. That's just not all that far. Like, on the play we saw earlier, Justin Fields, when you remember the 3rd down that he like dove for it, he picked up 8 yards. That would be a gain here. Like, to me, dropping back with Justin Fields has even more implications than a standard drop back passing game. It's part of why on 3rd downs, I mean, a lot more than 3rd downs, but especially on 3rd downs, I love the stress that his legs add to the offense. So going with a wide receiver kickout screen and then a running play later in the game and then a separate running play later in the game feels a little deliberate. I don't know what they were going for. I don't know whether they thought it would work. I don't know why they thought it would work, but when people on Twitter are half joking, half seriously suggesting that the Bears tanked the game, that's the notion, right? It's like, what were they doing? Like, what were some of these, like, I get it. Every time an offense or like a team loses, somebody points the finger at a play caller. The Bears at one point were scoring 30 points a week, and people still wanted Luke Getsy fired. It's just the way of things, right? Agent Mole, maybe. Like, there's a debate I don't want to say a debate to be had, but I would say, like, there is a question of whether or not the Bears understand that. Because like Raging is mentioning, like, the thought of a coaching staff deliberately losing a game is insane. It's ridiculous. It's not real. That can't happen unless it can. I mean, it objectively helps the Bears to attempt or to not win these games. Like, the same staff that's all going to be here. Like, it helps them get better to lose these games. But it feels tinfoil hatty even for me when I'm not in the like when I'm not in the post-game room and I'm not just all hyped up on emotion. Like, you better believe that this is a weird game to watch. But because, like you're saying, Akusai, I can't imagine they'd intentionally lose either. But a lot of these third down calls felt like somewhere between experimentation and I don't know what you're doing. But at the same time, like, we're at the next drive. I had to start here. John, if that's real, that's weird. But so I did want to point this out. So take a look at Velus here. So the Bears come out on this play. They're about to motion Cole Kmet in, and then Velus Jones, who will line up over here, is going to come across the field in at snap motion, right? But Fields is going to motion for Cole Kmet right now as Velus is getting set, right? So that's him motioning Kmet over. Velus gets confused. You could see Cole already trying to call him back, right? Hey, where are you going? And Justin Fields sees him, has to grab him by the arm and say, hey, bud, I didn't call you. Go get set up. Kudos to Cole Kmet within this for not moving. Because if he moves from his stance, it's a penalty. It's an illegal shift. But so he waits until Velus gets set. Then he comes on over, as called. Kmet gets set. The signal comes for Velus. And from there, it's just a pretty solid run. Nothing specific. Nice and grindy by the right side of that offensive line. But for the Velus fans out there, watching the rookie miss getting lined up is something I love talking through, if only because it's funny. Our friendly neighborhood 25-year-old still needs a little bit of work with the playbook, clearly. So then at the actual handoff, they just bully. Turu, that's the exact point. Like, so the main point is that they are going to move Kmet in so that you get an extra blocker, and then when they go laterally, watch. So it looks cringe at that point. Let me see. John, what are you talking about? I don't get it. Just so I understand. But you also got to remember that the Velus motion at the snap is going to pull the linebackers just a little further out of the gap, right? And so then handoff goes to Montgomery. Kudos to Reef and Jenkins. They go bully mode, right? And I think John, he's jogging motion at the start because he's confused. He knows that the play's not about to get snapped, so he doesn't know why he's getting called over. But so they also actually run like a G lead here. Like, they're going to pull Whitehair, but weirdly enough, Whitehair doesn't really block anybody. Like, I'm not 100% sure what he's doing. He just helps triple team Kenny Clark. Like, there they are. 3-headed monster. Hey, it works. They bully Kenny Clark out of the lane. Maybe it takes 3 guys, right? But weird to see. That's fine. Let's see. Eric Sullivan, you mentioned doing things that Fields needs to work on rather than things that he's good at. They didn't let Fields do just about anything. Like, if anybody's doing the things that they're not good with, it's the rest of the team. Like, Fields just about gets the ball taken out of his hand because the next time he touches it, he's going to throw for a very key first down. So the play after that, Dave Montgomery just slams it down the middle. Kudos. I think this one's just inside zone. Let's watch it again. You'll notice that they've taken the option tag off. Like, they're not they're not like sitting in shotgun anymore. That's very possible, Scott. It could be injury related or keep Fields healthy related, but just basic. Again, I don't know if it's like duo. I don't know if it's just inside zone, but they do a good job just clearing everybody out. Cole Kmet hits a relatively solid block right here. Just want to talk up 85 while we're actually watching him block, because that ain't a bad block on the edge rusher right there, and the Bears get a first down out of it. Love it. First down. Next play up. Oh, are we talking about Valus? Yeah, he is. So when I think it was, so John, I know you're still in here. When Tim Jenkins talks about how he hates the footwork, this is the alternative where Fields takes the snap, flips to find the laces, and then gets the ball out. Looks fast. That's not fast at all. Like, I would rather Fields start giving the ball away on plays like this, because the Bears call like a tackle lead and pull the tackle over, and this has a shot to hit relatively big. Like, if Fields hands it off, but he wants to get the ball to Chase Claypool because this is your classic RPO look right here. It's just not quick enough. And a huge part of why it's not quick enough is because if we watch Fields right here, we're going to see he catches it, finds the laces right there, and then throws the ball. You got to just catch it and throw it, especially out of the gun, like where the snap's already going to take a little bit longer. That sounds like I'm dunking on the guy. I'm more trying to point out a limitation. Like, if we're going to do lateral throwing, which is fine, it needs to probably be designed, or he's got to be under center. Like, is it really 5 steps to get his feet set? Yeah, I guess that is 5. Like, it's, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's as much him just trying to get the laces as anything else. And like you're mentioning, Akusai, anytime you take an ineligible man downfield penalty is not ideal, as Mustafa is about 5 yards downfield at the time of the throw. Or not 5 yards. He gets like at least 1 to 2. But, let's see, sacrificing mechanics for the speed of release. Yeah, John, that is why when Fields is under center, I'm okay with the Mahomes lean, because it gets the ball out. And anything that gets the ball out, I will take. But on RSOs like this, hand the ball off. Like, we don't have to throw this. Let's not throw this. Now, I understand with the way that this game's gone, where the running game has been very hot and cold, that Fields may not want to hand the ball off and may prefer to throw the ball. I don't blame him. I wouldn't want a quarterback that didn't want to hand the ball off, right? Or I wouldn't want a quarterback that is excited to hand the ball off. You want him to be in you want him to be in a pass first mindset. That said, if you can't, if this isn't his game, then don't play it. So Fields is under the impression, Ben, if I saw the replays correctly, and this is me speculating, that for some reason Claypool needs to take this ball and to cut inside. Now, if he cut inside, he's getting lit up. Not just because of the corner bearing down on him, but because Dante Pettis does not block anything at all. So if Claypool had cut it in, there's nothing there. But going backwards, creating a 2-yard tackle for loss on first down, that's real rough. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. And so this is a moment where I will ask the chat, if you're enjoying it, hit like. We love all the likes. Those are very helpful to us. If you want to donate, remember at any point if you have a question. Now, granted, I get to all the questions anyways. But if you want to just pivot the stream to something else, even if it's a player, if you want to talk about a drafted player, like we're pretty much hitting the point where if you donate money, like I will work with you to make your dreams come true. But yeah, Donald, I'm with you. Like I don't want to go conspiracy crazy either. It's just bizarre to me that in a moment, I'd say so, Ben. I think that's a -half. Like it's not to be too hard, but it's a spot where he needs work. But so, Donald, in a normal situation, it is obvious that you're not trying to lose the game. In this situation, losing the game benefited the Bears. Let me put it this way, because Agent Mole, good question. Did Fields have a single throw in the red zone? Yes. Technically, it was on 3rd and 25. So, no, I guess that's not the red zone anymore because he's backed out of it. So, no. But so this game looked to me like a play or like an entire game where in the first half, I, playing my 5 years younger brother when I was 13 in Madden, had beaten my brother very soundly. And then my mom had come in and said, Robert, you got to be nice. You got to let Michael win. And I had to call the rest of the game, offense and defense, like I was trying to win, but really I was trying to give the game away. Like, I don't know. It was just bizarre to me. Like you're saying, Jay Sanders, Getsy may very well have been purposely being conservative. May very well. Like, totally. May have just been that the Bears had the game or the lead and that they were going to salt it away. It is just awfully curious. That's really all I'm saying. That then on, let me see. This is the next down. To be fair, they call a pass. Like the down after that, they do call a pass. And so I think it is easy for us to forget the passes that showed up. It's easy for me. Like it would have been a run that I would have complained about more. It looks to me, by the way, like they're trying to run, let's see, flat, clear out, like, or not a clear out, but like one going to this corner, one going to that corner, 2 like deep pseudo verts, and the concept's not there. Like the down and distance here is like 2nd and 12, right? So this is not a sexy play. When I hear, because I'm with you, escape from the madhouse, and yes, John, 2nd and 12 was a pass, which is bizarre. What I'm about to say is boring as hail, okay? But based on the quarterback stuff that I have watched, if Fields is looking up here, which, maybe, right? Like, if he's looking up here, you just got to throw it to the check down. Like, at your drop. You got to get to the check down immediately. Because once you get to this spot, covered, there's nothing there. And the check down's really the only choice. Now, if he's looking here, this sail route is actually low-key open. Like, I don't think Fields is looking there. It looks to me like he's looking at the safety. Amora, I will finish this sentence and then immediately get to it. But so, quick, like the quick out right there, I think that's Pringles? Pringles open. But he doesn't see him, and it doesn't look like he's there. And 32 is right where he should be. Like, if Simeon got the ball to him, and he breaks a tackle on Quay Walker, like, baller. Great, you got a good play. If he doesn't break a tackle, whatever. Like, that's okay. And you live with it. But so, within that, Fields gets out, and to be fair, this is the first linebacker to chase him down at all this season, so it's a lesson learned, but it's not a bad play necessarily. It's just one that I'd like to see him hit the check down. So Amora, you mentioned, why do people want to trade down? You think Jalen Carter's the best player in the draft. I don't want to pass up on him. The main thing that people think, just to tell you exactly what people are thinking, is that while Jalen Carter looks amazing, so do a lot of other players. Generational? No, not necessarily. But a lot of people have come to the idea, right, that would you rather have okay, so let's do this. Option A, option B. Would you rather have let's see, Aaron Donald? Horrible, Robert. Come on. Let's see. Do I have an eraser in here? Oh, heck. Let's go. A, B. Would you rather have Aaron Donald or would you rather have, and I'm going to try to think of 5 players that work the way that I want them to. Waddle. Jalen Johnson. And Montez Sweat. All right, so I am 100% shooting from the hip here, right? And I understand that this is best case scenario for scenario B. But to use an exact example, Amora, there are a lot of people that are looking at this and they're like, this guy is a top 6 pick. This guy is an early second round pick. This guy is an early second round pick. And theoretically, like Agent Mole just said, that yes, that you'd say, give me more talent over one specific talent. And I don't actually have a great answer here. Like, the other problem is that when you actually look at this is B. Let's make sure that we're clear on something. B is a lie, right? Lovingly, like, let me erase this. What this draft class is more like, and ride with me because there's going to be some of this that could be a little on the, oh, come on. We know what this is. That's AD. AD. B is more like, let's see if I can get this. It's more like, I'm trying to think of a really good player. Oh my gosh, what's the guy's name? Oh, Okuda. Kyler Gordon. And Justin Jefferson. Now, why did I pick these? Right? Not because it's fair, but because I'm trying to think of one guy that's kind of a disappointment, one guy that's a big disappointment, and one guy that massively overperforms being picked number 21 or whatever it was. Like, within this draft class, like theoretically, if you traded down and you went from number 2 to a top 10 pick, another first round pick, and like a top 10 pick, another first round pick, and then a high second round pick, you would end up with one of them that would bust, one of them that would overperform, and one of them that would underperform in whatever order you wanted. Or you draft the next coming of Aaron Donald, and guess what? It turns out Chase Young's pretty good. It turns out Nick Bosa, pretty good. Joey Bosa, pretty good. Like, Myles Garrett. Do we all agree Myles Garrett's been very good? Like you're saying, Turu, all of them could be a miss. The only real thing that you have going for you with like a Miles, with like a Will Anderson or like a Jalen Carter is you're pretty doggone sure it's a hit. And if it's a very good hit, like Akusa, you're right. Like, you could always end up with a Solomon Thomas. It's possible. But especially if you take the edge rusher, as long as you don't end up with Chase Young like injuries, they should be pretty good. It's hard to find guys that are taken that high. I mean, I guess we could point to Clinton Farrell, but they have a stronger chance of being exactly what they said they were. And that's really all it is. Like, Amora, it's not as simple, obviously, as, oh, trade down is better. It's more like people envision scenario B being, let's see, give me 3 picks. You know what? I'll list them, okay? They envision... Oh, well, would you rather have Jalen Carter / Will Anderson? Or would you rather, scenario B is now Tyree Wilson? Then they say Jackson Smith-Jigba. And also, I don't know, an O lineman. Maybe a D lineman. I don't know enough guys to be like a second round guy. You know what I mean? But people do this. You know what I mean? Like they assemble a B that is just outrageous, you know? And so because because that person looks just outrageous, this B list looks awesome, but the truth is you have no idea if any of them are going to be there, right? Like cuz let's see. I'm just going to put center. The point is, can we all agree Tyree Wilson, he could be a top 5 pick. Jackson Smith-Jigba, he may not be there in the mid-second round or in the mid-first round. The center that they want, who's to say he's good? Like, there's a lot of this stuff that, to your point, Amora, is a lot easier listed out on a Pro Football Focus mock draft simulator than it is actually done. And it's a lot more effective listed out on a Pro Football Focus draft simulator than it is in real life. Jalen Tolbert, I was really impressed with him at the Senior Bowl, right? Yeah, because exactly right. John Michael Schmitz would be hilarious on the Bears for that reason alone. But even though he's a 24-year-old rookie, and maybe that's not the grandest thing. We digress. The point is that like I do think it is A1 draft Nick to look at that high pick and to say, I'd love that in a trade down. Let's get quantity over quality. After all, the draft is a crapshoot, and you're totally right. But Jamar Chase was no bust. Jalen Waddle was no bust. I will not be shocked if Jameson Williams is no bust. And so because of that, I would caution from just assuming that because you traded down, you will automatically add all of the talent that you expected to add, especially when, guys, I followed the draft closer than I've ever followed the draft last year. People were picking Cole Strange in the 3rd round until the night of the 1st round of the draft. Like and then Cole Strange went in the 1st round. Like you can't necessarily just bet on your dudes being there, because when you do, just to use an example, you end up with Velus Jones in the 3rd, because I am almost certain Ryan Poles was going to draft Christian Watson at pick number 39. He just didn't get there, right? I'm almost certain Ryan Poles was going to draft Alec Pierce at 71. He just didn't get there. And so as soon as you start saying, bada boom, like, these are my guys, and we're going to get them at these spots, you open yourself to potentially getting none of what you want. And I'm with you, John. Like, I thought wide receiver went pretty much as I expected it to, or at least as I would have expected it to. There were some people that didn't expect to run on receivers. When you pick number 2, okay, so what I will tell you is, Amora, if you're still here, I hope you are. I hope that the Bears go into the draft with exactly your attitude. Why on earth would I trade out of this? Because if A is Jalen Carter, right? And if B is, to use a silly example, it's pick number 8, DJ Moore, a future 1st, and the Panthers 2nd. We're talking. Like, you just got to pay. Like, I'm going to make you bleed for it. It's not, I'm not going to make it nice, And so, let's see, like, oh, you bet. I personally am more just shut the Patreon down because I felt like I wasn't doing anything. Like, and so, like, I can't wait, Scott. Like, within this, like, if we're clear, like, I might even add more to this at this point. But like, within this, because like you're saying, Preston, the Bears can't give up Jalen Carter, Will Anderson for a 1st and a future 1st. Like, that's silly, right? You better be willing to just about hand me your franchise. And if you're not, then good. I mean, whatever. No need. Like, we could take Will Anderson. We will be happy with it. Like, if you want to, like, if a team says you'll give 3 firsts for Fields, you just hang up the phone. Like, I don't think when it comes to quarterback, it's near as easy at finding one as when you have one. Because I'm with you, John. Like, let me see. Let's see. What are you saying? Value isn't there. Like, oh, for 3 firsts? Yeah, no. I mean, within this, like, let's see. Yeah, Alec Pierce, future first, and a third from the Colts. You're thinking about it. Thinking, though. Like, I mean, you really have to. Let's see. The reason you trade down is because the top 3 pick is overvalued when people trade to it. John, I agree with you. You just need to get the 49ers deal, right? I am convinced that, okay, so the other thing that I would do, now granted, I am the worst, right, is if I was the Bears and I didn't get a trade offer I wanted, well, no, I mean, John, if I didn't get the trade offer I wanted, I would just take Will Anderson, personally. Like, I have become a Will Anderson guy. Jalen Carter fits the system better, and I think Jalen Carter's awesome. Jalen Carter is also not an edge rusher. Edge rushers are hilariously hard to find. I mean, franchise edge rushers are debatably as hard to find as a quarterback, even if they aren't quite as impactful. The nice thing is that once you get a Nick Bosa, you don't need another one. Like, you're good for 12 years or something like that. Timothy, you mentioned if Lovey is still the head coach of the Texans, he'll draft Carter or Anderson. I don't know, Timothy. That's a good question, but I'm not sure. If he does, we can trade out. Or we could take Jalen Carter. Turu, you mentioned Will Anderson being Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd did not have 17 sacks in his sophomore season, so you got that going for you. That like he's just fine in terms of actual production. Leonard Floyd was all projection, and he brought that projection with him to the pros. Will Anderson is an absolute sack machine, and so getting back to it, like. Let's see, technical skill on Will Anderson's awesome, and he has instincts too. Yes. Let me see. You really think Anderson is Leonard Floyd raging? Because I just don't think the production's there. And I don't think it was George's fault either when Leonard Floyd was playing. Like, he had his opportunities. He just couldn't get to the quarterback near that quickly. But anyways, that's my opinion. Watching Will Anderson, I feel like I'm watching a Deleter of Worlds player in the draft, but that's not what this stream is about. Jalen Carter, while awesome, has not shown the ability to actually play an entire game. Film looks amazing, but the other problem that I think I have with Carter, just being blunt with you guys, while Carter is awesome, and the production may not be there, I don't want to talk about production. I want to talk about the fact that if you got a Javon Hargrave to play 3-tech, you could get a 3-tech while also getting Will Anderson. When you talk about getting a 3-tech, you could get Draymond Jones, and that guy would play you a solid 3-tech next to Deron Payne and Will Anderson. If you had a line, I understand we're talking about the Packers, of Deron Payne, of Draymond Jones, of Will Anderson, you can put Travis Gibson here, and it's still debatably a potential top 10 line in football. Probably top 15, but a dramatic improvement over who they have now. If you get Jalen Carter, you're talking about Deron Payne, you're talking about Jalen Carter. That's already super sweet. But I don't really know who's here. Like, I'm just not sure at that point. And so within that, I personally I'm not worried raging. I don't think NFL players could shut down Von Miller. I don't think they're going to shut down Will Anderson personally. But so we'll have to see what happens. To me, you can build out a more complete offensive line very quickly. Or if you're drafting Will Anderson, and you've got a guy in Anderson who is playing a position of extreme importance at the second overall pick. He's worth that pick. Whereas a 3 technique, you run the risk that a guy with a low motor remains low motor. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, exactly, Alessandro. I wish it was just that easy. Bring back Akeem Hicks, like in his prime, no less. And so, taking a look at this, let's get back to it. We got 2nd and 11. Did Mac get shut down? He was like, Mac was about 250. Let's see. Yeah, I agree, Ben. If there's a year to just throw money at the problem, this is that money, or this is that moment. So Fields is going to pick up a yard. He's going to set up 3rd and 10. And debatably, we get the best play of his game. John, I hope you've got the grading scale near you, because I'm curious as to how you guys are going to assign this. I love this play. Like the next one that we're going to talk about. We'll watch it, and then we will, we'll go over it. So this is the play that, if you remember, Bears call formation shift. Fields takes a look downfield, doesn't like it, steps up in the pocket, resets to throw, finds Cole Kmet, hits Cole Kmet, and the Bears pick up a key first down as well as 20 yards. Let's go over what's actually happening on the field, right? So the Bears call a inside dig that Fields wants to hit. He's got every right to want to hit it. It's open right here. There's just one problem: pressure, right? So he, hang on, hard slide, don't run. What do you mean? Or what do you mean, Brandon? Like, just so I understand what you're saying. But so Fields feels the pressure coming up and steps up in the pocket. As he does, he resets. And interestingly enough, he still wants to get to the guy coming across. I think it's Claypool, but I'm not sure. So he's keeping his eyes downfield. And when he does, in his peripheral, he sees this linebacker, who I'm pretty sure he understands was just standing on that outside and pinched in. Once he understands, hey, this guy, didn't I send Kmet out to the flat? He and Kmet seem to have some kind of chemistry-based deal at this point, that whenever Kmet runs into the flat, he just turns up field and basically turns it into like a flat wheel. And so at that point, he recognizes, well, if nobody's over there, what if I just throw to my guy? Kicks it to him. Easy. Well, I mean, the play is easy enough for Kmet to make. And the Bears pick up a huge first down on 3rd and 10 because their quarterback found a play, which is super sweet. Let's see. DE is open and he's butt naked. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Hard slide, don't run. Oh, I get what you're saying. You're saying the fact that he runs in the pocket at that point instead of big time sliding. Oh, I get you. In my opinion, I would say that that's picking nits a little bit, just because, okay, Brandon, what you're talking about is end state. Where he started was standing in the pocket, static. Where he got to was moving a little bit in the pocket. Where he got to at that point is running basically all the time, but at least not getting hit. I would debate that this play is right there on train tracks to that end state pocket pocket presence. I'm with you. Like, there's a time, or like there's a later date where we could potentially see even more, but I'm more than happy to acknowledge that he's moved from here to here to here to here, and then finds his tight end absolutely wide open. Now, there is one thing worth mentioning here. This pass, it totally gets tipped. Right? I mean, that has to be tipped, doesn't it? Especially by the time it starts really spinning out. Like, I think this ball powers through a tip. I have no great way to confirm it, but that seems pretty strong. So I don't actually have any idea where this throw would have gone otherwise. I really don't. Because Kmet catches it, but there's reason to believe it might have been a bigger play. Purely because if the ball isn't quite so lofted, Kmet has a chance to catch it and run a little bit further. Not that I care. It's an exciting enough mental development as it is. But either way, exciting to see Fields processing the field better than he basically ever has. So I'll take it. See, Amora, like, as soon as we get into draft, the whole chat lights on fire with draft conversation. And I don't blame everybody. There's a lot of conversation to be had. This is a good group to have it with. But it's, let's see. QB1 was a true was true QB1 on Sunday. Oh yeah, that's what you meant. I thought you were about to say in fantasy instead of the words on Sunday. And so I was like, I actually didn't think his fantasy day was all that good. But so in real time, Ben, it did feel like it was just about his quickest release. So here, the Packers gap exchange. Look, we could go over what they're doing in the run game. It's like a huge GT pull. Thank you so much, Colby. Absolutely, thank you. That is really, really generous. But so, like, you see both the guard and the tackle come over. I don't think this counts as counter. Oh, anytime, Colby. Like, seriously, absolutely anytime. But so Fields looks like it's Bash. It's GT counter Bash, no less. And he gives this one away because the Packers gap exchange really wonderfully. And so as Fields is reading, he realizes, okay, like his conflict defender dove on him, and that's a clear give cue. And then Quay Walker comes down the sidelines and also chops down the running back. Kind of leaves Montgomery with nothing there, but I like the design. I mean, if you're not going to run, I mean, really think about this, right? Like, generally speaking, your running back would be attacking here, and if you were running zone read, you'd be using conflict defender over here. This is one of those plays that, like, I don't know how if I can be honest with you guys, I'm not 100% sure how the Packers sniffed this one out or if they got lucky. But the fact that 55 and 7 run a gap exchange on the backside of a shotgun run is quite unusual, if only because, let's see, like, Bash is inverted, right? The running back is headed away from the blocking strength. So if they were running standard zone read with blocks going this way, Preston Smith would have been the one on an island. Did they run this last week, Raging? No way they ran it with Simeon, right? And Herbert is that guy, Brandon. But they gained 3 all the way. Like, maybe, CJ, Quay was just the spy. That's always possible. Is Fields' run game... is this the Fields' run game counter plan? Gap exchanging is one of the ways that you could certainly try to attack or to counter Fields' running game. You still wouldn't expect that they'd run it there. But like Raging's saying, maybe I missed them running Bash a couple weeks ago, and that the Packers just came ready for it. That's always possible. But so DB has dive, linebacker has option. Would he have come down the same way, Brandon, had it been the other direction? Because that's possible. Within this, they do that. I love this, like the big long sift. It's not quite counter, but Fields turns and hands off this way, and then the running back heads inside, which I love. Oh, Preston Smith does a great job blowing this one up. He just levels Griffin, who didn't have a fabulous game, to be completely honest. He just didn't do anything particularly impactful. But good on Preston Smith for blowing it up like it is. 90 also makes a good play. I want a defensive line that can actually make plays like this. I mean, their consistency of taking a Bears lineman and pushing out and taking a lane away was very, very consistent. And I just can't imagine a Bears defensive line that could actually not only generate push against the passer, but also make things harder in the running lane without necessarily leading everything up to a linebacker. Now, here's a you tell me moment, right? Is it a good play call just because it works? The Bears call what looks to me like a zone read option with it's kind of got a G lead action to it, where they're going to have Whitehair pull from here to like there. And Fields seems like I don't even know if he has like a true read, because his head isn't staring at anything specific, but he seems like he feels he feels that guy crashing down and hands the ball off anyways, and Darrington Evans just rips. So like Ben mentions, if Claypool follows this guy and blocks, it's a touchdown. But Claypool never saw it coming, and his guy makes the play. What a bummer. That is, Ben, that is a loaf and a half. That is, I hadn't realized that happened. Ooh, yikes. And then, are you sure it's long trap? Like going from G to here, Brandon? Because I thought long trap is the tackle coming all the way across. It looks like Cody just piles up, but he may have been confused. I don't know. But either way, it works out. Let's see. What's my opinion on Leatherwood AGM? I thought he looked rusty, like he was, recovering from mono, but I actually completely understand why they picked him up because I thought he flashed a couple of tools, emphasis on the tools, that are potentially fun. It's just a matter of whether he can work himself back into shape and, not get caught on the same problems that he had last year. I really don't see Justin Fields reading anybody. Like, I think this might be a designed handoff where Justin Fields is mimicking like he has a pull option. It also does look like Cody Whitehair miscommunicates with somebody. I like that you called that out because he doesn't seem like he knows where he's going. Like, anytime you have two linemen that bump into each other like this. You guys remember when I said earlier that the Bears were trying stuff and not all of it worked? This is one of those that makes you wonder if there was some kind of either a miscommunication or an install issue, whatever it is. It works. It just didn't work in a way that we're going to think is sustainable, but okay, whatever. Then the Bears get maybe a little too cute for their own good. They go with zone read with Darrington Evans handing it off, and not only does the play fail in general, they take a holding as they do. We can go over this one in gratuitous detail if you'd like, but we're already bordering on 11, and I know we want to pick it up just a little bit. It's a clear hold on Jenkins, who gets flat beat, right? Right here, where you'll see Jenkins tug, pull, and drive to the ground. That's how you get a hold, like, at any point. But bummer. 1st and 19, Bears run duo, and I think there's a bunch of directions for Montgomery to go on this play, and he picks none of the good ones. So he's going to attack outside, and he's going to end up losing 5 yards, which, like, big sad. But then you watch it from the back angle. Now, remember, we have the magic clicker. Devin Montgomery does not. But here's the handoff. Couple directions. It would be weird if... it's not weird if he goes there, for the record. Like, this is an area that he could go because you got 94 leaning in, 91 leaning out. Like, you could attack up there. You're not going to get much, right? I'm not about to try to pretend that's a touchdown, but it's better than losing 5 yards, right? You could, if you wanted to go crazy, right? Like you were saying, Donald, if you think you can beat him in a foot race, you could take it flat and cut up that way where there actually is some room, like along that side. But instead, Montgomery takes it outside where Preston Smith has plenty of leverage against Cole Kmet and gets dragged down. 1st and 19, already tough to convert, is suddenly 2nd and 24. Not good. Real bummer there. And so then handoff afterwards, it's a toss out. The Bears don't really get what they want here. I feel like sometimes you basically like call in a play call and you don't quite get the, oh, no, I remember what this is. Ryan Griffin just kind of blows this one. Like, if you watch Griffin, everybody steps to their right in some form or fashion, except for Griffin, who steps to the left. I think Griffin's supposed to get outside, and then Kmet's supposed to get outside of 59, but Griffin steps inside, which means nobody's going to take 91. That's even worse. So Kmet changes what he's doing, steps over, and takes 91, which leaves... He tries to chain block him, by the look of it, now that I'm seeing it. Like, he gives him a shove, and then goes to try to get back out on 59, but Preston Smith comes right through and makes the tackle. Real easy. Like, not good. Especially for where they are. Man, that's a good comment right there. What's the rest of that, Brandon? But so then here in the red zone, the basic play goal is like, don't take a sack here, you know? So you drop back in the pocket. Fields does a good job navigating it. Play call is like a hook, a fade, a dig, and another fade. And that's obviously not open. That's obviously not open. Frankly, that's not open. And the dig is about to be. But only after Fields makes something work. So he does. I love this. Like this little move right here where he steps in, dodges the rusher, hops up, hits Pettis right on time too. Like, check out Pettis, navigate past the window. Fields throws right as he gets through the window. Yeah, exactly, Agent. Not a red zone throw. And the Bears get a completion. I feel like that's like a half plus because not taking the sack, it should be a 0. But this is nice pocket movement to then generate the play. But I'm sure you did, Turu. But I love him looking downfield and finding a throw. I mean, it's simple stuff, but it's a different way that Fields can play the game, and it's another way that people have to scout him. AKS, it can kind of feel like that. Like, I don't think they were trying to score a touchdown there, to be fair, because they wanted the 2-score lead. But now they're down 2, right? And then we get Leatherwood's back. But so this one's hilarious. Like, honestly, this is such a funny play to watch because it's the same play we saw last time. Hook, over, hook. And it's Kmet's worst play of the game. Like, I mean, Kmet gets absolutely stood up on this over route to the point where it's like not there at all, right? He gets jammed and a half. And so Fields stares at him, but by the time he's looking at him, like, I mean, there's just nothing there. And like you're mentioning, AKS, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like, well, Martin, yeah, 100% talking about the other one. But like, it's a drop 8 coverage. And so then Fields is going to just spin around, find Harry absolutely wide open, flip his hips, and just send the ball to the sky. And great catch by N'Keal Harry with sticking the landing to boot as he's able to make the adjustment. Like Brandon's saying there in the chat, the defensive download, like if Fields had immediately thrown for the hitch right there, it's going back the other way. The plus Ben in that case was stepping up in the pocket and finding Kmet. But so Fields does a great job getting back to read number 2, flicking around, and firing. We love it. I mean, we really do. And suddenly it felt like, again, the shackles kind of came out, right? Raging, I don't really, I don't want to dunk on a guy that you like. I mean, I'm all for positivity here. The catch is sweet. N'Keal Harry is really struggling to separate. And even on this, he doesn't really... Like, he separates because his guy jumps a route, but he's not quick at all. And it's not that easy to just convert somebody to tight end. And I hear you on the possession receiver. I just think you could find a better possession receiver, like a Garrett Wilson. In this case, it would be like Jackson Smith-Jigba. So this play is intriguing, if only because, I don't know. There's an aspect of you tell me. Right. Oh, wait, one more thing. 82. That's hilarious. He just stopped talking for 10 minutes. I love it. Let's watch Leatherwood. Leatherwood comes off his arc, makes contact, needs a little help. So this was the one play. We saw 10 snaps, guys. Like, do we have much to talk about? Not really. It's not like Leatherwood re-anchors well against a 3-man rush here. So I'd love to see him strike a little bit better because I think he could play with more power than this. I need to watch his Raiders tape eventually so that I understand what his issue was. But he goes for a hug. The Bears are very into the hug technique, and the hug technique gives up stuff like this all the time. But it's not a good rep. He gets saved by Jenkins because it's an 8-man, because it's an 8-man rush, and Fields just, Josh, are you still here? Because this is one of those, like back view makes the throw look that much better as it just sails right over. Great catch, N'Keal Harry. We love to see it. So then, play after that, the Bears are going to run like a shallow cross looking thing, where they're going to have Claypool come over there. Kmet is going to curl right there. I don't remember what either the tight end or ESB do. They're medium, not relevant. It looks like ESB just runs a big old fade, and this tight end heads out there. And then you may wonder, what's Claypool doing up there? JT O'Sullivan didn't know either. Because generally, if you're going to run shallow cross, the crosser needs to be shallow because you gotta run, like you gotta go. And Claypool seems to take this shallow crosser and turn it into like kind of an M. And so by the time the pocket collapses, don't look at who the pocket's collapsing because of. He's not open yet, right? Had he been able to had he been a little lower and run a little quicker, Fields might have been able to dump the ball off to him so that he could curl up and run. But because he got so deep, the throw's not really there anymore. And that's not me saying it. Like, that's straight out of the mouth of an NFL quarterback who I'm assuming knows what he's talking about. I mean, he certainly seems like it. He explains everything really well. But I'm projecting. I'm not in the room. I don't know, right? What I appreciate is that Fields feels pressure and kicks the ball to his check down. It's 0, right? In terms of like, is it a bad play or a good play? But it ain't a sack, right? Fields went the whole game without getting sacked, partially because of having the instincts to say, okay, we're getting pressured. Let's get to the check down. And you know what? We'll take it. Like, little plays like this, easy as they are, I mean, it's not a horrible rep from Leatherwood because Fields takes an awfully deep drop. Like, especially by the time he's right there, he's like 9 yards deep, is it? Ball's right there. Okay, so let's try to remember that. It was on that. Snap. Oh boy. That is like a 12-yard drop. And it's not a great route concept. Not at all, Brandon. But in terms of just tackle like play, trying to defend against a 12-yard drop is extremely hard. I'm going to go to bat for the guy, if only because I've seen the same problems with all kinds of tackles all over the place. Leatherwood doesn't get out of his stance pretty quick. That's for sure. Ugh. Like, Leatherwood's very slow coming out of his stance, comes out flat out late. But it is an extremely low drop, and really it only looks like Leatherwood guides him to the pressure because that drop is so deep. And yeah, that drop kick is particularly bad, but no hit. So thank you, Fields, for bailing the guy out. Thumbs up. Nagy did do that an awful lot of times. Is Jones holding? I will go back and ask for you, Turu. Let's see. Nah, that's the Class A hug block. That's it right there. That's the Packers hug, executed to perfection. Holding. So one funny thing that I found out this year, and I found out for the same reason everybody else did, that it's that Micah Parsons Instagram post, right? When a defensive lineman turns his shoulders like this off of an offensive lineman that previously established his hands legally, he can hold all he wants. I don't think you can take the guy to the ground, but I'm pretty sure so long as he remains standing, it is legal by the book. Now, I would need somebody to confirm that, but that's what I heard on a broadcast at one point. it looks a lot more illegal than it actually is. But so on 2nd and 12, of course, we are contractually obligated. I'll take it, Brandon. I'll take it from you. But so we're contractually obligated to run the ball, and so we do. Let me see what concept this is. It's illegal to pass, especially after the pass just lost 2 yards. So I thought there's one block here that I did not know how to deal with. Because when I watched from this, I came away, I haven't seen a lineman do this in a Bears uniform. Where if you watch Leatherwood gets his right hand on this guy's shoulder right here. And almost immediately, he wins. So the run should be over, right? But Leatherwood actually manages to keep a hold of that shoulder, right? And so his guy doesn't get out. It's right on that line of what is and what isn't holding. And the only reason it's doable is because he's able to keep those shoulders level. And frankly, the defensive lineman doesn't do quite a good enough job of selling it. Because if he sells it a little harder, he might very well get a flag. But he's able to keep him fenced in. Like, that, it's a nice play. Because like you're talking about, Brandon, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. But at the same time, it works in his favor. So it's one of those that, like, let's see. On the other hand, you got Tevin Jenkins, who gets stonewashed on the other side. Like, love Tevin. This is the other result, right? Leatherwood seems like he plays a much less boom or bust game, whereas Tevin gets tossed out of the lane at that point. And credit to ESB. ESB makes a tough-to-make block and washes his guy out of the lane. Solid job from Ryan Griffin, though it's not a particularly hard block. Not really. And Montgomery jumps through a tight hole, like squeezes through, and takes 2nd and 12 to like 3rd and... Is it like 3rd and 5? Yeah. And then if we got any Tevin Jenkins fans in here, which I assume is everybody, hide your eyes. So it's 3rd and 5, and the Bears call trap, right? I love trap. I don't love trap on 3rd and 5. Now, I only don't love the trap on 3rd and 5 because I don't really like running the ball on 3rd and 5, let alone running the ball on like when you've got a superstar quarterback. That, again, I love the concept of basically any time you can drop Fields back and allow him to create 3rd down magic. Now, he's hurt, so I get not. Especially with a bye right around the corner and a game that maybe your GM wants to lose, right? But all the same, trap runs, for those who don't know, are the concept of basically having a bunch of guys trade their assignment. Cody Whitehair is going to hop out here. Sam Mustipher is going to block him, and then Tevin Jenkins is going to come across and block him. It is a trap, right? John, I don't know if this is the play that he's talking about. Like, with Monty not hitting the hole, I would assume that was the 1st and 19, that he didn't hit the hole hard enough. But these guys come out on trap, and the trap goes off. Like, they get him way out of balance, right? So what doesn't work? Tevin Jenkins, full head of steam, rip and a miss. This cannot happen. Got to get your hands up. Got to hit the guy. Not a great game from 76 overall. Had to happen eventually. Tevin Jenkins is basically replaying his rookie season. But this actually could have worked. Like, just letting Getsy win for a little bit. Because that's the thing, Donald, right? I don't think it was like, the more that I watch this, the more that I see there is one thing in common, and that's that Fields did not take any hits, right? So that could have been the plan. Is how do we do this without Fields getting hit? But in this case, like, let's say Jenkins moves this guy to out here. That is a fat execution. Or, like, that is a fat hole. That is huge. You could pick up your 1st down there. So as much as I would dunk on this play call, mostly dunking on it not working. Like, Tevin Jenkins coming across and getting smushed is not part of the plan. And so I'm right there with you, Ben, where it's like, do I want to say, oh, this was actually a good call? Not really, because it's not my style, but it would have worked if if it had happened. Let's see. Oh, and I agree with you, John. Like, nobody runs on third or fourth down more often than the Bears do. In this case, I mean, I guess technically with almost any running play, you can point to execution somewhere, right? But all the same, I'm sure the Bears were as much trying to protect a field goal as anything else. Like, that's a boring answer. You know what I mean? But I'm sure they thought to themselves, okay, 40-yard field goal, how could we possibly miss? How could they possibly miss, chat? But they do, obviously. And then we get into the last drive, which, like, the last drive was heroic until it was not. And then we'll skip garbage time. But so let's see, how much difference do some of these calls look with Herbert out there? I shudder at the thought, if only because I don't think that there are a lot of people who absolutely love David Montgomery that are quite ready for that. But I'm not trying to go for that. Let's see. This one just looks like, and honestly, there's some pieces of this that are the same play as the last one, but it's just a dig with a flat. And so Field sees this linebacker sink, distributes the ball. We like it. Basic, high school quarterbacking play. But ball's out on time. Bears start a gotta have it drive with some yards. Bears did a lot better on first down. Like, I would say that the Bears did a whole lot better on first down than they basically ever have, which is awesome. Like, usually second down has been the problem. There was a point where first down was a huge problem. They've kind of gone back and forth. The offense isn't good enough to be consistent, but they make steady little progress here and there. I don't know. Like, then, let's see. Should the Bears try to upgrade at halfback? Everybody keeps wanting Saquon. Oh, man. I hate to be the guy. So Ben says horse collar. Let's see. Can we go that far back? I thought it was clean at the time. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't mind not free yards. I'm not really a pay for the running back guy unless you're talking about a cheap one. But that's just me. Like, by no means am I trying to hate on David Montgomery, hate on Khalil Herbert or anything. It's just wild how far you could theoretically get. Let's see. Wait, Monty would have had 30 yards on which play? On the last one, Kyle? Like on a check down? Is Montgomery in this? Yeah, that's the comp. That Kyle, that part is so funny about about some of these checkdowns. Is if you've got the magic of the clicker, like getting David Montgomery the ball here sounds awfully great, doesn't it? Like, how far would he actually get before somebody closed on him? I literally don't know. Would he be able to shake and bake a couple of DBs that are collapsing on him and a linebacker or two? That's a great question. But that's one of those where you've got that clicker magic working for you, right? It's a perfectly fine play. I mean, call me basic as heck, but I like it when the quarterback makes a play that works. I mean, obviously, Brandon, and you got to go through the read. The read over there is on that right-hand side, 1 to 2. Fields gets to 2, distributes the ball on time. But I'm with you that it's always interesting when, in many cases, the check down is just not despisable, right? Like, there are tons of people, when I say despisable, right, I'm mostly talking about the people that use the words captain check down as an admonishment, right? You guys have heard it before, haven't you? That like somebody's captain check down. you know? And in many cases, the check down is extremely valuable. Like, getting to your check down is not giving up. Getting to your check down is handing the ball to somebody that's worth giving it to. I mean, that's like a lot of what Justin Herbert did in his first year. Like his rookie year, he just dunked the ball down to Austin Eckler, and Austin Eckler produced like crazy because of it. Dave Montgomery's a great check down back. If Fields can get to the point where he trusts his check down guy to just hand the ball away and like go let him make a play for you, I think that's to his benefit. It's just a matter of getting there. Like, you can't have too much check down and you can't have not enough check down. Yeah, Amora, exactly. Montgomery does a good job here. The Bears just freaking love to run the ball. Like, I mean, for crying out loud, the Bears, it's not like a bad thing. I mean, these are the formations that you want to run the ball against. Like, it's not even weird. They just run, I mean, it's not duo. Looks like just inside zone. Jenkins does a good job getting out. When you're going to call a 6-man box with nickel personnel, like, you're begging to get the ball run on you, especially with like 3:36 on the clock. Like, you have time to run the ball. All you need is a field goal. If anything, you're kind of running your 4-minute offense. But so then next play. So I liked this. I don't know. They reversed this, right? This didn't end up being a completion. It's just another variation of curl flat, right? And so Fields used to be really horrible at this. I think Fields was trying to turn him, but I think I may be acting a little bit too, I don't know. Basically, I may be taking Fields' side a little too much, because obviously if the ball is where Fields wants it, it should be better, right? Dave Montgomery has had some snags this season. Like, again, I think they take this one away, but he's made some plays that are like, ooh, that is nice, David. But he and Fields obviously don't have a great concept of where that ball should be. Bummer, but it's nice to see him rocket that ball to the running back relatively on time. I think it's a little late, to be honest with you guys. Like, 1, 2, 3. You could see those 3 hitches, you know? That is, Jeff, I may need to take a look at it. It's a good point. Oh, snag is the route. That's not a flat? Because I thought a snag and... Okay, what's the difference between a snag and a whip? But, yeah, he does, Agent Mole. But so 2nd and 10. Is this the Kmet play? I think it is. We've been begging for slants, team. Kmet slant. Boom. Nice and simple. And guess what? It's on time. Break. Fires. Boom. Begging for it. Like... begging for it. And Raging, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe it's because they don't have Kyler Fackrell anymore. But it is so funny suddenly seeing, like, first of all, I love the fast motion. I do. Like, you send the running back away, you generally always get one of these linebackers just hauling to that side. So it cleans up the read for Fields as they get him out of the way. It's an easy throw. I agree with you, John. It's a 0. But from a concept standpoint, it's a nice... Again, this is a plus for growth. It is a 0 for quarterback scaling, right? And then I think we get the play again. Did he seriously, Brandon? Because it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. Jair was playing like a bunch of burnt toast at that point. I don't know BGB, but I'm glad it showed up at all. Because this was one of those where we were... Before this game, do we all remember this? Like, before this game, I think we were all trying to tell ourselves, no, it's in there. He can. I've seen him do it as a rookie. How could he not do it now? He literally did it as a rookie. Like, what am I worried about? He literally did this as a rookie. But, you know, we really weren't seeing that, you know? And it's fun to see that in a in an NFL game in his second season, he was able to make the basic throws look basic again. I mean, if Fields can keep making the basic throws look basic, there's a lot of stuff that is not basic at all that he can do that makes that game even better. So then we already went over this one. This route is not good. Like, I disagree with the people that are hounding over it. This can't be a bad decision. I mean, that's open. Like, in the NFL, this is the look you want. It's why he's loading to throw. I stand by the throw. I think the throw is placed fine. And when you watch Equanimeous St. Brown going all the way back to here, like, okay, somebody pointed this out. Chase Claypool and ESB are basically running the same route. And while it looks like a tough route, partially because Claypool doesn't exactly run it perfectly either, had this ball gone to Claypool, he's able to stay in front of his guy, whereas Equanimeous St. Brown allows the defender to get back inside because he drifts that much further out, which is the unacceptable piece. But so, yeah, Brano, it sure feels like it. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Turo. I don't see JF1 staring him down. Like, take a look. He's looking at the safety. Well, I guess he's just looking upfield, right? Looking upfield. Now he's looking at this safety. Now he's looking at David Montgomery, as well as the other safeties. Then he plants and drives. So there's no stare down. I think the stare down narrative comes from the broadcast, right? And I'm with you, Brandon. It's still a sweet play by Alexander. Good for him. But you, as a receiver, you can't let a corner in cover 3 pick this ball off. Like, I understand it sounds like fanboying. That's what somebody said earlier in the chat. I saw it. My heart is broken. But I get it. It sounds weird to be like, I back the quarterback, but I do back the quarterback on this one. I don't need some crazy benefit of the doubt. Like, that throw is a throw that I don't want to stop. That throw's got to come out. But it's a huge bummer that the route ends up as poor as it is, and Fields isn't rewarded for throwing with, generally speaking, anticipation. So I do feel like, Jair just slammed him, Brandon. I mean, put him in the body bag. When a guy comes out immediately afterwards and is like, yeah, he's a scrub, that's why he got cut from us. Like, yikes. Put him in the coffin. and that's what's weird, Turu, because, like, Justin Fields says it's a dig, and then ESB says it's a curl, and I have no idea because Fields throws a curl. Like, if the route is this, like, the ball comes right to him there. I mean, literally, Jair plants right there and goes straight through ESB for the catch. But that's what it makes me think that Fields misspoke. Like, you're kind of like you were getting to. Like, I don't know if they just called it something wrong, because I'm with you, Turu, that if it's a dig, it's bad placement. But route's got to be better. All the same, I was really excited about this. I mean, John, what did we come up with? So Kyle, you're right that it did look like a dig for a little bit, but Claypool up on the top running a mirror concept runs a curl. That's not a dig, right? To me, that tells us it's a curl. Now, that's a great question. 82. Why pick ESB over Claypool on this? I think it's a traffic question. Like, let's see. I think it's a matter of, this is the side with the linebackers and this is the side with the nickel, right? Because the nickel corner, you never know what he's going to do, right? That's a much more dangerous defender. Whereas the linebackers are less of a problem. And so you've got a throwing lane. 2 digs, Daniel, would be extremely weird. That's a good point. Like, schematically speaking, if you were running a mirror concept with 2 dig routes, that would just be, honestly, it would be like football comedy. You could have them both collide in the middle with like a ball that came to him. But so, Kyle, we can't be 100% sure of anything. Like, at the end of the day, I don't know, you get to make the call, right? But at that point, like, yeah, Brandon, I was thinking the same thing. As I watched Claypool, I was like, that route's not actually that great either. But whatever. Let's see. That Fields and Kmet work together for a practice at least an hour because they both want to win. It does feel like that's showing up. And then here's the garbage time stuff, but we're not really going to like break it down. It's like Fields sitting in the pocket, chucking the rock. That was a terrible interception. Fields is not good in desperation time. Fields seems like the kind of player that would tell you, I'm already playing fast. What do you want me to do when you hit this point? But it's you get a jump pass, which reminiscent of the one to Mooney. Fields took a couple of hits, not a ton, like a very regular quarterback number of hits, but that's one that, like, especially at this phase of the game, like, I understand that the game's technically still winnable, but you just gave up so many, or like unanswered points. What a bummer. Quick flick to Kmet. The pick's coming up soon, but overall, like, I felt really excited. This was a game where, John, what did we come up with? Because it's not as many pluses as you'd think. The big difference with Fields is that he made the normal stuff look normal. He limited bad plays, which obviously it sucks that he had an interception at the end. But him being able to make the normal stuff look normal and advance as a passer is a huge win. Honestly, the fact that Justin Fields looks like he's developing almost linearly is bizarre to watch. I mean, first of all, Jeff, I completely agree. We've been waiting for this game out of him. Just a simple 254 yards. What coulda, shoulda, woulda been a touchdown or two because of the the deep passes. It's not like they let him throw it. And yeah, BG, you're totally right. Let's see. What do you mean he had to? Without garbage time, we've got. Do you have totals? Because let's see. That's neutral on the first one. Run added some on the second. The third one, we got a half. The fourth one, we got 2 pluses. The fifth was neutral. The sixth looks like 2.5. The seventh was 1 single plus. So mostly pluses. Like, certainly mostly pluses on the drives. But I personally thought this was seriously just a huge win. Like, it wouldn't surprise me, Donald. I mean, I also think that the high school to college circuit is just different than it was. You got to remember, Donald, that like one of the most under-discussed things in football is that they implemented practice like regulations. And so when Drew Brees and Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and Aaron Rodgers even came into the league, you could practice as much as you wanted with your quarterback coach after practice. Now you can't. So you couldn't just drill and drill and drill and drill and drill and drill and drill. Now you got to go to a secondary guy who isn't specifically working with the team, et cetera, et cetera. It's not the same, right? It's not to say that Fields can't practice. It's to say that the practice environment looks different. And so why would they do what to like limit practice? It was like I'm trying to think of what to call it. It's a union thing, like a workplace regulations. Like, you can't overwork me for no extra pay. That kind of thing. It wasn't about quarterback quality. It was about making sure that players didn't get run into the ground. And so overall, I felt like this game was just outrageously encouraging. I mean, super, super fun. Best Packers game I've seen in a long time. I was on the phone with a friend of mine who can reveal himself if he wants to. I think he's in the chat, but I'm not sure. But it was like, I remember Fields was driving as the Packers were up 20-19, and when Fields threw that interception, and especially when he saw that like ESB had run a bad route leading to it, he outright celebrated the interception as a massive Bears fan, because in the grand scheme of things, this game was the idealized result. Like, it was a funny game, but it was a It's a funny game because it felt like the Bears dominated context and then lost on the scoreboard. But that's the dream, kind of. In this specific season, that's the dream. And yeah, Brandon admitted it. It was him. But it was just bizarre. Honestly, it was just bizarre. But like, do any college kids enter the portal surprise me? Honestly, like, kind of. But mostly college football to me is just like letting my eyes glaze over on a Saturday. But so that's perfect. I was angry the Bears were going to win, then angrier when they lost. I love the fact that it felt like things fell off because the offensive coordinator. Look, I'm not about to say that I think Luke Getsy was just awful, but a lot of that stuff didn't work. And what a great reason for the offense to fall apart, that it felt like the ball got taken out of Fields' hands and therefore plays didn't end up getting made. Do I think Rodgers plays next season? I think he fought so hard for this contract, he's not going to walk away. I don't see why Rodgers would do the Packers any favors. I would envision Rodgers wants a trade at this point, but I really don't know. Like, EFT, it doesn't really make any sense why Rodgers would turn tail and retire on a 6-win season or whatever. And so, like you're saying, who's going to be able to take on that contract? I don't know. The Jets do make a lot of sense. But at the same time, I mean, like, okay, I'm about to say something ridiculous, but this is what I think. You know what? I'll show it to you. This was a horrible game from Aaron Rodgers. Like, Aaron Rodgers did not look good in this game. And while the Jets look awesome, I don't know what the Jets would trade for Aaron Rodgers that they would possibly make worth it. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that the Jets are like super duper, I don't know, good. But like, there were a bunch of these that like, yeah, exactly, Ben. That like, I don't know. Look, you tell me if you think this is bad. I mean, the funny part is everybody loves anticipation. No, that's just a drop. Yeah, John. And not to mention, like, okay, so we don't need to get political. I don't know if Rodgers' recent antics would play in New York. But that's just my, like, inclination. Like, I think there are a lot of ways that Rodgers goes about living that Green Bay, Wisconsin might be okay with. But I just don't think New York would be super accepting of a natural healing guy. Just a thought. Like, especially given a lot of the stuff that's happened relating to COVID in New York City. Like, I just don't know if that would work from like a media perspective. Now, this is me being a hot take. Okay, so I don't know why I love backup quarterbacks so much. I do. Mike White is like not bad. I mean, he's not good. If the Jets could trade for a good quarterback, like they should, but can we both agree that that when you look at when you look at the Russell Wilson trade and when you look at, frankly, even the Matt Stafford trade, the fact that the NFL draft may have two teams in the top 5 that gave away their pick makes me think that a team trading for Rodgers would not trade near as much. Now, that's a guess, but you talk about a 40-year-old. He comes with a surprisingly hefty contract. I don't think this would be something that people are pining for, but that's really just me kind of shooting from the hip, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm strange. I would probably just play Zach Wilson. Like, if I was the Jets, I would figure it out with Zach Wilson. Because the Zach Wilson game we watched was, I mean, the second half was pitiful, absolutely pitiful. He has a lot of talent. I can be honest enough to tell you guys that especially when Fields looked like he was struggling, I wanted somebody else to show up and just play really badly. You know, like, it's unfair. It's super stupid, but every Baker Mayfield stan feels better when Josh Rosen already got cut, right? It's the whole like, well, he's not the worst possible pick, but because I'm with you, Ben, like his footwork is catastrophic, but the stuff he is doing with like or the arm things that he can do, with Zach Wilson looks insane. Now, if he doesn't have it between the ears, like if it's an attitude problem and it's just like he doesn't want to get up at 5 a.m. Like this is something that Brandon said. I'm literally quoting him, right? But he said, it's not hard. It's not unusual to like putting on the uniform, to like walking into the stadiums, to like doing fan meet and greets, to like having people cheer your name, right? It's not weird. It's not hard. It's not tough to like that. But if you really love football, you love getting up at 5 a.m. to go to practice. You love staying late on Friday night to study film. You love like watching what you're eating to make sure that you're at the best of your game. Like you love, I don't mean to be a complete cornball here, but you love all the stuff that it seems like Fields, who's like a football psycho, actually likes. And so it's tough to get out of bed to go do road work at 5 a.m. when you're sleeping in silk pajamas. Oh man, that's good. But it's like, I mean, if Wilson doesn't love it, like if he doesn't love it, I don't know how you necessarily rescue the career. But I will point out that, because like you're saying, John, I mean, you joke, but seriously, like if you don't love it, it's going to be hard, to be really hard. But Fields at this point seems to want it. His growth is insane. Like where Fields was at week 1 to where Fields is now in just like 13 weeks feels, I can't think of the last time I've seen a quarterback just grow like this. Deshaun Watson hit the ground running. Like, say what we will about what happened after that, Patrick Mahomes just hit the ground running. He had a whole year of us not having to see the warts. But then when he, like, literally, what was it, first year he fully played, he won the MVP? Like, that doesn't happen. Justin Herbert, he was hitting crazy stuff from the day he entered the league. I mean, he just about blew some guys' gloves off, like in his first game, because he was throwing the ball too hard. Like there was too much there. I feel like Josh Allen, Haplo, that's a good one. I didn't follow his growth like with enough of a fine-toothed comb to tell you I know what it looks like. But that's 100% true. Josh Allen went from like, haha, look at him, to holy moly, can we avoid playing him? Another guy, hey, can I just throw Tua out there? Like Tua looks like a guy who's been in the league for 10 years in his 3rd year. That is very hard. Like I want to give Tua some flowers, because while Tyreek Hill and while Jalen Waddle are incredible, like, and I mean, Ben, come on, like you're right. That San Fran defense is awesome. Like, eventually the Dolphins were going to run into trouble when their guys couldn't just run around. Haplo, I would agree with you if we haven't seen guys just like Tom Brady. I mean, because Turu, everybody in there saying like Tua crumbles under pressure. There are a lot of quarterbacks that crumble under pressure. The book on Tom Brady for years was pressure him. The answer was good luck. The Patriots gave him a sweet offensive line, and he went out there and made plays. Nobody's anticipating like Tua is. And say what you will about his arm, he gets the ball out there. Like, he goes and lets Tyreek Hill make plays. Like, it's... Yeah, exactly, Donald. The Giants finally did it, and they took the Super Bowl away on an undefeated year. Hey, am I trying to say that like Tua is Tom Brady? Let's be clear. That's not where I'm going with this. But for all we do to try to make football a one-man game with 10 buddies, Tua is the kind of guy that is playing it like an 11-man sport, and he makes that 11-man team look extremely good. Extremely good. That's really all I'm saying. Like, honestly, yeah, 82. Like, 100%. It does remind you of, like, Supercar. That was a fun era. Supercar was fun. let me see, crazy, isn't it? Like Tua, Allen, and Hurts all took an offseason to turn the corner. Fields did it within the season. Yeah, John. I mean, it is pretty crazy. I can't imagine what Fields is going to do in this offseason. And frankly, if anything, if all he comes out of this with is an AC joint sprain that doesn't require surgery, what a win. Behind this offensive line with some of the grisly hits he's taken. Y'all, I just want to say, like, okay, not everybody in here is probably spiritual, but like we had one of those like God is a Bears fan moments when in Washington it looked like Fields was about to take a career-ending injury and his knee just survived. Like that was crazy. Cuz I hear you, Amora. Like I do. But that Washington hit in particular, when I think it was Jonathan Allen launched into his knee, that was bananas. And Jordan, oh, for sure. You made it sound, or you may be taking it like I somehow think Carr's not playing fearlessly. There was just this point pre-injury where Carr was on fire and beginning to truly take over. And now he's playing really well. I love Derek Carr. If I'm about to tell you I like watching Nick Foles, and I do, then I love watching Derek Carr. Not everything is it. Okay, Jordan, we got to do the thing where if I say that I like pancakes, you don't go full Twitter and be like, the waffles disrespect. But I hear you. Let's see. Like, not to mention, Ben, to your point, I think you said this earlier. Right now, okay, so the one thing that I would look to decouple. This is something, Ben. Okay, actually, Ben, let's talk about this. Not just you and me, but like everybody. When Fields is the offense has just about no roof. I mean, especially if defenses trot out and defend them like they did, like Dallas did, or like Miami did. I mean, if you defend Fields without a brain, you will get torched and you will just score like crazy. But I gotta say, guys, this last game was a reminder of when you don't ask Fields to be your entire offense, are you throwing downs away? Right? And that's a silly question. Let's be clear. I'm being hyperbolic for a purpose, right? But as the Bears tried to call a tunnel screen on 3rd and 5, as the Bears tried to call a trap run on 3rd and 7, not all of these great calls, I get it, but like non-drop back passing, right? A lot of it didn't work. Like once you took out the, hey Fields, go get me a first down, thank you, piece of the offense, the Bears stopped picking up first downs like crazy. And then immediately they stepped forward. Like, I mean, the one time they gave Fields the ball in a drop back pass, he stepped forward, found Cole Kmet, and they converted a 3rd down that they had no business converting. Like, it was hilarious, in my opinion. Just the way that it felt like, okay, we can't let it literally felt like we can't let Fields win this game for us. We got to lose it. And that's ridiculous. Like, I'm sure it didn't actually happen, but I've never watched a football game where I felt like the coaching was trying to lose more than that. And like you're saying, Ben, they gave him a drive starter on 1st and 10, so he just spun around and hit a 50-yard bomb, and it was as if they said, "No, Justin, no, I didn't mean for you to." I got to take the ball out of your hands again. I guess we can't do that anymore. Like, I mean, it was bizarre. And so I say all this because I do think Getsy has a longer road ahead of him, Ben, orchestrating an offense that uses Justin Fields but doesn't run the offense I don't know. Like, I'm curious to hear everybody in here, whether it's Ben, John, I'm on, Brandon, Jordan, whoever. Like, do you want the offense run through Justin Fields a la Josh Allen, or do you want an offense built around Justin Fields a la Patrick Mahomes that like leverages all of the crazy Mahomes stuff within a structure? Like, I'm so curious because there is an argument to be made that he is that good, that you can run everything through Justin Fields. But at the same time, I do think that when you run the Josh Allen offense, you just have to accept that he's going to take a lot of hits. Like, Because, Jeff, like you're saying, I hear you saying both. To be clear, there'd be points where you hand Fields the baton and you say, just go win it for us. Like, you just go win it for us. But the problem, just so we're all on the same page, is that Fields as the offense is proven. When you build an offense around Fields, you hope for Mahomes, you might get a Herbert offense, right? With like Justin Herbert rules, they've tried to build the offense around Herbert, and they did a really bad job. And so if you build it around, you run the risk that maybe Getsy doesn't do it well. And so like exactly. It sounds like a bunch of that is coming up. That like there's a whole bunch of people are saying, I don't think I trust Luke Getsy. Just build it, or like just run it through Justin Fields. He's good enough. Hey, I don't blame you. Like the Bears are throwing. I'm very curious to see how well this offense would work if you gave the Bears a better offensive line, if only because the Bears offensive line or the Bears run game is really sophisticated. If they can get everybody playing on the same page. Turu, expecting another scheme change. I expect them to try to tighten things up. I am extremely curious to see what happens. The Bears are going up against 3 buzzsaw teams, and wildly enough, maybe the hardest game to win is the Lions. The Lions are on fire and have everything to play for. Holy moly. Like, the Lions are just sawing teams open. Like, they're a team that's peaking at the right time. Like, I know this is so corny to say, especially when we're talking about Detroit. Detroit is becoming that team that nobody wants to play in the playoffs. And I think it's fun. Not to mention, the better the Lions do, not only do we get to watch some good NFC North football, I am the crazy fan that doesn't want the league to be a doormat, right? But not only that, but like the better the NFC North gets, the better the games between us get. And Turu, I'm with you. The Lions have their opportunity to lion, and they could do it really hard. I mean, Jameson Williams is hitting one of the best offenses in the league. That's insane. Like, but I'm with you, John. They've got to experiment. Like with their passing game. Sophisticated run game will only get you so far. Ben, my hope is that the reason the Bears are where they are is because if they tried to experiment with the passing game with Equanimeous St. Brown as their wide receiver 2, they'd waste their time for reasons like we just saw today with that interception, if that's not obvious. So I'm hopeful that they're just running stuff that everybody can run to just get over. The problem with hope is that could be complete garbage. Like this could be Getsy's best. This could be Getsy's fastball, right? We don't know. It's easy to say there's no way this is the best Getsy has. It's easy to say that. What if it is? But at this point, with the Bears offensive line where they are and the Bears receiver room where they are, I don't blame them conceptually for phoning in the passing game. It's just one of those things that's harder to watch for 17 games than it is to suggest in early meetings. I mean, tons of that stuff, right? Brandon, you say that, but like even simple stuff, like let's say this was a Bears third down setting, right? If even just having Darnell Mooney run a whip route is fun within this offense, like that's not even a dunk on the offense. It's just old, right? Like very things that we would consider kind of basic. Like if it's in Madden, the Bears run it, like that's going to sound harsh. It kind of deserves it. This was the first week I consistently saw inside digs, and I'm excited to have seen Fields hit a few of them because I thought Fields was allergic to throwing over the middle. Like, Jeff, you mentioned show us an advanced concept. Most of it is just like things that you'll do with the routes. To use an example, one thing that that Shanahan does. I love this one. Okay. So Shanahan, let's do like play action or something like that. Oh man, seriously, Brandon? Good for them. But so, to use an example, Jeff, because I thought that was a good question. Let's say that we're doing a play action handoff drop to about here, right? One thing that Shanahan plays off of a lot of is that he will use basically like play action scissors to death. That's not the advanced part. This is the basic, right? Then what he'll do is he will take this route right here and he will change it. So then that route becomes I did it again. So instead of this route will come to here and then snake out. And so this corner, when this route is run well, will just keep going and leave this pocket of space absolutely wide open. And honestly, if Armon Watts hadn't interfered with Trey Lance, the San Francisco 49ers would have burned the Bears on it for a touchdown. Like, there's other stuff like, I mean, it sounds simple, but one advanced concept that the Rams love to do is that they'd have Cooper Kupp stand here and run a wheel route, and defenses didn't know what to do about it. Like, Cooper Kupp made so much noise out of the backfield. Would you believe it? Like, there's a lot of ways that the Bears can run basically plays off of existing routes combinations. Look, I can't tell. It's not like advanced route combination is run 5 yards, do a burpee, roll over twice, stand up, catch the ball, break 2 tackles, and score. It's not like it's advanced like that, right? It's more that it's playing off of something that is done all the time. And so, like, it's, yeah, exactly that. Like, it's advanced because it plays off of stuff. I mean, one thing that the Bears don't do, I mean, I guess they do them now. We saw N'Keal Harry do it. Like, where I always complained because Nagy ran so many curls and double moves were just like right there. And at least the Bears are using some double moves, but I feel like, okay, me saying more double moves makes it sound like I just want to run deep stuff all the time. It's not that simple. I mean, I love, there are even simple concepts that I think are sweet. The Bears don't run spread double post. I think double post is awesome. Like, especially against all this modern 2-high stuff, like, it's even better if you can run like triple post or something like that. In some cases, depends on your spacing. But basically what you can do, especially if you, so let's say you motioned this guy over here, right? And all 3 guys ran post routes at different depths, right? There's only 2 safeties. So somebody, it's going to be 31 in this case, ends up having to defend against a post without any leverage to do so. And you end up with a guy hog wild open. At least that's the idea. And there's a lot of this stuff that you could do. Instead, the Bears are running like, I mean, very, very standard stuff. When you watch an O'Sullivan breakdown, he's talking about like this offense, or every time a pass option comes up, he's like, and here we go. Old school as old school gets. And that works for a little while, but there's nothing about it that's particularly like nuanced. I need to watch more Alabama. If you ever want to see a modern offense, watch Alabama. Like, not specifically Alabama, but Alabama's a great one to start with. Nick Saban, credit to him, has done a great job of continuing to recruit fresh offensive coordinators that bring fresh ideas and fresh offenses to Alabama. And hey, can we credit Nick Saban where he's due? Even in a bad year, like the offense that they ran with Bryce Young is what kept Alabama relevant instead of being embarrassing. I mean, when you're a collegiate program that is embarrassed because you didn't make the playoffs, like, you're in a good spot. Not a lot of teams can say that. Yes, Harrison, believe it or not, that does mean Bill O'Brien. That means Brian Daboll. Who could have seen that coming? It means all sorts of these collegiate guys. Steve Sarkisian. Was it Sark? Help me out, chat. Like, it's like there's a ton of these Alabama collegiate coordinators that have come to the NFL and immediately implemented some really sweet stuff. And DG, like you're saying, I mean, there is, I mean, it's not that weird that the Sarkisian offense, it was Sark, wasn't it, in Atlanta? Like, that led to going up 28-3. No, that was Shanahan. and then somebody else was supposed to come in and keep it going. That's my mistake. Right now, everybody under the sun is starting to run Shanahan, but with other ideas. And while it's cool that everybody's running Shanahan, I gotta say, guys, there is a piece of me that really worries about how when you're 4 years late to being early, you might just be late, not on time, right? The whole league is beginning to defend the Shanahan offense, just like the whole league was defending West Coast 2 years ago, was defending there, and just like the whole league was getting accustomed to defending, I don't know what, like the Broncos ran, that got everybody hooked on the cover three. Like, DG, were people actually running the air raid in the NFL? Like, but whatever they were running that got everybody playing the LOB's cover three, that happened, and then we moved to the Shanahan stuff. And so, Bob, you mentioned Matt Rule. I think Matt Rule is your like classic college head coach. Like, I mean, the guy is a hell of a recruiter. He gets people passionate and fired up. He seems like he understands how to, I don't know, like basically coach up people's spirit, to lack of a better word. That's not even me trying to be particularly spiritual. It's the whole like, how do you get guys playing hard for you, right? I mean, Rule bent luck into his favor. That Baylor team that went to the Sugar Bowl should have been 7-5. Should have been 7-5. Like, we should have been not good. But instead, Rule kept just bending luck into his favor. I think he's a good defensive mind. I mean, he and Phil Snow actually had some really sweet ideas. Like, when they went to Carolina, there was a lot of stuff that they brought in from college that was legit a lot of fun. I think Rule's biggest Achilles heel is that he played in Penn State. He played at Penn State in like the 80s. He loves the pro style offense, and it's not really how you score in the modern day. But Nebraska has been so unstable for so long that I can't help but think that he's going to help Nebraska at the end of the day. I think he is the ideal guy to step into the breach. But to be clear, I think that breach is like a black hole. So while, like, I mean truly no disrespect, Bob, Nebraska is a program that, okay, let me be plain. After the Baylor assault, like the Baylor sexual assault stuff, I think Baylor football was practically an untouchable job. I think it was a disaster waiting to happen. Like, I think it was a horrible, horrible job. And Rule stepped into the breach and put it back together and helped them transition to a coach that is flat out awesome. Like, when Rule goes to Nebraska, I hope he does the same thing. I think Nebraska deserves it. But yikes, Bob, that hurts. Because like you're saying, Donald, I do think that like Michigan looked really bad too. These things can be fixed. I've just known Nebraska has been a massive disappointment for the last decade. At least that's how it's felt to me. And so that's obviously tough to overcome. But as silly as it sounds, if anybody can do it, it's Rule. Like, after Temple, after Baylor, and now with something else to prove after Carolina, I tend to think that you'll get Rule's best. But that's just my 2 cents. The Deion stuff, I'll be honest with you. This is going to sound like a cop-out. I don't think it's my place to speak on it. Like, given that Deion did what he did for Jackson State and historically black colleges and universities, I think that there are other people's perspectives that are worth asking about when it comes to the Deion move than me. I think, from my perspective, which is completely stale, moving from one university to another is common enough that when somebody hands you the opportunity to jump to the SEC, you take it. And I completely understand the move. I think him telling people to like basically get out now is super cool, especially if he can back it up. I think he's a kick-ass recruiter. I think he's a better coach than people give him credit for. I think a lot of people want to hate Deion, but it sounds like there were some promises that went relatively unfulfilled. And I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know, because it's really just not my spot to speak on it. Like you're mentioning. Okay, so Ben, it's funny you mentioned that. When Rule went to when Rule went to Carolina, there were a lot of Baylor fans. So I'm a Baylor alum, for those of you who don't know, that were livid. They were like, I thought Rule said he wanted to be a Baylor Bear forever. And I'm like, he got offered $60 million guaranteed dollars. You're telling me you would turn that down? Like, I mean, I do think that there's some of this stuff, especially when it comes to collegiate coaching, that a lot of people act big and tough, and nobody would turn that down ever. Nobody would turn that down ever. I mean, ever. And so I'm curious, like, oh yeah, Turu, he's fine. Like, he's just fine. Like, if you're talking about Rule, frankly, I think it's a testament to Rule's desire to coach. Like, I mean, I don't know. Brandon, you're an actual coach, and if anybody else is an actual coach, like, let me know what you would think. I can't help but think it is a testament to Rule's desire to coach that despite the fact that Carolina will continue to pay him like crazy, he wants to coach at a high-profile university that could get him labeled a colossal failure if things go belly up. Like, Rule doesn't have to coach. Rule's paid for life, set for life. Could easily just go be like a defensive assistant somewhere. Does not have to be a head coach, right? But instead, he's gonna wear a program in dire need of help, no less. And so Matt Nagy's move, where it's like he's going to go coach, but mostly he's just going to go hang out in the building with some of his best friends, that's much more standard, like what a head coach does in their off time. Or Matt Patricia, who goes and gets a faux offensive coordinator job despite being a defensive head coach. I'll never understand that one, Bill Belichick, but good for you, I guess. But so, like, Rule stepping in, wearing the mantle again, like, I think it offsets. I don't think the money, like, let me see. Brandon, that's so sad, but it's true. Does the money offset? Like, or does he get paid extra? Like, did Nebraska seriously offer more than Carolina was going to continue paying him out? Oh my gosh. Turu, maybe he could. I don't think he'll need to. I think that the new landscape of collegiate coaching is just insane. Like, I think that the money in collegiate coaching is ridiculous. If anything, I'm curious to see what happens, like, in the post-Saban era, but that's us getting onto a serious tangent. Like, eventually, Saban's going to have to pass the buck. Who's he going to pass it to? Thoughts on the John Robinson news? So, Jordan, I know you love John Robinson. Like, and I don't know. I probably wouldn't have done it. I probably wouldn't have fired John Robinson. But at the same time, I also think that generally speaking, when a franchise gets the GM hire wrong, especially when they get the GM and the head coaching hire wrong, most franchises wait too long to make a change. And everybody ends up, like, massively, I don't know. Everybody ends up letting the bottom fall out instead of trying to get ahead of the curve. In theory, I have always said, now what I'm about to say is the YouTuberist and forum postiest thing I could possibly say. In theory, it is easier to fire a GM and make change at the very, very, very top and leave your coaching staff in place than it is to fire your coach and have the new guy come in and ultimately hire brand new people. Like, it's like you're saying, it feels to me, Brandon, like the building didn't lose anybody but the highest level decision maker, which sounds like a huge loss. But if Vrabel's still running the show, so to speak, then I think that, I don't know. I think the Titans think they're fine, is basically what I'm getting to. Let me see. I will say, Jordan, that if the A.J. Brown deal was as dubious as is suddenly being reported, I think that would ruffle a lot of feathers. I mean, suffice it to say, AJ Brown, it's funny. Everybody talked about like, oh, AJ Brown went nuclear against Tennessee. He's just gone nuclear. It's not just Tennessee. AJ Brown is going off this year. I mean, trading him, and then it doesn't help anything that Traylon Burks has been just fine, I guess. I can't help but think that it didn't help either that like the Titans have been on the slide a little bit. They've done a lot of things right, but for instance, the Julio trade did not work out in their favor, among other things. Like they've got things going really well for them. I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't think I'm gonna stump for John Robinson, but a lot of that is because I think that there are like a lot of GMs that easily could be fired and then aren't, and then something turns around. Like, I mean, like you're saying, Haplo, it's not that I'm trying to dunk on Traylon Burks. It's just that you compare almost any receiver in the league right now to A.J. Brown, and you're going to end up with a big frowny face. So sad for them. But so, it's, like, I don't know. I think it's wild news, but I kind of think it stops there, me personally, because it's wild news. I'm sure he's going to land on his feet. I can't help but think that that's like a statement move as much as anything else. But I also think that the Titans are still listing, personally. Like, that is 100% just my opinion, Jordan. But I think that they've got pieces of the core that are rotting, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know what they do in a post-Henry era. While I love Malik Willis, I hope they're the team to develop him. If they do, they're back in business. But if they think that they need another, like, I think if they need another, like, quarterback, I don't know how they get one. I don't think Tannehill is going to be your answer forever. If anything, part of me thinks that it's a real shame that the Titans didn't capitalize a little bit more. And they capitalized a little bit, but that they didn't capitalize a little bit more on the opportunities that they had before the league kind of figured out exactly how their, like, Henry Tannehill 1-2 punch was working. But I don't know. At the end of the day, if I got to pick, okay, here's something I'll ask you guys, and then we'll watch a little bit of defense, and then we'll go to bed. But if I was going to ask you which team, not an obvious one, okay? It has to be a legitimate playoff team, but it also can't be a common one. If you were going to have one team that was unexpected, play really well, who would you like it to be? I want to know. Like, for instance, do you want to see Lamar succeed, like the Ravens? Do you want to see Dak finally have his moment? Do you want to see Kirk Cousins go crazy? Haplo, I think the Lions are a valid answer in this. Like, this is the playoffs. The playoffs. Good question, Brandon. I'm talking about the playoffs. Geno Smith is an awesome answer, EFT or EFM. Like, the Commanders would be fun, like, especially with that defensive line, and Taylor Heineke. The Jets would be crazy. Let's see, Cowboys fans. Donald, there's something despicable in me, and I get loose with my mouth past midnight because I assume nobody that isn't hardcore is going to watch this far, and that basically I can speak my mind completely freely. There's something about Dallas losing that is music. I don't know why. I really don't know why. I think it's because it sets the city on fire, and the fire is kind of funny. But that's one that I think is just goofy to watch. But Haplo mentions Heineke goes out there and just balls. I think, like you're saying, Brandon, Tua going off in the playoffs would be a blast. Like a Tua and let me see who's in their dang conference. Oh my gosh, like Tua KC would be an awesome game. I want to see Tua KC in the playoffs. Like, that'd be so sweet. The whole AFC is loaded. I mean, you could give us Bills. I'm surprised nobody's picked the Bills. Have we, or like, does Buffalo not quote unquote deserve their moment? Does Buffalo feel too boring? Like, I know I said you can't pick the Chiefs, but I picked the Chiefs, right? Like, Patrick Mahomes has yet to have a season. Have we thought about this, right? Patrick Mahomes, this is my nightly, weekly Mahomes stump, I guess. Mahomes has yet to finish a season where he didn't at least make the conference championship. Like, the guy is unreal. Kansas City is unreal. What they've been able to do. Mike White driving the Jets to the Super Bowl would be freaking great. The Giants would be a wild story. It does kind of feel inevitable, Brandon, but especially with Allen's UCL problem, I can't help but think that like I don't want to be like there's something there, but like it's awfully weird, and it increases potential trouble. I think the Eagles would be fun. To be honest with you guys, if I could pick a type of quarterback that I would like to win, I would love watching any of the quarterbacks that are considered at least a medium running threat to succeed. Harrison, if Mahomes retired right now, I don't think he is. But if he plays 2 more seasons and then had a catastrophic injury, I think you think about it. I mean, that's the whole is Andrew Luck a Hall of Famer thing. But at the same time, like you're mentioning, the accomplishments are just crazy. Doug, I actually think you're right that Mahomes is why Brady is still in the league. Let's see. I really want the Chargers winning the Super Bowl as a Herbert fan, but I don't think they'll make the playoffs this year. Happel, I kind of agree with you. The Chargers seem to have just major injury issues. Not to mention, it kind of feels like Brandon Staley got scared, but that's its own problem. Hurts versus Lamar, would be live. I mean, like the Eagles and the Rams, especially because Brandon, the best part about that storyline is that I get to just assume that the Ravens like hit their stride, and if they did, they could be an outrageously fun team. Like, not that they already aren't already. I mean, like the Lamar with beef is fun, and Roquan wearing number 18 and actually having people that peel for him and let him scrape off the edges. He's flying around. Like, I completely get what you mean. Okay, so we do have to watch defense at some point. Like, I could talk about this all night, but the Roquan segue actually gives us something to talk about here, because watching Jack Sanborn, okay, guys, I have good news and I have bad news. I love Jack Sanborn. Let me be plain. Like, I am finding out within my love for backup quarterbacking, within my love for a possession receiver that's really good, like Darnell Mooney, within my love for guys like Jack Sanborn, that there's nothing I love as Robert Schmitz than potential and then a player's output not going to here, not going to here. I love it when we find a player that hits the whole potential of what they have to offer. That's Jack Sanborn. Jack Sanborn can play. Jack Sanborn is not a superstar, and if he is, it's going to be freaking great. Like, let me be very, 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 very clear. When I say a superstar, I mean like Levante David. I mean like one of these linebackers out there, a Fred Warner, an alien. Jack Sanborn isn't an alien. He's just a linebacker, and a very good one. Like, he's assignment sound. He's not lateral. He's not big. He's got to get better at scraping over the top of some of these blocks, but he can be, just being blunt, Brandon's about to puke, and I know it. He could be a Pro Bowler. He may never be an All-Pro. Does that make sense? Like, he could be a fan favorite, a tackling machine, assignment sound in coverage. He does a lot of things well in this game, but he will, in part, be a bit of a product of the system, and that's okay. Like, I think he's a lot cheaper than Roquan is. Like, to get similar play out of Roquan Smith, which feels crazy, but especially on this defensive line, you're getting surprisingly similar player to Roquan Smith and getting all that hunt and or like that want and hustle and grit and like playmaking to potential, you're getting cheap linebacker play. As soon as you extend Jack Sanborn to $12 million a year, I don't think you'd like him so much. But you're like, especially while he's a UDFA, especially while he's just a guy you can like, you know, he's freaking fun. and so like it's super super fun to watch. Like, I mean, exactly like Brandon said, it's like in this case you get Sanborn and Claypool or Roquan. Though I will say, Brandon, I think Chase Claypool, while I like him, is quickly trending towards not getting the bag. I mean, if the Bears double down and pay Chase Claypool $20 million a year, chat, how would we feel about it? Do you think Chase Claypool has earned $20 million a year? Because if I was Darnell Mooney and that's the money that Chase Claypool got, I would want 25. Like, I mean, I would just rake the Bears. And so at this point, I'm going to say something that could be considered inflammatory, and then we're going to talk about some defense. If the Bears decided that they were going to let Claypool play his contract year, that they didn't need to extend him yet, and then they saw how it was and dealt with the consequences, like, I'm here for it. I don't think the answer after the Chase Claypool trade is to double down and automatically extend him for what you hope he's worth. Does that make sense? Like, cause I'm here with you, Ben. Like, I'm here with you, Jeff. I like Claypool. I couldn't have said that enough. Like, I personally think that the problem, like where this trade will be an overpay, is if they pin everything on Claypool because they already sunk a second round pick. Guys, hot take. Second round picks, the Bears have had some surprisingly good ones, right? The Bears have had Jalen Johnson, second round pick. The Bears have had James Daniels, second round pick. The Bears have had Jaquan Brisker, second round pick. The Bears have had all kinds of these second round picks. Cole Kmet is looking okay. Like, for a wide tight end, like white hair, you don't talk about Adam Shaheen. The point is, the Bears are beginning to make early second round picks look like they're automatic. Guys, the pick that's closest to the one that the Bears are going to get might be the worst of the bunch. Like, while Adam Shaheen was bad, I think I wanted to see more out of Kyler Gordon at this point. Like, now I understand. Feel free to can we clarify that I am a guy on the internet talking about Kyler Gordon, understanding he's got plenty of runway to get better, right? But as we watch him, I can't point yet to where Kyler Gordon is good outside of when he's attacking downhill and fitting the run, which is great. But when it comes to, is he good with playing with inside leverage? Not really. Is he good when he's playing with outside leverage? Not really. Is he good at playing outside corner? Depends on the snap. Because sometimes it sure seems like it, and then other times he's lost again. Like, there are a bunch of these moments with Kyler Gordon that at the very least make you beg the question, right? And so, to be clear, Harrison, it's not about George Pickens. It's not even about I hate Kyler Gordon. What I am trying to say is that we are turning the high second round pick that we gave out for Claypool into a All-Pro. It's like a 35% chance of having a good player. Supposed to be. Like, if you look at the second round picks in the NFL, you can find the Alvin Kamaras, no question. You can find the DK Metcalfs. You can circle the stud that fell like the Antoine Winfield, but they aren't all Antoine Winfield. Like, plenty of second round picks are Wan'Dale Robinson, who's fine. I'm not. That makes it sound like I hate Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale hasn't played enough. It's not like I know. But do we get what I'm saying? We're like, we can overhype draft picks a little bit. Statistically, they are not all hits. And if you took the average value of a like, let's see, that's why they fall into the second round. Like, it's not quite yet. Yeah, it's like, look, don't hear this as Robert's caping for Chase Claypool. I still think it was an overpay. From everything that I've heard from different people like Brad Spielberger, et cetera, it seems like it. But what I'm really trying to say is before you let people convince you that the 34th pick in the draft is Tutu Atwell's a much better one. Jordan. It's like before people convince you that the 34th pick of the draft is an automatic stud. It's not automatic. The problem is if Claypool isn't a stud either, then it definitely hurts, right? But yeah, Donald, at this point I'm projecting third because if both the Broncos and the Rams need to individually win a game, we're probably picking third until one of them surprises us. Truly, if you made me suggest that the Broncos were going to win a game, I don't believe you. How did they lose last week? Like, if they can lose that game where Lamar goes down and Huntley comes in and they kind of don't really have a plan and they lost it the way they did, oh, knife to the heart. Like, how do they beat anybody better than that? But so, anyways, all this to say that I really like Chase Claypool. I really like, or at least I like his tools, right? I can see the inconsistency. The hope would be that that things get better. It's more to suggest, let me see, am I picking Carter Anderson or am I moving back? Jordan, I got to hear the trade offers. And like, that's something I've talked about a lot. Basically what I would do, Jordan, is I would make it clear I did not want to trade back publicly as much as possible. Drive the price up, up, up. If you're going to pay me for it, or if you're going to want that quarterback, I'm going to make you bleed for it. And the hope is, so long as the Bears, okay, if I had to pick one, who's going to win between the Rams and the Broncos? I need the Broncos to win. I need the Broncos to win that game. The Bears need to draft in front of the Lions because you got to remember, the Lions have the Rams pick. I think it helps Bears negotiating one way or another to have a team that very well may want a quarterback right behind the Bears so that the Bears become a jump pick. And so, yeah, it really was, Turu. It was brutal. But so I say this because, Jordan, if the offers on the table are a first this year, a first next year, and a second round pick, a Will Anderson is awesome and probably worth all of that and more. If the offer is a first this year, a first this year, a first next year, a second this year, and a player, we're talking. Like, San Francisco just gave up 3 first-round picks for pick number 3. We got to pay. We got to pay if you want that pick. And so I would play my options, basically. I don't think I have to pick, especially since I need to get through free agency first. If you can sign, I know I'm about to speak your language, Jordan. If you can sign like a Draymond Jones, if Deron Payne does hit free agency, which would be a little unexpected, but if he does hit free agency and you get him, sweet. Like, I mean, at that point, I can't help but think that if you got those 2 defensive linemen and then you found a decent edge, Brandon, you just mentioned something like, I think if you got a first in the 10s, so the idea that I've had is that if you can get a first in the top 10 and you can get a first in the 22 to 17 range, I can't help but think that you could grab yourself an edge rusher, whether that's Tyree Wilson, who may very well go higher than that, whether that's Miles Murphy, whether that's Miles Murphy's a kid from Clemson, right? But like whether it's them or whether it's so Turu, you mentioned like JSN. I think JSN and Quentin Johnston are different players, but they're both sweet. I think that Brandon, if you fell back into the 20-ish range, and I don't want to be stupid because as soon as you fall back into the 20, Addison, JSN, they're all going to go before then because you had the gall to think they'd fall to 20. But if you added any of those guys, like that'd be sweet. I can't look at this receiver room and not see a role for JSN, not see a role for Jordan Addison, not see a role for Quentin Johnston. I just think Quentin Johnston might go top 7, like at this point. Guy's a beast. Jordan, I hear you on Payne not hitting the market. I can't help but think of this. is Washington really willing, as good as Deron Payne is, to hand out mega extensions to 4 defensive linemen? There's a point where you're just being ridiculous. And I understand. Like, if you theoretically tagged Deron Payne, and then you handed out your mega extension to Montez Sweat, you handed out your mega extension to Chase Young in the future, and you just tagged him to hold on to him for a little bit, you might be able to coast along. I mean, that defensive line is like the beating heart of that defense, and it's a good defense for that exact reason. But I do find myself just wondering, are they down for that? Now, like Brandon says, if Chase Young doesn't look extendable, Deron Payne's getting paid. Like, he's good. He's good. Like, he's a former first-round pick. He's got everything that you would possibly want out of a homegrown talent. Like, because I agree, Jordan, that D-line is what keeps them competitive, but until they find a way to improve that offense, I don't know, they're kind of riding with Heineke or whatever. I don't know. I think it is as simple as, will they actually spend $100 million on the defensive line? Because I don't think anybody does that. And so, let's see, Vlad. Unfortunately, Vlad, I didn't answer you earlier. We're not cutting fields. I know you wish you could, but you've got the Brock pot. You're slow cooking teams in the Brock pot. Like, I mean, you're going to get like a nice pork shoulder, like, coming out of that Brock pot. What do you mean, who replaces him? Brock Purdy's it. Brock Purdy's the future. Brock Purdy's the... Oh, gosh. Are you just assuming the Brock pot won't last? But, because the John Johnson signing felt really sad. That one hurt. But no kidding, Ben. Like, I mean, the Brock Lobster is going to the Super Bowl. BCB has the juice, baby. Like, I mean, who unplugged the Brock? It's like, I am just love it. I like the roller coaster that Brock Purdy has given us. I worry, if I got to be honest with you, Vlad, I worry if I was Kyle Shanahan, and I don't know if anybody's sane enough to do this, so they wouldn't. Like, no way. I almost wonder, could you keep Purdy in the fridge? Like, could you get away with playing John Johnston, so that you could keep Purdy off of tape, so that you could roll into the playoffs with an unscouted look? Now, that is thinking way too far. But once you're talking about, like, you're playing Mr. Irrelevant, I personally can't help thinking you might try to Jimmy loose whatever possible advantage that you could get. And so if you thought that John Johnston could come into this system and just hand the ball off, like, I mean, just get away with it, then, like, hey, maybe you creep into the playoffs. But I mean, it's like, I don't know. Like, Grant, you got to set that Brock pot to high. You got to get cooking. Like, you'll be in there for 3 hours, then you'll come out done. You got dinner for a week. Not to mention, Turu, not only does the QB not matter, the QB isn't supposed to matter. And so, like, there's an aspect that, like, this is the perfect offense for people to get hurt in. But, there's that. Another thing they could do, man, if the trade deadline theoretically got extended, because San Fran doesn't have any first round picks. Like, they can't trade for anybody. It's not like that matters. Plus, one thing that I think would be hilarious, I don't think San Fran, so I know San Fran didn't put in a claim for Baker Mayfield. I don't think they wanted Baker. Like, I think he wants the Brock pot. Like, I mean, yeah, no kidding, right, Vlad? But anyways, let's watch some quick defense. Ben, you mentioned degrading Rodgers. I don't know if we're going to pay that much attention. Not because we're like sleep deprived and sleepy drunk, but more that it's just fine. Like, I mean, plays like this are so funny. Like, okay, so if I need to give you guys a trigger warning. There are a lot of clean pockets on this film. I mean, there is an embarrassing amount of clean pockets on this film. Like, the Bears' defensive line is piteous in terms of just how little they pressure the quarterback, how despicably little they pressure the quarterback. And so it feels like the Packers just have to screw up for the Bears to make a play, except for the occasional, but we'll get there as we go. So there are a lot of plays just like this one on Sanborn's film. Like, truly. I mean, this is like the fun stuff, but technically it's the job, right? So here's the situation, I guess, right? You got one linebacker here, one linebacker here, one linebacker here, two offensive linemen, and a running back, right? And so does Sanborn make a star play? Well, it depends on your definition. He's definitely the only reason the running back gets down at all, right? But also, like, it's a 10-yard gain. Like, when we're watching Sanborn's film, this is truly the conundrum. And Brandon, I think you're the one who really called me out on it. Like, you do a whole lot of celebrating, even though the offense mostly got what they wanted. Like, we're cooked if that was Roquan. I agree with you too, Ru. I mean, when I talk about Roquan, like, when I talk about how Sanborn is fun because he lives up to his potential, like, Sanborn understands leverage and has really quick instincts. Sanborn understands, for instance, that there's no way he's going to get to the runner normally. So instead, he takes a nice flat angle. I mean, you could see 44, like, kind of prepping to try to just funnel this guy inside. He can't let him turn, right? But Sanborn beats 44, I think it's Joe Thomas, right, to all of them. And in so doing, just completely sidewipes Elton Jenkins, 74, bumps Elton Jenkins. I mean, like, it's a pool shot. Like, leaps, hits Elton Jenkins into Aaron Jones and knocks him over, right? Like, cue ball, right in the pocket. It's sweet. It's a 10-yard gain. It's sweet from the linebacker. So does this get better if you've got a faster linebacker? I guess a little bit, but also you can't quite give up that much ground on screens, but that's bend don't break for you, right? Either way, I love the grit. Like, you got to love that gritty, physical style of play. Go out there, find a play one way or another. And he does, which is fun. The defensive line gets nowhere quickly. I would love either of the other linebackers to have done anything. Like, now, Nick Morrow's away from the play. Like, I mean, they're running really, really far. Or, like, he's running quite a ways. But Joe Thomas, 44, kind of just stands there and gets some credit for the tackle. But I don't know. Like, it is weird watching Sanborn and begging the question on how much better do his stats actually get when the defensive line is better. I could not tell you guys because I don't know. Another thing that's weird, PFF has him listed like 75th out of like 87 linebackers in run defense, which is strange to me because I can't help but feel like Sanborn plugs. I mean, it must be because of the runs where Sanborn just gets flat out lost, which those do happen. But then I look at a play like this. Sanborn has this gap right here, right? And so let's watch what the play is because they go from like a split eye to counter, you know? Sanborn follows the line, thinks he sees Aaron Jones, replants, and recognizes that the only way he's going to do anything against number 50, who has 50 pounds on him, right, is to just stick his shoulder down. Stick his shoulder down. And, like, take the guy's thigh out and just foul the area up. Now, this was a 3rd and 1, so the Packers convert. But it is fun to me watching him not try to take on linebackers at the chest level, because I think that's linebacker suicide. Instead, just create, like, gum the gears, you know? Like, be a problem. One way or another. Let's see. A veteran crush that I want this defense. Levante David would be rad. I just would worry that you're signing a guy that's going to come over. To me, signing Levante David is outrageously fun. I just worry that you're signing Saquon. Like, you're signing somebody whose good years are gone, but you're going to pay for an only okay year. But Levante David rules. Like, he's super good. That's not the question. Let's see. I do wonder, okay, for anybody who knows his game better than I do, is Leighton Vander Esch better than Jack Sanborn? Like, better. That's the key word. Would he play better? Tools? Not a question. Like, do you think you would get more mileage out of him than Jack Sanborn? Because if you had Leighton Vander Esch starting and you had Jack Sanborn as his backup, that's not bad either. Like, you do have to prep for injury eventually. But I was kind of thinking the same thing, Jordan, where it's like, I know it sounds ridiculous, but you get a surprising amount from Sanborn that you would be looking for from Vander Esch. Here you could see, like, Sanborn gets, a little bit washed out of the play. It's not like Morrow does a ton here. Thankfully, D-Rob comes back, makes a tackle. Bobby Okereke would be a great pair. I think if Sanborn could be linebacker 2, we'd like him even better. Not that we don't already like him. That's the funny part, right? Like, do we all feel the feelings, when you're watching these games? And obviously it helps when 57 stands right in the middle. It's like he's wearing a neon sign that says, "Look at me. My name's Jack Sanborn," But also, it doesn't feel as if anybody on the defensive line in particular makes plays. And so it feels as if either the whole group rotates over and makes a play, or it's 57 in a flash, and suddenly you've got a TFL. I think, let me see, this is 2nd and 7. Is this the play I'm thinking of? No. This is DeAndre Houston Carson on a sweet blitz. Let's see. No, exactly, Ben. Like, I can't help but think that the really crazy part about Sanborn is, Ben, I literally don't know where he goes from here. Like, how does he react much faster? Does he just clean up his play recognition? That's possible. DeAndre Houston Carson, by the way, fabulous game. I thought so anyways. It's not that he played perfect, but there's an amazing amount of plays. Okay, so not to tank on the guy. Elijah Hicks did not know where to be. Like, for the majority of this game, you will see Elijah Hicks away from the play and not particularly important to the play's result. On the other hand, number 36, DeAndre Houston Carson, made himself a problem for the Packers to solve the entire game, which is awesome. I love watching him play. He's another guy who I feel like understands coverage in a really big way. And it's just fun watching him play football. Honestly, it is. Because he's like watching Ajax, but less talented. And that's fine. Ben, I thought Blackwell was inconsistent. Like a good rookie, right? There were some plays where I felt like Blackwell had no idea what he was doing. There were some other plays where I felt like Blackwell was very, very, smooth. It is despicable, if I can be blunt, how much better Noah Blackwell looked than Kyler Gordon. That's not what you want, but that's projects for you, right? Haplo, I agree with you, because then on 3rd and 12, this play is sweet. Brandon, if you're still in here, I'm legitimately curious to see to think about this one. If only because when I was watching this, so this play is a quick screen, right? And Jack Sanborn takes a quick look out just in case. He sees the guy in motion, right? Try to follow this from Jack Sanborn's perspective. What play do you think they're going to run on 3rd and 12? right? And so he sees Aaron Jones. I think it's Jones, right? Yeah, it's Jones in a yo-yo motion. So he's probably already thinking the thinking this could be a screen. And as soon as he sees Equinemius St. Brown, or it looks like ESB. Gosh, I think that might be Christian Watson. I'm not sure. As soon as he sees whoever this is come out to block, like take a step out to walk, he says it's a screen, jumps downhill, has to make a shoestring tackle, and truly a shoestring, and he brings him down. Stop on third down. But here's the impact of it. Like, sure, that's a good play. Sure, that's a stop on third down. Well, take a look at the setup that the Packers had. Pretend that Sanborn is too far downhill, like some linebackers would have been. You'd have Aaron Jones running behind 3 offensive linemen trying to get this line to gain. I'm not saying he definitely would have gotten it. I'm saying it's definitely not impossible. Like, I mean, Aaron Jones is flat out dangerous. So for Sanborn to pseudo unintentionally, because I don't think he deliberately backdoored it quite this hard, but for Sanborn to get around the formation, get a hand on Jones and bring him down, I think that's really impressive from the rookie. Good recognition. His recognition could still get better because he's been playing for like 3 games, but he sees Jones come in and out, has a good feel for what it potentially could be, and then comes up and makes the play. Jalen Jones gets excited. No kidding. The pylon like the touchdown, Ben? Can't go full Orlovsky. Bears called a lot of cover 2 and cover 3. In this case, so look, the play I'm about to show you is like basic linebacking. It's just, it's nice to have basic linebacking, I guess. But the Bears are like, one thing that really fooled Sanborn a lot was play action fakes, right? So on this one, let's step through it. You see Rodgers extend the play action fake, and as soon as he pulls it, Sanborn recognizes he's in a foot race with this tight end to get to the edge, right? So he just takes off. And I mean, he takes off. As soon, credit to him, as soon as that ball comes back, one step, gone. And I mean, that is frame by frame. Like, that is actually low-key barely a human reaction. So then Sanborn takes off. It's not like that's the greatest coverage you've ever seen in your life, but it's good enough. It's just fun watching the kid play. And it feels like they're targeting him. That's another thing that I can't help but notice, is that it feels like throughout the Packers game, they kept wanting to victimize the UDFA. Why wouldn't they, right? That's basic offensive coordination. And so the fact that it felt as if they kept coming at Jack and coming away with nothing was awfully encouraging, because if if a defensive coordinator targets you, or an offensive coordinator targets you, and then you stand up to the challenge, I think that's all you can do. They also challenged a lot of the Bears' basic coverage packages. Like, this is cover 2, throwing over the middle, exactly like that. Right, Travis? That's not true. It's just 1240. Come on, Travis. Let's see here. Speaking of views, how's that Leatherwood thing that the guys posted? That's doing pretty well. Good job, them. Oh yeah. Absolutely. There's like no pocket to, or there's like let's see, a very clear pocket to throw. 140 here, Haplo. Oh, 140 where you are. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see if we can't pick it up a little bit. Packers motioned somebody in. The Bears kept kind of going back and forth between what they were calling. Like in this case, it looks like pure 2, and Sanborn gets washed out of the lane just a little bit, like if we're just going to focus on him. But it's really tough on plays like this for me to tell which gap he specifically got. Like, what is he doing specifically? But he gets really out of the play. Whew. Ridden out of the play nevertheless. Like, this is an area that I think I'd like to see him improve a little bit, because he slips under both blocks and allows himself to get blocked, and thankfully I think that's Dominique Robinson hits him from the back and pulls him down. But that's an area I can understand criticism, where it feels like sometimes Sanborn is overrunning the primary like player. You could see it again here, where Morrow, I think, plants and drives. Let's see. Morrow engages and goes to try to turn the run. Sanborn follows, and I guess also kind of tries to turn the run. I don't know. Linebacker play is not something that I'm a master at, if I could be honest. Like, there's a lot more pieces to the offenses that I've studied a little bit more than the specifics of linebacker, though I felt like this was a great rep. Honestly, both linebackers do a decent job here, where Sanborn is going to recognize play action, and they're trying to take a shot at Tampa 2. So Sanborn has this zone right here, and he's going to cover Tanyan relatively well. Like, if you take a look at this, he sees the play action fake. You can already see his eyes moving, snaps his eyes to Tanyan, and then just bails backwards. And it's not like he's mega fast, but it's not like Tanyan's mega fast either. Bears are ultimately able to force the check down after, look, I wouldn't exactly call it pressure, but Morrow breaks back and helps make the play as well. The Packers get a first down here, but I still feel like the coverage was really solid. And especially for a UDFA linebacker, I would expect coverage to be the biggest problem. And so it's nice seeing Sanborn able to handle his own at an NFL level from a coverage perspective. Just a basic check down. Morrow comes up, tackle. There we go. But, I mean, I know, Ben, you mentioned this earlier, like grading Aaron Rodgers. Like, we'll see if we can find a point where Aaron Rodgers does something in this game that's like, wow, that's Aaron Rodgers for you. Just the dude. Versus, I don't know. I truly don't know how many pluses to give a player that has, at times, upwards of 6.5 seconds to make a decision. Just sitting in the pocket. Like, maybe he gets moved a little bit at like the 5-second mark, but when you can count to 5 off a stopwatch, like while you're in the pocket, it is trouble. I mean, trouble for any offense. Which one? Touchdown to Watson, possibly. I thought the touchdown to Watson was definitely good. I mean, it definitely is. Don't let me take anything away from him. Elijah Hicks does not cover it super well, and that's okay. It happens. So, one funny thing that the Bears did, if we were going to talk about a criticism, let me see. Yeah, it's this one. So, the Bears don't bump their fronts. Like, let's see, covered completely, or our secondary covered for 18 seconds and forced an incompletion. I hope that's not real. So, when you see a front lined up like this, like, let's take a look at this. So, he's lined up in the 1. He's lined up in the, what is that, the 1? Like, the 3I. He's lined up in the 5. He's lined up way outside. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, whatever it is. And they've got like this spot kind of open, right? But at least the formation strength is over here. So they're overloading the play side, right? Well, when the Bears, at least in this game, I haven't actually focused on this earlier, when the Packers motioned and moved the tight end from here to here, the linebackers shifted, if you saw, but the front does not. So suddenly, you're staring at an absolutely wide open B gap with a tight end on that side of the run. It is a little surprising to me that the Bears don't what's called bump their front, where they have these guys shift a little bit. You've seen it enough, right? People do it every single Sunday, if not every single football game, like where the linemen just move to go with the motion. And so because of that, when they go to run the ball, you're going to see this guard in particular is going to just get free access to the secondary. And I feel bad because, like, what is Jack Sanborn, to use an example, supposed to do when 76, completely uninhibited, just pop, engage? It doesn't get easier, right? For a lineman, it doesn't get easier. And so then there's just nobody to really fit those lanes. Kudos to Nick Morrow, because Nick Morrow is a bit of a problem for the running back that he has to negotiate. But let's see, they want those LBs on the move for the glance RPO. You want an LB in the window. If can't get that by bumping the front. Like, oh, to be fair, or to be clear, Jordan, if you wouldn't you bump the front and move the linebackers? Like, you don't have to do one or the other. You can bump, especially when you've got an overload, the defensive tackle, like in the 1T over, and the next guy come over with him, I guess. But I'm spitballing as much as anything. It feels just bizarre to leave a B gap completely open and allow an offensive lineman to accelerate out and hit your guy on a run. But that's why I asked the question rather than make a definitive statement. It feels like planning. It feels like a bad plan is really what I'm going with. Ultimately, Jordan, everything gets a little bit better when you've got guys that can play a gap and a half, but the Bears just don't have those guys right now. Like, when you've got to plan everything around true one gapping, there's only so much you can do. Here, I think the Bears get got by it again here. Let me see. It's not quite the same. Motion, linebackers shift. The other motion pulls everybody out of the lanes, and then just nobody's there. Feels like, I mean, you've heard the story before. Bears defensive line lacks playmakers in a big way. It hurts to watch. It's a rough ball. But, yeah, no kidding. I don't know if Tonga's that guy, though, Jordan. I mean, is he playing right now? Or is he on a practice squad somewhere? Because, like, when you mentioned an ace block, that's at least where I know I sit there and wonder, well, I don't know if he needed an ace block. I can't help but think that Mike Pinnell versus Kyrus Tonga was relatively a wash, but that's just my 2 cents. The biggest problem that the Bears obviously had is that getting 3 plays where they were better than the guys across from them was tougher to do than meets the eye. I mean, they don't have a great front. So here they try to get this who's the ball carrier? Is it Jones? They try to get that pop pass going, and the Bears are just good enough on the edge. Let's see. It looks like Jalen Jones slowed him down just enough. Oh, no, they definitely do not, Donald. In fact, I would argue that they regularly do not. Like, instead of do not regularly, I would say they regularly don't control the line of scrimmage. I really don't know if they do. It happens every once in a while. And this is a nice play. You've seen it. All it really is like negotiation. But the funny part about a play like this is that we talk about... So do y'all remember that play we mentioned earlier where Dante Pettis blocked somebody and then ESB blocked Pettis and it became a problem? Well, not every other team is perfect. It's easy to feel like they are. Jack Sanborn just gets left unblocked here. It looks awfully cool when the linebacker comes over and makes a play, right? But, and not to mention, credit to Sanborn for understanding exactly how to attack this. I mean, when you watch Sanborn, it's wild to me that, like, if you look at Sanborn's eyes, he's not looking at the ball carrier. He's watching where this pulling lineman is going so that he knows where his attack funnel's going to be. But all the same, nobody blocks him. Like, Randall Cobb just completely loses him. And I don't know if Christian Watson was supposed to get to him. Maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. It looks to me like Christian Watson is playing towards Sanborn, but Sanborn gets to the lane, beats Aaron Jones. I don't want to say beats, but like Aaron Jones can't beat him in a foot race, and he brings him down with one solid tackle. I mean, it's a huge play for him. It's fun to watch. Jordan, do I miss the 3-4 life? Yeah, but mostly I miss the Fangio defense. I love that pattern match stuff. I crave that pattern match stuff. But instead we're playing cover 3 and cover 2 and the occasional cover 4. Like it's great. I like it. It's fine. Get some dudes, and the defense gets better. I think it's a good defense to get guys playing fast. I think it's a good defense to get depth playing their role. I think it's a solid defense to try to get into the top 10 with. I don't think it's a good defense to try to get in the top 5 with. That's at least how I'm thinking. Where I think that there's give and take. And a lot of the wonderful people on here are going to absolutely acknowledge that or that they're going to absolutely acknowledge that like this scheme has major limitations. Yeah, quarterback hit. I love it. John, I'll tell you what I don't miss. Here's my big hot sports take, right? I don't miss, oh, thank you, Elijah. Of course, I would never miss it. Like, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. But so, let me see. What happened here? Oh, yeah. The Bears just cover up. But so, John, what I don't miss is complaining about Mac not hitting the passer. Like, that piece of my life, I'm glad to see go, to be honest with you. Like, talking about, especially once Mac got hurt a little bit. Not great. So, it looks like Noah Blackwell over here, 39, gets toast burnt. He gets beat by this one. Like, he gets beat by this one to do it better later. Yeah, Reinhardt, we're just battling through. Because that is separation. Let's show it one more time. Thankfully, Rodgers isn't looking there. But that is separation. And he is open. That's good old Aaron Rodgers open. You know what I'm saying? Like, we Bears fans have seen that pass enough. Thankfully, he's looking up here. So what happened up there? Well, it's easy. They pull Lazard over. They run him in the flat. They run the tight end at the corner. And I think they have somebody else come like across. Might be Dylan. And nobody's there. Kudos to the Bears. They cover this up. And I think part of it is because DeAndre Houston Carson just holds the snot out of Robert Tonyan. And you know what? Good for him. Like, that's one way to cover a tight end. It worked. That's the sad part, Reinhardt. Like, I don't want to sound like an absolute Kyler Gordon hater, but close but no cigar versus just getting beat. What is the real difference? Like, what is the real difference between those two? And so I just look at things and think, like, the sad part is Noah Blackwell made some plays. Like, I don't know. I would like Kyler Gordon to justify the pick. And when you say holds, are you talking defensive holds, Reinhardt? Because there totally were. They just weren't egregious enough to get the flag. We have a real beating of a drive coming up. Let me see. That one was the... Yeah, it's after this one. This one's medium fun. I almost want to skip the one after that. What we may do, because it's so late, and, not all the film is fun, Like, plenty of stuff like this. It's not like there's magic in it, for crying out loud. Uh, it's more like the Bears tried to blitz now and again. I think this is one of their blitzes. I mean, that is so open. Yeah, it better be. And so when they blitz, like, Sanborn's a surprisingly effective pass rusher. But when you blitz 5 guys against Aaron Rodgers, you better be ready for it. And in many cases, the Bears just didn't have the guys to stop inside cuts just like that. So they didn't blitz all that often. But when they did, especially if it didn't get home at all, big gains. And the Packers ripped off the occasional big chunk off of it. But then you want to talk about a team in a spiral. If you watch this one closely, you're going to see A.J. Dillon slam into his own guy and completely chop his momentum down. Like, it's the pulling guard that comes across. And A.J. Dillon just bumps into him right there. We saw it, right? Like, handoff, bonk. And then Dillon tries to cut it back inside, and there's nothing there. So the Packers versus the Bears, especially on this side of the ball, was just a matter of like, yes, sure, it was 2 teams trying to make a play. The Packers, I would argue, had far and away the most talented player on the field in Christian Watson, who I love Christian Watson. I mean, especially now that he's really finding like it, so to speak. I feel like Christian Watson is a lot of fun to watch, you know, if you can stomach watching Packers games. But especially in this game, it felt like Rodgers just over-targeted him a little bit. Like on this play right here. Maybe I'm seeing things differently, but it feels like Rodgers, for as much as we would talk about Fields staring people down, for as much as we talked about Fields, or for as much as there is that misconception that Fields stared ESPN down all the way. I mean, look at Randall Cobb on this play. Like, not Cobb, that's Lazard. But look at Lazard, for crying out loud. Look at how open this is. He is open. Like, just flick the ball out there. Rodgers instead is absolutely stuck on Christian Watson. And hey, I would have expected Watson to beat Nick Morrow too. Like, did we notice that they get a man in motion with Nick Morrow as the guy? So like, I would expect Nick Morrow to lose this matchup. He wins it. Good for him. But Randall Cobb, crazy open if he'd ever taken a look. And by the time he flips around, nope. I see. Overconfident in his athleticism, which isn't special in the NFL. Blackwell and Jones have no such delusions, so they just haul. Honestly, Reinhardt, I don't disagree. Like, I think Kyler Gordon feels like, or I think Kyler Gordon probably has habits relating to the way that he plays. Got to break him. Like, you just got to be running. You just got to be running. And there are some things that Kyler can do, but he's got to find himself. This is going to sound so corny. He's got to find himself on a defensive field before he gets to that point. You know? Like, he can't float around athletically or follow the play and then try to catch up athletically until he feels like he knows exactly where he is on every given play, exactly where the play's going on every given play. Because exactly like you're saying, Jordan, like the Washington Kyler Gordon was crazy good. It's in there. He just needs instincts. I agree, Haplo. I think CB is a hard position to learn. It's especially hard when you learn it twice. Like the college tape is really strong. Just calling a spade. Like I agree with that. I just... Right now, I think Kyler Gordon needs an offseason more than just about anybody. I mean, especially if he's got one of those nasty long-term concussions. My wife was just in a car accident 3 years ago. I mean, it feels relatively recent. It's not recent at all. But, man, those things, when they're bad, they stick with you. They, like, stick with you. It's nasty. Like, I don't wish that on anybody. Hopefully one of them can come back relatively soon, but like, especially if those concussions are like bad concussions, that's just bad news. Jalen Jones had a very up and down game, but I guess you're going to have a fairly up and down game when you're going up against Alan Lazard, because Alan Lazard is such a technician that he's a little easier to have a good rep against than Christian Watson is. Like, I mean, Watson is... Jordan, did you understand? Do you understand? Was it just Pierce Love that, like, made it to where people kept wanting to make Christian Watson not a thing? Because I feel like this guy was always in there. But it's like, especially once the drops stopped, I mean, like, he could have like double-digit touchdowns as a rookie. I hope he's not an offensive rookie of the year guy. I feel like Olave should win it, but I just feel like there's no telling when it comes to those kinds of voters, because it's just super weird. Bears roll out what looks like basic cover 2. Jalen Johnson does a good job syncing with his guy. Who knows? Maybe this is like quarter, half. But kudos to you, DeAndre Houston Carson. Look at this. I don't blame Rodgers. He sees DHC completely, what is it? Like, he sees DHC completely flat-footed and Randall Cobb running at full speed. And DHC flips his hips, stabs at him, forces a perfect throw. The throw is imperfect. Honestly, Jordan, it is embarrassing how bad the Packers were. Thank you for saying that, because this game is like, this is not a good throw. This is not really a good play. Like, I'd love to tell you the Bears were just shutting them out, but like, you can't. It is staggering how good these pockets are and how little mileage the Packers are getting out of it. It is just crazy. I love it though. Like, please more. Man, 82, I am so sorry. That stinks. Man, 9 years. Yeah. A really bad one just messes you up. Seriously, Reinhardt. It's like all backups. And if it's not literally backups, it is future backups. And still. I mean, what is this kind of play? DG, I wonder now. Man, where's that ball? Oh, the Packers are rotting. Like, the Packers are just seriously, like, deep in it. Ben, that actually wouldn't surprise me. Like, when you say that, I go, whoa. Whoa. That seems like something. Whoa. I mean, Jordan, you just gotta, especially since I feel like if the Packers just steer into the skid, was that a goodbye salute, or was that, HH honk honk? But I don't know. Like, it was just, that's a joke, but it was a little hilarious how long Rodgers held that arm out. And yeah. It did look like respect. I'm completely kidding, by the way. Oh man, Ben, if like you mentioned talking about like minuses and pluses, like if Fields had the game that Rodgers has, I've been there, Ben. I can say, oh wow, if Fields had the game Rodgers has, this is what it was like watching Trubisky. Like, where the Bears would end up winning the game. They would end up winning the game off of plays that didn't feel like they were quarterback-driven plays. There'd be enough in there to justify being excited about, but ultimately it would still feel like while the Bears won, the team had played really, really badly. Yeah, Reinhardt, 100%. And I mean, good for him. Like, I still feel like the weird part is that he did the Bears a favor. Like, the weird part for me, I said this after the game on Twitter. I said it in a way, a tone that was a little bit too cry about it fan. Just being honest, I sounded like I was crying over a loss. But at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers can laugh. Like, I'm glad he beat a team full of backups and Justin Fields, both sides of the ball. But like the Rodgers did the Bears a favor beating them in this game, because the state of the Packers afterwards is like, I can't help thinking that every loss you give the Bears really does give them ammunition to get a lot better next year. And I'm glad Rodgers got, you know what, for him, I'm glad Rodgers got his like one last comeback win against the Bears in neat. Good for him. Bears fans were cheering for it. Like, I know they weren't at the stadium, but I also know that there were Bears fans all over that were excited to see the Packers win. Excited. And I was right on the fence. Honestly, I was a dirty fence sitter for the whole thing, because losing to the Packers sucks. But you know what? It really does help to have that extra loss. It really does help. Also, excited for a Sunday where we get to watch the noon slot. Jordan, I know you are. Like, I know you are, but I can't help but think that the Lions are or not the Lions. You've mentioned before, like, wow, what would the Bears be if they were the Giants? And every time I keep going back to that, I keep finding myself thinking the Giants are a year ahead of us. Like, the Giants have Evan Neal. I mean, you don't have to think Evan Neal's amazing, but they just spent a 5th overall pick and a 7th overall pick among all their other picks. Like, the Giants have the talent that we're craving for the Bears to have. I am glad they're not winning. Like, they did not build this roster to win. They didn't build this roster to win. The fact that they have made some of the games that they've played games, the fact that they gave Miami a run for their money, the fact that they gave I don't care about Detroit, like, not in that way, but like, then again, this Detroit team's pretty good. The fact that they came that close to Detroit, sure, it stinks that it stinks that they were that close with, I don't know, Atlanta or something like that. Let's see, you're going to waste 60% of Fields' cheap years before we can really think Super Bowl. Yeah, but Jordan, that was the plan. Like, I hate saying it, but as soon as you got Fields and fired the coach, right? As soon as you got Fields and fired the coach, you needed a year to pay the bills. I think you needed a year to pay the bills. And then after that, you were going to build back up, build back better. Sorry to get political. That was funny. I think that was funny. I'm laughing at my own joke. I can't believe that came up. But so anyways, because of this, like, it's not that, Jordan, if there was a way to wave a magic wand and to build a healthy core for the future, then sure, I'm there. But you've got to remember that when I say realistic, what I mean, Jordan, is that we can't play couch GM and assume everything works. That's my 2 cents. Like, I am of the opinion that you have to plan a 30% padding where 30% of the moves will not work for any reason. I mean, any reason. Jordan, you mentioned, do I not believe that these losses are damning and indicative of future trouble for the staff, though? I don't know. That's a good question, because given the way that this defense works, when this defense gets run down on and scored against, I'm not surprised. That actually makes a lot of sense to me. And then when the offense on the other side, like, drives down the field and Ihmir Smith-Marsette doesn't get out of bounds and fumbles and gets cut immediately, I'm not that bothered, right? Like, Ihmir Smith-Marsette being the reason that the Bears lose is dramatically better, in my opinion, than the Bears calling a run on 3rd and 8 and punting on 4th and 1, which the Bears haven't done. Like, 4th down decisions are a stupid barometer of coaching success. I think we can all agree that they are way over talked about, but it's like every time that's the thing. I'm kind of with DG, Jordan, where, like, I would tell you with an open and honest heart that coming into this season, I expected the Bears to get freaking blown out a lot. They haven't gotten blown out a lot. And And because of that, like I get it. Nobody's getting a gold sticker that says got blown out a lot or like didn't get blown out much, right? But they got blown out by the Packers. I thought that was going to be the first of many blowout games. And then Fields lit himself on fire and became the difference. And if anything, I can't help but think that in a season where you are Haplo, great to see you, catch you soon. Like, I can't help but think that in a season where you got your franchise quarterback developing, you got some answers on which offensive lineman did and which offensive lineman didn't live up or like answer the bell, which defensive starters needed to be replaced, a whole lot of them. You got all of the answers that you would have craved, and you go into this offseason ready to fix a lot of things. I mean, Reinhardt, and Jordan, I know the NFC won't be this bad forever, but let's pretend for a moment Daron Payne does hit the market and the Bears give him a stupid expensive deal, and the Bears grab, gosh, I need to do my homework on like left guards and centers. They grab a sweet left guard, and they grab Will Anderson, and they grab Draymond Jones, and they grab I don't know, a decent center to compete with, and then they roll with, for crying out loud, let's just pretend it's Alex Leatherwood and they bring back Reef to back him up just for the sake of easy conversation. I know there's better. I'm aware that there's better, but they roll with Jones, new left guard, new center, Jenkins, Leatherwood, with Reef as the swing 6-0. And then on the defensive line, they go with Draymond Jones, Daron Payne, Will Anderson, and another edge. I don't know. It could be Travis Gibson. It could not be Travis Gibson. And then they signed Bobby Okereke. This is not that hard. We haven't even spent our second round pick yet, right? How much better do you think the team is? Because I think it's a lot. I mean, I understand that that's also quite a few moves, but to use that example, right? I look at this team and think that team is a lot better. And we haven't even added a receiver yet. We haven't spent our second round pick. We didn't spend most of the money, for crying out loud. Like, and like you're saying, Reinhardt, Travis really isn't that bad as an edge too. And so all that to say that the team, I think, can take I think you can take a whole team full of D-, D+, and the occasional C+, just in terms of like a starter grade, and you can convert them to B+, B, and an A-. Why did I do AC? An A-, and that, especially if you take this C linebacker and you make him a B linebacker in like Bobby Okereke, which you might say is a B+, just on account of system fit. I'm here for it. I won't take A. A's don't make it to free agency. Not according to my grading scale. But so if you got this, the defense is already dramatically better. And the Fields factor changes everything. I can't help thinking that this Bears team has a shot to do things that are, at the very least, according to Chicago's standards, very, very special. And that's the fun of it, you know? Because I'm with you. Like, Jordan, this year was an opportunity to get blown out in the playoffs. And that's okay. Like, maybe if they went full dabble mode plus Fields, that they do even more than that. But then I think the road to building an even stronger foundation is harder. Like, it is not lost on me that when you look at the Chiefs are both a superstar on the defensive line, Chris Jones, and a superstar on offense, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce. At the time, it was Tyreek Hill. Like, let me see. The biggest focus has to be defensive line. The lack of pressure, especially on third down, is infuriating. Elijah, I agree. And I think that if we're terrible and we get, whether it's Jalen Carter or Will Anderson, either one, you've got that star that all of these teams that win seem to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've got to have that star on both sides of the ball. And I love Eddie Jackson. If it is ever Eddie Jackson, I'm gonna be over the moon that the national media actually figured that out, but I just doubt it, right? And so what I can't wait for, guys, y'all, can you even imagine number 4 if the defense is applying legitimate, consistent pressure again? Same Eddie, right? But they're forced to throw it more often. Like, oh, he's already picking off a ton of passes in this defense, which is hilarious, but that's neither here nor there. Like, I I would be over the moon getting to see that. I mean, this whole defense gets a ton better if you lay that foundation on defensive line. And with this specific free agency class, I would argue that the class is better. Like the class is a lot better than usual, and it's better at offensive line and defensive line. Let's see. I'm exhausted of people assuming a top 5 pick guarantees a star or one of one when you can get Eddie Jackson or Justin Fields in the 4th or the 11th. I Yes, you're right. My thought is that, okay, Jordan, you are correct because you've named a quarterback and a safety, two notoriously hard to evaluate positions. Find me the edge or the defensive lineman that wasn't at least in the first round that is that good. Like, it's Montez Sweat, probably. And that's a good answer, but the dramatic majority of like high class edge rushers come in the top. Max Crosby's another great example. Reinhardt, you're totally right, which is hilarious because you mentioned good drafters draft good. The Raiders are not good drafters, but they found Max Crosby, and good for them. Like, it's a question of positions as much as anything else. I agree with you. There's a reason that this Jordan, we may disagree on this. There's a reason that what is his name? Oh, I did not like the Kyle Hamilton pick. And it's not because I hate Kyle Hamilton. It's because I'm not a believer in taking safeties in the first round. I think it's kind of like taking a tight end in the first round. Like, if you think they're a first rounder, why? Why do you need that? Because the first round is loaded with positions that you don't find in the third round. You don't find them. Like, I mean, sometimes Donald the league will miss like a TJ Watt, but plenty of times the first one is a good one. Like exactly 82. This is great because like Sue is awesome, Miller is awesome. I don't actually know where Dontari Poe is. like let me see, and then Jordan, Clowney, Fowler, Bosa, Garrett, Chubb, Bosa again, Chase Young, Parsons, Walker. Like, it's exactly Reinhardt. Like, it's not as simple as saying, oh man, Fletcher Cox is so good. It's not as simple as saying Reinhardt, like, oh well, draft better. Bilal Nichols is a killer 5th round pick because he was starting. He started it all. Like, I think he's starting on the Raiders, which is hilarious because he was a 5th round pick, and that just does not happen at defensive line. Does not. It's rare, right? It is not as rare to find a starter on the offensive line later in the draft. That's not even going to count Braxton Jones. Like, there are tons of times where eventually, because the NFL takes quite a scattershot approach, there are a lot of offensive linemen that get opportunity, but you'll find the Ryan Bates eventually. You won't find Ryan Bates playing edge. You won't find Ryan Bates playing DT. Like, those guys, you got to draft them. So I agree with you, Jordan. Like, if if it happened a lot, it wouldn't be a good story. Yeah. I agree with you, Jordan, that like you can't guarantee a star, but what I can say is that generally speaking, you're not finding a lot of these defensive linemen later in the draft. I'm with you. Eddie Jackson was a 4th rounder. Like, there is gold out there. No, he really did. Reinhardt, RRH, Nick Williams, Bilal Nichols, even Nick Witkowski. Like, some guys came to the Bears and got themselves capital P paid. I am more saying, Jordan, that while you don't require a top 10 pick. Frankly, I love the idea. So I love the idea, partially, Jordan, of finding that super high pick, because if the opportunity presents itself to trade down, acquire a ton of juice, I yeah, I'm listening for a reason. It's not as easy as Will Anderson, but when my floor is taking Will Anderson or Jalen Carter, we've got something to build off of. Does that make sense? Like, if you go into free agency, you don't like your three tech options. Great. You've got Jalen Carter to at least have to force people to trade to you. And they've got to play your game. That's the hope, anyways. But I know it's not that easy. It's more that I don't think it gets any easier last year. In fact, I think it gets quite a bit harder this year with the slate clean, the cap ready, et cetera, et cetera. I think that concerns about whether or not Poles is the guy is a good concern. Like, I think that that's a legitimate concern. I think that it is hard to find to use an example, like, I think it's hard to find a Tyree Wilson outside the top 10. I think Tyree Wilson would be an absolute hootin' nightmare in this defense. Like, he is the prototype for what I would imagine Matt Eberflus wants, and he's a beast. I also think that if they could trade back into that 12-20 range, there are some sweet receivers there. Like, receivers becoming another one of those positions. If you don't take them in the top 60, just don't bother. Like, sure, you'll find the Khalil Shakir out there eventually, but the Moonies are getting harder to find, at least from what I'm seeing. Like, you're not finding Stephon Diggs in the fourth anymore. At least it doesn't seem that way. And I don't know. The fact the Bears found one is, if anything, actually kind of surprising. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. The Poles draft class looks like a mess. The Pace first draft class looked like a mess, if memory serves. Let's see. I agree, Reinhardt. I don't think you should have to drop out of top 10. I was more making a point. If anything, I think you could grab two. Like, for instance, Jordan, I know we've talked about it earlier, but it's not hard for me to mention the obvious. Like, if you get Tyree Wilson, if somehow Tyree Wilson falls to 8, and then you can also scoop up Jordan Addison at like 18, heck of a draft. I mean, it's he did sell his tickets. Exactly, Shane. That is the dream scenario. That is truly the dream scenario. And John, 100%. Like, that first draft class is rough because you don't have your department. You're working off of old, or at least not old information, but not your information. So it's funny. Let's see. Let's get through a little bit more. Let's see. Poles did fire a lot of them before the draft. Sam Somerville lost his job, right? I don't know how many people are like 100% clued in. Oh, this one made me so sad. This is a third down, fam. Look at this. Do you even need the play call? Do you really? Because count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Throw, catch. I think he was, Reinhardt. Like, despicable. What do you want me to say? Like, if I was... It's not like it's... I don't know. It's not like I can look at that and be like, that's Alan Williams. Alan Williams is a freaking fraud. Like, you give quarterback 6.5 seconds. I mean, the rushers are all rushing. It took him 4 seconds to get just about anywhere. Like, this drive is a grind. Strap in. The Bears get got again. No, Elijah, he's not. The Bears get got on that motion. This side to this side. Front doesn't adjust. And they punish him. Donald, the problem is that every time the Bears then go with a blitz package, the back end gets burnt like burnt toast. I mean, there are a million ways to lose with this current squad. which, like, maybe you adapt to some modern schemes. Nope. That's why they're 32nd in the NFL in DVOA. There's pretty much nothing good going on in Chicago's defense, which is what makes it so much more amazing. The Packers only scored 28, and it took them so long to do it. Especially with the Bears seemingly frittering away offensive possessions for fun. Bad overall. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's see. Well, the other thing worth mentioning, Jordan, is that wide receiver is becoming a position that if you don't get a dude at, you just don't have a ton of options. Let's see. Maybe Donald, he's the sacrificial lamb. I think that would surprise me a little bit. This is another one of these plays that's like not especially hard from if okay, so we are doing this for Jack Sanborn. So the irony is present, and I know that. But if 58 rocketed downhill and made this play, people on Twitter would be like, that's why you got to pay him $20 million. And that's what makes this whole conversation so weird, right? Is because in theory, you might want the guy to get tackled there by somebody slightly faster. Sanborn has to take an angle to there instead. But this costs a lot more than this, so you live with it. It's an interesting conversation, right? Because the tackle stat, the guy flashing forward on your TV, it's hard to just ignore a linebacker that feels like they're everywhere, one way or another, you know? Like they're fun. They're fun to watch. They're fun to watch. If nothing else, I am convinced Jack Sanborn is a player that you can win with and cheap. So like great depth. Worst case scenario, which you really do need depth. Cassie, I'm right there with you. Though at the end of the game, I mean, like the Bears want to beat the Packers for. I would say that if you asked a Bears fan, they want to know what they got to do, to beat the Packers 16 times in 20 games. Like Bears fans, do we agree? Like we've got to figure out a way to try to win 14 to 17 games over the next 10 seasons. Like whatever that looks like, got to do it. And in this case, I don't know if it was winning the game. And so we'll see. Like, I mean, but one of the other things that is the most complicated, I would say, about right, Jordan, or right, Donald. I would tell you that the most complicated piece about this Bears season is that everybody loves it when you gain draft capital, when you gain draft resources. Everybody hates it when you spend those draft resources. So we'll see. Like, if he threw it right away, they get another 10 yards. Yeah. Yes, Ben. Rodgers does not play well. I'm letting the tape roll because we gotta finish. I got sleep to catch. But D-Rob, by the way, is a hustler. I don't know if he's good, but he's a hustler. Like, he makes quite a few tackles as an edge defender. AQM is invisible, as you would probably expect. But what's new? Dominic Robinson's frame makes him a lot of fun, to be honest. Like, he's big. And moves relatively well for that. Let's see. Everyone is like a dragon sitting. What is it in the horde? 100% run. I mean, like, for crying out loud, you know the Bears are going to overpay. Like, I can't wait to see what the Bears' extension of Mooney is, because literally no matter what they extend him to, people are going to be mad. Like, if you ask me, I think Mooney is willing to be upwards of, like, I think that when it comes to current receiver market value, I think Deontay Johnson's deal is the floor. if you get him lower than Deontay Johnson's deal, remember, guys, that's $18 million a year. Like, if you get him lower than that, you stole him. You stole him. Which, granted, he just had a season-ending ankle injury after like 565 yards or whatever it was. Like, I'm going to say, Reinhardt, I'm going to say something cruel. But as much as I love Mooney, what a great opportunity. Let me explain that in a little bit, Elijah, because it's a good question. What a great opportunity, Reinhardt, to walk to a meeting with a fifth-round pick. Fifth-round pick, right? From, was it Tulane? It was Tulane, wasn't it? So, like, not a huge program. Relatively underserved. Like, fifth-round pick. You walk into that meeting. You offer him, I think he's 25 right now. So you offer him 4 years, $16 million AAV with like 2.5 of those years guaranteed. What's he going to do? Like, especially with the culture, so to speak, that this team is building. Look, I'm not saying it would definitely work. I'm saying that if you offered him heavy guarantees, because at that point, I think if I've done the math correctly, that's $40 million guaranteed on the table. Is he really going to sneeze at it? Like, I hate saying it, but I know. I was talking to Brandon recently about Travis Kelce, because Travis Kelce seems like a guy that would fit the mold of what I'm about to say. There are some people in the NFL like Dak Prescott, and I'm not about to dunk on Dak, but allow me to talk about this. Oh, trust me, Reinhardt, I know. Let me get there. I'm getting there. Just trust me on that one. There are some people out there. This is not great coverage by Elijah Hicks. Look, he's a rookie. I get it. But Watson runs right up into him and then just separates clean. Basically runs the route on air. Anyways, so, like, Reinhardt, first of all, no, I am completely there. Like, Mooney is a very good player. I think Mooney is a Tyler Lockett level player. I think Mooney is a foundational piece of the future. I also think that there are some people, human beings, that don't need all of that money. You just see it. It's not that they get underpaid, to be plain. It's that Travis Kelce doesn't have that same attitude that Dak Prescott does, where Dak Prescott wants that number to say he's worth it. Lamar Jackson wants that number to say he's worth it. Like, it's not an everybody thing. Like, Travis Kelce is the kind of guy who goes, I'm having fun. I have enough money. Like, I'm not saying pay me nothing. I'm saying pay me enough. Give me an offer I can claim is passable, because I just don't want to leave. Like, don't take advantage of me, but you don't need to just crush the bank to keep me here. And then the Travis Kelce extension comes in, and you know what? It's high, but it's not like that high. Exactly. Contentment / fun. And, like, there's a point, Reinhardt. I mean, I know there's some guys that make this look awfully easy, right? But the Packers got screwed on this play, by the way. 100% not down by contact, but the Bears benefit. Like, I mean, 82, you're 100%. Like, and so it's not that I'm trying to say that Mooney definitely is one of these guys. It's that I don't know if Darnell Mooney strikes me. Just calling it out, guys. I don't know if Darnell Mooney strikes me as the kind of guy that needs the Bears to prove it. And I can't help but think, if you gave him theoretical, like, life money, you know, $40 million guaranteed is a whole lot of money to sign for at one time. I just wonder, okay, let me phrase it this way, because Shane, this is the big question, right? Is if the Bears came to the table with 15 and his agent comes to the table saying 21, are they going to meet in the middle at 18? They very well may. Like, but I don't know. Like, it's the guys, I hate saying this. Darnell Mooney came across, or not came across. Darnell Mooney had the perfect season for Bears fans. He was still great. He still showed that he can handle it. Like, that every bit of the good player that we know is in there is in there. And then he got hurt. And it's not a forever injury. It's something really superficial. Like, completely healable. Completely healable. And statistically, not an amazing year. I'm not saying he's got no leverage. I'm saying he doesn't have as much leverage. And that is purely from a team perspective. I'm a huge Darnell Mooney fan, and I want him to get his due. Stuff like this was just crazy, by the way. Like, I know we're just kind of talking. I'm glad we're just kind of talking while the tape rolls. But, like, whoopsie, what is this Packers team? Like, what is this Packers team? 2nd and 15, I think we get another one. Like, if memory serves, I think this throw's just garbage. I mean, this was like the yeah, that one hit the ground. Like, it was as if the Bears were trying to give the game back again, like an older brother playing a little brother in Madden, and the Packers just didn't know how to take the game. It was just so wild. But yeah, Grant, that's actually a good point. He just watched Allen Robinson probably blow $45 million, like, by not taking the initial offer, because it can get worse. Well, I hope not. I hope Mooney is just like the jam forever. But he's also like, there's a point where if I'm Darnell Mooney's agent, like, you want an extension with the Bears. He's having fun on the Bears, I think. I guess I don't know, but because they're gonna win 3 games. But he and Justin like each other, and Justin Fields looks like a star. And if memory serves, Darnell Mooney's 25 this year, so he's not gonna be he's not getting a 3rd contract from the common sense. So you need a huge 2nd contract, and that may make you think you need a huge 2nd contract. It also means you need something. I mean, I'd give him a short-term deal. I don't think this shorter-term deal makes a lot of sense. Like, if you gave him a 3-year deal, I don't think that helps him hit the market any easier. But I don't know. I mean, we really are just going to have to see, because it's a matter of how much Mooney wants. How much, not just how much is he worth, right? It's not about that. He's worth $20 million. Like, it's more a matter of how much does he want? How much can polls get him down to? Because the market says pay him whatever he pretty much wants. But I don't know. Sanborn fills his gap well here. Which Brown guy, Ben? Is it 44? 94. I thought that was Taco. Is it Anthony Brown? What number is Taco? Is Taco 93? Part of me thinks that they were just trying just about everybody, man. Like Ben. Taco's 94. Oh, Reinhardt. I think that everybody wants to make T. Higgins traded, and I don't think he's going nowhere. Here the Bears just play cover 6 and get beat. I mean, you can't I think they blitz, which only matters because so here we get a fun little pass rushing stance. Honestly, Elijah, that's not a bad way to put it. Sanborn has some juice as a spare blitzer. I mean, literally, it's like watching Nick Witkowski again. So it makes me wonder where he'll be in the future, because Nick Kwiatkowski couldn't cover at all until his 4th year, when suddenly he was actually quite okay in coverage. This one hurt, 100% DPI. The neck. But so, Elijah, you asked earlier, what do I think of PFF? I think they're trying. I mean, I really respect the grind. Like, PFF is attempting to put a number on fundamentally everything. I think their grades are obtuse, and I think there was a while there where people like Sam Monson and whatnot were really abrasive. Like, I think that the "I'm smarter than you" thing doesn't work for everybody. I think that at the end of the day, it is just like Chris Sims saying your analyst is like the jam or something like that. Um, Sorry, not your analyst, saying your quarterback. Like, Chris Sims's top 5 quarterbacks is just as valid as PFF's like top graded quarterback. The fact that the only difference is that PFF, I know this much, has 2 or 3 people go through the grading process. So that means that 2 or 3 people thought that Justin Fields had the best quarterback game in football, like in this last week. Which, yeah, I mean, I can't help but agree, Jordan. I think that if they had more Collinsworthy guys, that I think it works better. I agree with you, 82. I think that the analytical side was particularly loud. This is a play I'd like to see Sanborn improve on. We can't dog on Roquan for it and then not point it out when Sanborn does it. Like, Sanborn gets a little, like, he's just a little hesitant. It's understandable. Okay, this is something we've talked about before. It is understandable what happens to some of these defensive players. And then it is also something that if you can work to get better anyways, hang on. You are looking for defenders that can steal points, right? If your whole defense, okay, this is a good way to put it. The Bears defense right now is loaded with a bunch of guys that will make any decent offensive idea work. Does that make sense? Like, right now, if you throw a trap at the Bears defensive line, nobody on that line is good enough to do anything about it. It will look genius because the whole defensive line can't take on an extra guy, let alone beat their guy. So then you've got linebackers overflowing like crazy. You want to watch a horror show? We can go back and watch the defensive streams from the early parts of the season. The Bears play action game was so bad in terms of defense reacting to play action. It was embarrassing. Kirk Cousins opening up with so many completions was not an accident. Sure, Alan Williams was playing extremely static. That's totally true. But also, the Bears' defensive players are not good enough to take downs back. Their best player was the guy who kept the bend don't break as bendy as possible, and that was number 4. But like, at past a certain point, the fact that you're only giving up 12 yards instead of 40 is only so helpful because it keeps the defense on the field and makes you have to keep watching more of it. The sad part, the saddest thing I can say, Reinhardt earlier said the defense is a bunch of backups. These are basically the named starters. There have been no injuries on the defensive line. Not that you'd know. This was what they started the year with. Whole secondary is full of backups. But the defensive line, they picked these guys. Like, that's why, Jordan, when I look at the fact that they picked these guys, I'm like, this was a tank year. You can't read this as anything other than a tank year. They intended to lose. This is not intending to win. There's no way you can con yourself into thinking this is intending to win. This is intending to lose at a nuanced and new order. Like, it is neat. Surprisingly, Reinhardt, that fourth round pick. Hey, how much does a fourth round pick really mean? It depends, but the Bears got a fourth round pick for spending some money. Elijah, let's see. This would be Carter. This would be Payne. Let's see. Yeah, that's Donald. I'm really interested to know what the deal is regarding that basic physical. By the way, like, I understand that we all talk about it like it's a mulligan. I legitimately wonder whether they started doing work on his knee and went, never mind. But so let's see. John, you mentioned when you have a basic plus minus system, it rewards consistent play over big plays or explosive plays. Totally. Like, the only reason that I think PFF deserves special mention at any point is because, John, they actually do research to try to make sure that their grades correlate year over year over year. Their goal is to create a system in which their goal is to create a system in which you can depend on the numbers to achieve a consistent goal. I respect it. That's all. Like, I get that they're flawed. I think trying to quantify football at all levels is always flawed, right? But that's just because I think trying to get football at one number is tough. So I see it as an analyst's opinion, right? That's it. Like, this is what JT O'Sullivan thought of the game. You know, they thought Fields was a 90.4, right? And to me, that cleans it all up. People make PFF the be-all, end-all, and then worse, Donald, to use an example, on the WCG boards, people will just throw PFF out. Neither is acceptable. They aren't a source of literal truth. They aren't worthless trash. If you don't like the fact that Trubisky has a bad PFF grade, look in the mirror. Like, if you don't, or at the same time, ask yourself, am I hanging my hat on Dan Orlovsky's ringing endorsement? Like, that's all it is. And I think, Elijah, that helps because it's something everybody agrees. Right, Elijah? Like, as soon as you say that's an opinion, not throw it out, not PFF grades mean nothing. That's an opinion. Doesn't it suddenly, I think everybody goes, yeah, okay, I can do that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Let me see. Somebody mentioned something else up here, I think. Man, Donald, I agree, but Greg Gabriel is as positive is. Apparently, they used to call him Mr. Sunshine in his scout rooms. I mean, Greg Gabriel is like, I don't know, like one of the biggest things that I am a proponent of, I guess, is that, like, I will sit on these 6-hour streams so that you can ask me questions and I can stand and answer everything. So if I'm wrong, we can come up with how I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like, or if I'm wrong, you will hear me come to the realization on stream that I'm wrong, and I will say so. Like, I think it's great. I do. Like, Greg Gabriel's rad, you know? But I also think that Greg Gabriel is wildly ornery. Like, Greg Gabriel is the kind of guy who goes, I'm just an optimist, but also I'm right and you're wrong, you dingus. Have you ever worked in a scouting room? And I'm like, whoa. Like, whoa. Why are we doing this? But there you go. That's fine. Like, I think Braxton Jones right now is, I would like Braxton Jones to take an off season and show us what he's got. As a run blocker, I think Braxton Jones has been a lot of fun. As a play action blocker, I think he's been a lot of fun. As a true pass setter, I think Braxton Jones has left a lot of meat on the bone. A lot of meat on the bone. And so I just, as with every rookie, Reinhardt, instead of me assuming he gets better, I always just like to be like, give it an off season and come back. My life is it. Look, guys and gals, anybody listening, I think we can all agree that as much as we like to say, yeah, let's see where he's at in 2 years. I'm not that patient. Not literally. Like, I'm a human being. You know what I mean? It's going to be tough enough to watch 4 more Bears games, let alone like wait through 21 Bears games to 21 Bears games, 2 full off seasons, and then finally pick apart snaps. I'm just sitting here looking for improvement. And hey, Braxton Jones got embarrassed early in the season. Now, not so much. Not embarrassed. Like, is he locking off the edge? Not necessarily. But is he getting destroyed? I don't think so. And so, who knows? Like, why not be hopeful? You know? Especially since, just to throw it out there, like, Jordan, I gotta be honest with you. I have very rarely seen replacement level guys that are horrid at, I don't know, run blocking, but they're very good pass blockers. Usually, if you don't have play strength, you just don't have play strength. And with Braxton, I think he's a awful striker right now. I think Braxton can barely land anything, but that seems like something that is easier to fix than just not being good enough. A la Larry Borum, who the fact that he was a solid pass protector was frankly kind of surprising, because as soon as teams realized they could bull rush him, they just broke him open. Amora, I'm with you. Like, it does feel like standouts like Jenkins are a lot more fun, but it's also worth remembering standouts like Jenkins are talent standouts. They're not necessarily all just a bunch of game standouts. Like, I completely agree, Ben. Like, I want to give Braxton all kinds of chances, because he's just, like, Braxton is long enough, he's surprisingly fast, and he plays tough in that run game, which makes you sit there and think, we gotta have something here, right? Like, I mean, it's funny, Jordan, you mentioned get him on that strength plan. I sit here and I'm like, get Braxton Jones fighting MMA. Like, get Braxton Jones. I know that's stupid. It's not that stupid. Like, get him working with his hands, for crying out loud. Get him working with his hands. I thought Leatherwood looked real and also like a guy recovering from mono. Come on. Like, I know you love him, but that, like, we can call that what it is. But there were a lot of the technical pieces of tackle that he already knew that a lot of guys don't. And, like, he had some serious upside, which is a lot of fun. I think that while Tevin Jenkins, okay, so Jordan, I think that there are a lot of people, and I'm speaking to you in a lot of these ways because I think you're not the only one who thinks this stuff. Like, I think there are a lot of people that look at Tevin Jenkins and think, I still want him at tackle. And I would look back at you and I'd say, why? I think guard's a more important position in this offense. Like, sure, everybody would look and they would say, okay, what are you talking about, Robert? Like, what about protecting Justin Fields' blind side? And I'd look back at you and I'd say, what do you mean? Justin Fields right now is like a jet scrambler. Like, he's just like, I mean, for crying out loud, you don't need to protect the edge that badly. What you need is in the run game to move people, and your guards do that. Cody Whitehair, and especially Sam Musfer, been kind of lackluster in that. If it was me, I want Tevin Jenkins at the, like, more important position for the run game. Like, within that, I'm fine. It's not a matter of could he make it at tackle. I'm sure he could make it at tackle. Do I think he'd be better at tackle than a guard? No. I think he can be better at guard than tackle. And that, to me, is what I'm looking for. And Ben, I'm right there with you. Like, a little edge pressure now and again. Oh, the best part is, Ben, is that as soon as an edge rusher thinks they have Fields, Fields has a 15-yard gain. I mean, these things are almost 1-to-1, aren't they? Like, at this point, it's as if, like, if you actually throw an extra guy at Fields, if somebody convinces themselves that they're about to get the carrot at the end of the stick, whoop, like Fields just pulls it away. But so let's see. I don't think I'm gonna go with Copper Busa. I just added a vowel. Thanks so much for subscribing. Hope you're enjoying the show. Let's see. I don't think JF1 will learn to avoid the learn to avoid the don't get too deep for a while because he's successful going deep right now. Agreed, Reinhardt. I don't think his pocket movement's a mess. A mess is what things were in the Giants game, where again he took snaps, he went back to his drop spot, and he did not move unless he got hit. I think right now, if it is a mess, it's a beautiful mess. I think he's I think we are seeing Fields put pieces together. Reinhardt, I remember in the Texans game, and I think after the Washington game, I saw you in the comments saying, didn't get to catch you on stream. I don't think Fields has it, and he's got to change my mind. I think over the last couple of weeks, he's certainly done that, which, love it. The strides that we've seen from Fields this year, I thought we had seen enough, and then we saw even more. This last game, part of me thinks, just being blunt, guys, part of me thinks that the reason Fields ended up with such a stupid high PFF grade, to use an example, is because I think, John, there's a chance, and also Ben, I guess you're both still here, that they gave Fields a lot more half pluses. That that PFF would say we were too stingy with them, and that plenty of guys across the league, just because Mike White can do it, doesn't mean Mike White doesn't get a half plus. Now, that doesn't mean we need to go back and change it, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's their argument, because while we see, again, a lot of that stuff as this is really hard, not really hard, that we see a lot of that stuff as this is really easy, all kinds of people do this, that then PFF takes the same game and says, yeah, but did you see the 51-yard touchdown run and you got a really solid passing performance? Get out of here. But I don't know. If anything, the fact that an analyst sees it that way is so intriguing to me. Like, somebody said, best passing game in the NFL. And like you're saying, Ben, it was playing with structure and playing on time while still not losing the Justin Fields stuff. Reinhardt, I'll go even further. We were saying the magic words, not magic. We were saying the bad words, as early as week 5, weren't we? The words were, if this continues, I don't know what I'll think. But he has the rest of the season. That's why he had the rest of the season. I hear you, because there are some people who, for some reason, think that it's point scoring to, say that you never lost faith, or so on and so forth. It wasn't about faith. Fields was playing very bad football for quite a little while, especially after the Texans game. He was evidencing some major problems and looked like he'd actually regressed. That's what makes this so crazy to me, personally. After the mini bye, the lights came on. After a couple of these games, it was just again, we thought he had taken the strides to make us excited, and then he took more. Fields took a game that I openly did not want him to play, and instead showed me he's developing like crazy. And then he developed more. It really feels like it, Reinhardt. The best part is that there's so much stuff in this game that worked. It's I'm disappointed that let me see. Yeah, right, Amora. I'm disappointed that the Bears couldn't get Fields a receiver who could load an anticipatory throw, or who could catch an anticipatory throw there at the end. But at the same time, I'm so glad that didn't happen, or that didn't happen in week 2. Have y'all thought about this? I'm thinking about this. Fields, if Fields hasn't already felt let down by his receivers, that one probably felt like he got let down by his receivers. But he's also a team guy, so this may not affect him. But if it did, it affected him in week 14 with 4 games to go. You can deal with that. Like, you can deal with that. You can get through 4 games, and then you can get a whole new receiver room. That's just not that hard. And so a huge part of me looks at this and is like, thank God he threw that interception. Like, I hope he did. I hope he threw that interception so that he doesn't have to worry about throwing it anymore. Have y'all ever heard of this? Like, I've heard that there are some of these guys out there that, like, they'll go out and they'll screw up, right? They're so worried about taking that first sack. They're so worried about, like, throwing that first pick. They're so worried about this and that and the other. And then they go out and they get pantsed. Maybe it's a baseball player. Like, they go out and they strike out. And it's like, okay, I just struck out. Now let's just go play ball. Like, first at bat is over. What do you mean, Jordan? Like, how are they getting traction? Do you mean like play? Yeah, exactly. Now I get you. And Sir Lord, I agree. When you're no longer perfect, you don't have to worry about being perfect. When you're no longer, 0 for 0 on anticipation throws, start ripping them. Like, just throw the ball. Throw the interceptions. Whatever. Like, have your quarterback's coach slap you on the shoulder and tell you that was a freaking great ball, Justin. Like, we want that every time. We will get you receivers that can run that route. Like, learn the lessons. Take the chances. Throw the late interception. What today? The dude's a backup striker and failed 3. Yeah, no, exactly, Reinhardt. Except, speaking of in their heads, Spain. Talk about in their heads. Like, professional athletes, multi-million-dollar soccer players, and that's putting it lightly. Like, super rich people put the penalty ball. I mean, if this isn't like a metaphor for all kinds of things in sports, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you. Multi-million-dollar men put the ball on the penalty spot, maybe 15 feet, whatever it is. I don't actually know what it is. Like, from the goal. 75% conversion percentage. 0 for 3. Just got stoned twice and hit the pipe once. Spain got eliminated. 12 feet. Lord. Like, and you want to talk about people being in their own head. Like, it's, yeah, I did see that, Shane. That was just, it's so sad. But I say all this, I guess, because I'm so excited. Like, there would have been nothing worse. Can I just call it out? Can I just point out that Justin Fields was right and a lot of us were probably wrong? Because if you wanted Fields shut down for the season, that's neat. But Fields just walked out and showed a ton of free agents, showed a ton of free agents, showed a ton of fans, showed a ton of defensive coaches that, yeah, he could throw the ball too. And now they got a plan for it. Like, I mean, it's not like it was the literal perfect game. I guess the perfect game is 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, and then like another one, like another run. But the best part is, because of the 2 interceptions, that game may fly a little under the radar. And I'm juiced up about it. Like, I couldn't care. I couldn't care. Because everybody keeps asking me, they're like, Robert, what do you think about Fields' fourth quarter? And I envision that defensive line with somebody similar to Deron Payne, somebody similar to Draymond Jones, somebody similar to Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson. And I say, why is it going to come down to the fourth? I mean, just envision that receiver room with actual talent in it. Like, sorry, Mooney's back, but like, I mean, I I can't help but think that this same team, if you, it's not the same team. That's the magic of it. If you replace roughly five of the defensive starters, maybe more, and then you add another four offensive starters, maybe more, plus a couple role players per side, you're talking about an extremely different team. Extremely different team. Uh, oh man, send me one new poster because like I might. Uh, but let's see. Like that's hilarious. I think he generally did enough to win, but couldn't get through that final bump. Reinhardt, I'm glad he couldn't. Like, I keep looking at this team and I keep thinking, okay, so Reinhardt, let's play. Right now, the Bears are on the zero slider. Okay, so hang on. Right now, the Bears are probably, what do you guys think? 15? Like 15 on the luck scale? Like this is 0, this is 100. Where are they on the luck scale? Because they have San Fran. That's it. Like the San Fran game was hilariously lucky. Mostly because of the fact that I've never seen a game. Just in case anybody's out there wondering, like, no, 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 they're not lucky. They're good. The fact that as the game, like, as the Bears scored to go up whatever it was to whatever it was, I think it's like 19 to 10, then it began raining. Never seen it. Ben, did you know all cats are nocturnal? Like, it's actually weirder when you get a cat like starting to live in the daytime. Like, all cats are naturally nocturnal, and they go like they basically go little sleep cycles, and so they'll sleep for like 2-3 hours. They get like 16 hours of sleep a day. The life that we all want to live, right? Um, and then they're awake just at all different times. But anyways, the point is, we're at 15 now. What is their record with 100? Let's go through it, right? Like, I guess you have to add Washington. Darnell Mooney catches the ball, right? You have to add. Are they really Reinhardt? Menace. Do you mean the outdoor ones or like the indoor ones? But anyways, you have to add Washington. They get that. They get that game. Catch the ball. You get probably this game. Like Justin Fields completes it. You get Atlanta. Justin Fields completes it. You get Detroit. Justin Fields. Like, okay, let me not do Justin Fields completes it. Green Bay. Equanimeous St. Brown turns around. The Bears nurse a couple running plays, and they kick a field goal to go up. Like, it's not even hard. Like, the Lions. I think that was where that linebacker doesn't, like, unintentionally go knee to knee on Cole Kmet, and Fields dumps the ball off to him, and the guy just like runs forward. You mentioned the Sanborn INT, Donald. Like, they just don't bump into each other, and so then the Bears get a down back, and they're put in a different situation, and Fields finishes it off, or make the extra point. A lot of things that could have changed. The Atlanta game. Oh my gosh. It's 2 a.m. and I'm trying to search at how the Chicago Bears and Atlanta Falcons game actually ended. I know I can do this. Somebody screwed up. Let me see. Oh, you're right. It was the Montgomery tip to INT. Oh man, the TD run back. Yeah, that doesn't happen. Okay, so Bears win that one, right? The Fields doesn't get injured. Doesn't matter. Like, Shane, you mentioned New York game. Valus doesn't drop a punt, and that just means that the game stays tighter and Fields pulls it out. Then we've got the Minnesota game, ISM. Also, ooh, easy one. They don't call holding. It's 100% a hold, but they just don't call it. Happens all the time, right? Like, truly, it happens all the time. Don't we agree? Like, they just don't call it. They say, sweet play, kid, and let it go. Like, and so at that point, I've counted out 6 wins. Miami, Equinemius St. Brown catches the ball. Not hard. That makes the Bears. Am I counting right? I mean, that puts the Bears at like. There's no way they're 10-1. That's just stupid. Because they'd still lose the Packers game in this setting. Has every other game been close? Oh, 10-3. Claypool DPI is a good one. I like the 4th and down ESB catch because it's easier, right? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Dallas Packers, they're 10-3. I lost a track of how many how many games we've played, but so they'd be 10-3 at that point. And while I understand we're talking about the 100 out of 100, like, but it's not that far, right? And so I only say this because what I'm really trying to point out, new poster, I do feel like Dallas being a blowout is a little strange to say. And the only reason I'm contesting you on that is because I don't think you can have a blowout where a game ends in the 4th quarter. Like, to me, the definition of a blowout is a game that doesn't end or that ends before the 4th quarter. Like, Ben, you mentioned that it wasn't super close. Dallas raced out to a big win, and then Fields made Dallas sweat, and then they even took the lead at one point. I mean, I understand that we're talking about the 100 out of 100, but I can't help thinking that if the Bears can carry any piece of what they're doing and infuse it with better defense, a lot of those 1-score games okay, so there's one problem the Bears have, and frankly, they are suffering for it now, and that's probably for the best from a luck perspective, and I have to say it out loud. It's health. The Bears were remarkably healthy this year. The Bears don't need to just get better. They need to get better depth. Like, the funny part is that if in theory the Chicago Bears could add 2 redundant starters at every position, they should consider it. Now, they're not going to, right? But if they could find a Draymond Jones, and they could also find a sweet 3-tech in the draft, somehow, they should. Because you just never know who's going to get hurt. And so, I don't know what's going to happen. But it's bizarre to me how we can look at this schedule, and this Bears team can suddenly have an extraordinary record. I understand that that's the difference between a good team and a bad team. But the fact that the Bears have such a wide variety of opponents. New poster, we'll get to that later. Do I not like Justin Jones, Shane? I think Justin Jones is okay. But, Justin Jones isn't a playmaker. Justin Jones to me seems like a rotational a rotational 3-tech, much more so than a starter. But I can't help thinking that Sanborn just can't. He got to scrape over the top, but when the lineman comes out, you're already too far gone. You got to move it or lose it. On a play like this, you got to get lateral, because when you get just swallowed, now there's nobody home. And also, hey, we used to talk about Eddie Jackson playing goalie. This is a DHC moment, not in a good way. When we talk about how special that is, Eddie Jackson, generally speaking, would be standing right about here, ranging over. And Eddie Jackson wouldn't allow a touchdown on this play, I don't think. But it's fine. I don't care. I mean, not I don't care. I'm actually frankly grateful. I mean, seriously, if we are able to say this team is wildly unlucky and also like under talented, we are saying good things. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the. I think this 3-13 team would whoop 2017 Bears ass. What do y'all think? Now that team could run the ball, so who knows? Maybe they grind their way down the field. But I think this 2022 or this 2022 Bears team, this is how far I've descended, would smoke the 20 like let's see. No, I don't blame you, Reinhardt. I'm about to get off too. Like, Ben, we are number one in the league in rushing. Are you talking about how that? I'm talking about defense versus offense, because that's what I'm saying, Elijah. I'm catching you. Like, I'm mentioning like the defense exclusively because it's like that's Jordan Howard versus like this defense, and that's not a good result. But it's also rookie Trubisky and sophomore Fields, and that may not be fair either. Let's see here. Feisty Jack Sanborn. This is one where he blows through an offensive lineman. Look at him. 57 cutting down. Blasting through. Dragging down. It's a 5-yard gain. You would actually love it if there's a way to... you'd love it if there was a way for Sanborn to make this play any sooner. But at the same time, I guess I would hope that Nick Morrow would beat a block. Or Nick Morrow's, self. I don't know. It's complicated. Yeah, but sir, I wouldn't be too disappointed. Edge rushers are notoriously hard to make impact at. Truly. Like, especially as a lower pick. He's developing. He's coming along. There's like one more play I want to talk about. We're just going to skip. A lot of things happen. GG Bears. I like this one. 3rd and 5. Bears keep it nice and simple. They're going to do I don't even know. The main thing to matter is that Aaron Rodgers wants Robert Tonyan, and he wants him one-on-one against Jack Sanborn. This should be a good matchup for the Packers. But Sanborn keeps his eyes on Rodgers, understands what's coming, fights off the hands. Beautiful little hook and dive. Is this defensive holding? You tell me. Super Bowl doesn't think so. Or no, I guess the Super Bowl does think so. But it is right on that line. And it is textbook coverage to keep the ball away. Good old Bob gets upset. But it's a good play from 57. It's fun watching him work. Guys, it is 2:15 in the morning. Gotta go to bed. But always good hanging out. We got a bye week this week. We'll figure out what that means. Chances are it means some kind of channel video. It may not mean a stream, because I don't know if there's something to stream. We could do more free agency stuff, but we truly might as well just kind of save some of that for actual end of season so that we know where the Bears draft. Because the difference between them, I don't know, pulling out a shocking win over Buffalo and drafting 9th and sitting where they are is big. And Jordan, I may very well try to put something together. But we'll see. Guys, you have a great one. Bear down. And thanks so much for bearing with me.